"We don't really think of this place as Earth West 2 million and whatever," Frank Wood explained, his tone shifting from helpful guide to something more wistful and defiant. "We call it Gap East 1, because the gap is the heart of everything for us, not the datum. And it is a strange world, isn't it? Almost completely devoid of people." He gestured toward the stark, empty landscape, where the silence felt heavier than any crowd. Frank Wood continued his enthusiastic monologue, describing their existence as a curious blend of primitive survival and advanced ambition. "We're essentially a society of fishermen and occasional hunters," he said, gesturing broadly. "Yet, here we are, constructing spacecraft, imagine that. A tribe of hunter-gatherers running their own space program." While Frank spoke, Jansen took in the Gap Space facility. It reminded her of a fan-built replica of Cape Canaveral, pieced together from hazy memories, a place she had visited once years ago back on Earth. It was at that very Cape, she learned, that the Gap Space team had found Frank Wood. She observed the essential operations, kilns firing bricks from local clay, active forges and basic manufacturing plants. Then there were the more familiar spaceport features, like enormous spherical tanks coated in frost, which Frank explained held vast quantities of super-chilled liquid fuel. The company's logo was displayed prominently, a circular emblem showing a slender crescent Earth cradling a starry sky, with the name Gap Space below and a bold slogan above. "There is such a thing as a free launch." Joshua had once mentioned to Jansen that the phrase originated with Lobsang. Most exciting, even to someone as seasoned as Jansen, were the spacecraft themselves. One capsule-like vehicle rested on 4 sturdy legs, while a gantry supported a rocket booster, a tank roughly 60 feet tall, crowned by a flared nozzle that pointed upward oddly, as if preparing to fire down toward the ground. Frank clarified it was a test stand for static engine firings. The workforce was predominantly male, mostly in their 30s or 40s, and many carried extra weight. Some wore protective gear or coveralls similar to Frank's, while others sported shorts, sandals and faded T-shirts with obscure pop culture references. One shirt read, "You didn't hear about the polar bear." A man clutching a roll of blueprints approached Jansen directly, peered at her face and remarked, "Neo, right? This whole place feels like one endless con, man. Am I in heaven?" He wandered off before she could respond. Frank raised his eyebrows, sharing a look of amusement. "This isn't some polished corporate operation, not yet, anyway. These folks are all volunteers. Hobbyists. We've got amateur rocket builders, ham radio enthusiasts, stargazers, and washed-up space cadets like myself. A few private backers on the datum are funding us. Big corporations don't see the point yet. Why bother trekking to Mars when there are a billion habitable Earths just a step away? But they'll catch on, and they'll probably elbow in once we show some real progress." "And you'll all become millionaires," Jansen observed. "Maybe, anyway. As you can probably tell, social graces aren't exactly a hiring priority around here. You'll adjust for Frank Wood." The long Earth had offered a shot at reclaiming a lost dream. Before Gareth Eames recruited him, Frank hadn't even known Gap Space existed. He had been working at what remained of the Kennedy Space Center, and it was a depressing sight. In the rocket garden, the outdoor museum, the historic artifacts were neglected, he told her. Corrosion from the salty air gnawed at the thin cylindrical hulls and gaping engine nozzles. Unmanned satellite launches still occurred, but for someone who had trained to fly in space, those routine missions held all the thrill of a yard sale. Frank recalled his childhood, watching optimistic engineers on TV outline plans for mass drivers on the moon, mining asteroids for metal, constructing spinning habitats in orbit, and building space elevators. Beanstalks climbing into the sky from Earth's surface. Who wouldn't want to be part of that? Then the stepper device was invented. Frank was 31 on STEP Day, already an Air Force veteran, and had just been accepted into NASA's astronaut corps. But with the arrival of the steppers and the infinite worlds of the long Earth, everything changed. Humanity found itself with endless room to grow, a simple and affordable path to countless new worlds. Frank Wood had once imagined himself soaring among the planets, if not the stars. Now, the spacecraft of tomorrow remained grounded in fantasy, and as he counted down to retirement at the remnants of the Kennedy Space Center, a would-be astronaut now guiding a sightseeing bus, he often felt like a tiny mammal darting among the fossilized remains of giants. Then Gareth Eames arrived, a polished British talker chattering about something he called the Gap to Frank. It sounded like a cosmic backdoor for starry-eyed dreamers, a concept he barely grasped at first. That changed when Eames showed him a picture of a ship. What captured Jansen's attention during her quick tour wasn't the space hardware or the intensely focused technicians, but the trolls. They were all around, working alongside bulky assembly robots in the factories, hauling massive loads back and forth, strange assemblies of brick, arches and curved dome pieces, and in one area, carefully mixing and pouring concrete to form what was clearly becoming a wide, flat landing area. This group was singing as they laboured, and she listened closely. Their gentle, looping tune seemed based on some old pop song about wanting to be a spaceman, the fastest person alive. They'd probably learned it from the techs nearby. Frank Wood didn't even acknowledge the trolls, as if they were part of the scenery. After the walk, he led her to a makeshift outdoor cafe set up beside the huge inverted rocket booster. Jansen sat down, grateful for the rest. "This is a real spaceport," he said. "I'm sure you gathered that much. But our location next to the Gap puts us in a one-of-a-kind situation. How we operate here is unlike anything ever attempted." She found herself liking Frank instinctively, but his enthusiast's pride was starting to wear thin. "Seems straightforward to me. I just take one more step, and I'm in space." "Isn't that right?" "Correct," he nodded, "into the vacuum. You'd be dead in less than a minute without a pressure suit, of course. Then you'd find yourself hurled into space at hundreds of miles an hour." "Really?" She tried to picture the mechanics and couldn't. "This Earth's rotation," he explained. "If you're standing at the equator, you're already moving at about 1,000 miles an hour. Gravity keeps you anchored here. Step through next door and the gravity vanishes. But you carry that momentum with you. It's like if I spun you around on a rope and the rope snapped, you'd go flying off. We can actually use that velocity if we're smart. But mostly it's just a complication. The only completely still points are at the poles, and it's not practical to work there. That's why we're at a fairly high latitude here in England. The farther north, the better. Or south, naturally." "Naturally," Jansen replied, though she sounded unsure, which is the complete opposite of launching from the datum, where you want the lowest latitude to get a boost from the spin. "So, what you need is to step over inside a spacecraft." He gestured toward the capsule she'd noticed earlier, which resembled an Apollo command module set on 4 legs. "That's our shuttle. It's built on stepping tech from the Twains, but wrapped in a rocket ship we rebuilt from an old SpaceX Dragon. We had to leave out all the iron and steel components. You step it into the Gap, timing it just right, so the turning Earth positions you correctly, and then the shuttle fires its rockets to cancel out the spin and bring you to a relative stop. After that, you dock at the Brick Moon, the What. That's the name for the permanent station we're building at Earth's position in the Gap. Brick and concrete are easy to produce here, and we can step over large prefabricated sections as long as the mortar and materials can handle the vacuum. Even trolls can produce substantial amounts of it." This marked the first instance he had brought up the humanoids. "The station will be a honeycomb of smaller spheres, clustered together in a structure 200 feet wide. It's a quick and dirty build, but we have freedom here. We aren't forced to squeeze everything into the nose cone of a repurposed missile and subject it to crushing G-forces. A brick frame can't hold pressure, but we can fit inflatable habitats or ceramic compartments inside it. Once finished, that's our launch pad for the stars." He gestured toward the upside-down booster. "I suppose you recognize this old girl." "I wish I could say I do," she replied, her tone tinged with regret. "It's a modified SIVB, the third stage from the old Saturn V moon rockets. Outdated tech, but tough as nails. This one's just a test article. We're refitting it with modern, step-capable materials. That's the magic of the Gap. Back on the datum, you needed a rocket the size of a Saturn V just to reach the moon and return thanks to Earth's gravity. Well, out here, a vehicle no bigger than this could take you anywhere, even Mars. We already sent a test mission to Venus on a ship named the Kingfisher. Down the line, we're eyeing nuclear thermal rockets for a much greater Delta V. That means—" "I believe you, really." "I do." He stared at her, then chuckled. "I have a feeling you and I are going to get along just fine, Lieutenant Jansen. Sorry, I know I tend to run off at the mouth. Ever read Robert Heinlein? It's basically like that here. You can literally build a rocket in your backyard and fly it to Mars. How could anyone not love that? All these worlds are ours for the taking, Europa included. There I go again, another nerdy quote. Listen, Miss Jansen, given why you've come all this way, don't judge the young folks here too harshly. Most are guys, sure, and social graces aren't their strong suit. They're driven, maybe a bit obsessive. Some probably have a few quirks, personality-wise. But their hearts are usually in the right place. They might be careless with trolls, but they aren't intentionally cruel." He seemed to drift off for a moment. "On the other hand, have you ever met someone who was genuinely bad? I served in the Air Force. Saw some things on deployments overseas. I was a police officer, she answered. He glanced over, a grin spreading. Was so when you flashed that badge at me, Lieutenant Jansen? All right, you caught me. You can call me Monica, by the way. His grin widened. Monica? A young man wearing a Bart Simpson hat ambled over. You're Lieutenant Jansen. That's me. Your friend Sally Lindsay sent me to find you. She had a message, too. What message? The trolls are gone. That's all? The guy shrugged. You coming or not? Jansen was led to the main administration building, where Sally was waiting. Somehow, Jansen wasn't sure how Sally managed to ditch the Bart Simpson guy in under 30 seconds. They moved quickly through narrow, poorly lit corridors with unfinished walls. Come on, Sally urged. There are things in this place you need to see. They passed what looked like offices, study nooks, labs, and even a makeshift computer centre. A few people glanced their way, some curious, some indifferent, but no one stopped or questioned them. Strangers must be a common sight here. Jansen was forming a picture of a loosely organised group enthusiasts gathering on a project that ebbed and flowed with their commitment. There was no visible security at all. They reached a staircase descending into an underground section, a maze of rough-walled tunnels and rooms. Jansen recalled Frank's mention of safety bunkers. She also remembered the theory about why Mary the Troll couldn't simply step away from her tormentors. Keeping her underground would prevent any stepping at all. As they hurried forward, Jansen began to hear music, a sharp and discordant sound cutting through the damp air. So, Jansen began, her voice low, you say the trolls are leaving. What does that actually mean? Exactly what it sounds like, Sally replied, her tone grim. It's not just this place, not yet, but the exodus has begun. They're withdrawing from the long Earth itself. You understand the long call, how they share knowledge across the worlds. It seems they've finally reached a consensus. A consensus about what? About humanity? About us? Everywhere we've settled in numbers, the trolls are pulling back. They aren't simple creatures. They observe, they learn, and now they've learnt enough about our kind. Sally's expression was hard. They're making a choice. The scale of it was difficult for Jansen to grasp, a shift so profound it felt alien. But where could they possibly go? Nobody has a clue. Jansen didn't question how Sally knew. She'd witnessed Sally's unique connection to the stepwise worlds and to the troll's own silent network. To Jansen, Sally was like a one-woman intelligence agency woven into the fabric of the long Earth itself. Of course she would know. And Jansen was aware of Sally's fierce loyalty to the trolls. They wouldn't be standing here otherwise. She chose her next words carefully. Does it truly make a difference? Sally flinched, but kept her composure. It makes every difference. The trolls are the long Earth to me. They're its heart. They're essential to the environment. And let's be practical, without their help this harvest season, 1,000 farming communities are going to struggle to bring in their crops. All right then, Jansen said, a resolve settling in her voice. We're obviously going to do something about it. Obviously we are, Sally said, a fierce grin spreading across her face. The question is, where do we start? We start right here. This is the place. They stopped before a door adorned with a crudely painted sign that read, Space Jail. A jarring, dissonant noise seeped from the room, a sound that set Jansen's teeth on edge. Peering through a small viewport, she saw a hulking female troll slumped in a corner. A palpable aura of despair seemed to radiate from her still form. The cell contained nothing but a single bowl of water. Mary, Jansen whispered, our so-called hero. I won't stand for this. Sally gestured as she spoke. We're underground, but remember we're at the gap, solid rock one way, but open vacuum just a step the other direction. She could theoretically step out into nothingness to try and reach her cub. She isn't physically restrained, is she? I don't believe so. But the instinct to avoid a vacuum must be powerful, and that noise. It's designed to disorient and distress her. Jansen's voice dripped with contempt. You should meet the supervisor, Gareth Eames, a real piece of work. For some reason, he has a vicious hatred for trolls. He has an acoustics background, boasts about how he first learned to drive them off with unpleasant sounds. Now he's turned it into a weapon, a trap. But the real leash holding her here, Sally motioned further down the corridor. Come and see. Another locked door stood a short distance away, this one with a small window inside. Was a stark room resembling a crude nursery or a zoo enclosure, with climbing frames and oversized simple toys. A single troll cub listlessly pushed a large plastic truck across the floor. The young troll wore a strange silvery suit, leaving its head, hands and feet exposed. Mary's child, Sally confirmed quietly. Yes, the handlers call him Ham. You can see their experiment. That's a prototype pressure suit he's wearing. You've seen the records. They intended to make him part of an experiment. They weren't trying to hurt him. Maybe not. But Mary must have understood the risk they were leading him into. The gap isn't somewhere a troll would ever choose to go. That's why she objected. Jansen had come to know Sally's patterns. You've got something in mind, haven't you? We won't get a second shot. Bracing herself, Jansen asked the question she already feared. A shot at what? Getting them out of here. We return this boy to his mother. Then we all walk away. And after that, we disappear. Find somewhere to lay low until we can locate a real safe haven. Maybe wherever the other trolls are headed. I had a feeling you'd say something like that. Sally's grin was quick and sharp. And I know you'll back me up. Every cop dreams of stepping over to the other side just once, right? Not really. Either way, I need you, Jansen. For what? First, getting these doors unlocked. You used to be a cop. You can handle that. Listen, I don't know how long we have. Can you open it or not? Jansen could. She did. And just like that, she was in 3 weeks after Sally's bold move. Word finally filtered back through the outernet to Datum Earth. Lobsang called Joshua in for a meeting face-to-face, their first in years, not since Agnes's funeral, Lobsang. True to form, Joshua took a full day to think it over. Then, with little enthusiasm, he went. The Trans-Earth Institute facility he was directed to stood a couple of miles from the Madison footprint on Earth West 10. It was a low, sprawling block of the standard low-earth stone and timber, isolated on a quiet road cutting through fields of prairie wildflowers. Of course, Lobsang would place an office of his partly owned black corporation subsidiary near a stepwise Madison, staying close to Agnes and the home. This was a low Earth, but the world felt distinct. The late afternoon sky here held a deep, clear blue, nothing like the orange-grey haze of combustion-tinged horizons back on the Datum in June. That very emptiness, that cleanness so near the Datum, sharpened Joshua's sense of the vast corridor of worlds that was the long Earth. Inside, the place was all office clutter. Chairs that looked comfortable but weren't sad-looking rubber plants, and an overly cheerful young assistant who practically demanded a medical history before letting him pass. Cameras watched from every corner, lenses fixed on him. Finally, he was sent down a white corridor where another camera pivoted smoothly to track his movement, its glass eye glinting with something like suspicion. At the far end, a door slid open and a woman stepped out. Mr. Valienté. So glad you could make it. She was small, dark-haired, with an East Asian appearance, wearing the largest glasses Joshua had ever seen. She offered her hand. I'm Hero, welcome to Trans-Earth. You'll need to wear this. She handed him a badge on a lanyard bearing the Trans-Earth name and Chestnut logo along with his name photo, and a scrambled code that could have encoded anything from his shoe size to his DNA. Keep it visible at all times, or our security bots might decide to test their laser eyes on you. Kidding, really? Absolutely. You might like to know you've already cost Selena Jones $1. You remember Selena? I remember Selena. Is she still Lobsang's legal guardian in some places? Yes. She bet me you wouldn't come, that you'd ignore Lobsang's call, did she? But curiosity is a powerful force, isn't it? That and a stubborn, foolish sense of loyalty, he thought to himself. Right this way. Hiro guided Joshua into a spacious, low-ceilinged room, its broad picture windows framing a vast expanse of prairie. Monitor screens lined the walls and a well-worn keypad sat atop a massive oak desk, a solid slab nearly half a foot thick. It felt like the office of someone utterly devoted to their work, a place where life outside was a distant second thought. More captivating was the stone planter positioned before one window. The plants within were towering, pale green trumpets streaked with red and white, standing a full 5 feet tall. They huddled together as if whispering secrets, and Joshua felt a faint disquiet, a sense their subtle swaying was more than just the breeze. Sarracenia gigantica, Hiroa announced. They're carnivorous. They certainly have the look. When's dinner? She gave a light, musical laugh. Only insects are on the menu. They produce a nectar, a sort of drugged lure that has some fascinating commercial potential. We acquired the original seeds from one of the stepwise Earths, naturally. Which one you couldn't possibly afford that answer, she replied amiably, gesturing toward a chair. One moment, please, while I finalize your security clearance. Her fingers danced over the keypad. That's our business here at Trans-Earth, you know. We trade in commercially valuable information. So this wasn't merely a black-funded sanctuary for Lobsang. Joshua mused with a touch of cynicism. Demanding a profit margin seemed perfectly in character for someone like Douglas Black. There, you're logged into the system. Please keep your badge visible at all times. Now, are you prepared to meet Lobsang? Hiro led him outside, and they strolled through the grounds. Evening was settling in, a universal constant across all these worlds. A handful of streetlights flickered to life on the distant horizon as the sun dipped low. Yet the air carried a faint, acrid hint of sulphur. The day's reports indicated this world's version of Yellowstone was more agitated than most. Stories of trees succumbing to acidic groundwater seepage were circulating. Clearly, geological unrest around the Yellowstone caldera was a common thread through many of the low Earths. Back on the datum, a hydrothermal explosion, not a volcanic event, the experts stressed, but a blast of superheated trapped water, had claimed a young park ranger named Herb Lewis. All minor incidents. Minor, Joshua thought, even as he imagined he could smell this particular world's minor event from 1,000 miles away. The memory of that apocalyptic fanatic ranting about fire and brimstone at the Datum Twain station sent a cold prickle down his spine. Hiro settled onto a bench carved from a single massive timber. "Please, we'll wait here for Lobsang." Joshua sat down, his posture rigid. "You're anxious about seeing him again, aren't you?" "Not anxious precisely? How can you tell?" Oh, the little tells. The clenched jaw. The white-knuckled grip. Subtle hints like that. Joshua chuckled, but his eyes scanned their surroundings before he responded. "Can he hear us out here?" She shook her head. "Actually, no. His capabilities are intentionally limited in this place. Sister Agnes believes it's healthy for him to not be omnipotent in at least one corner of the world, or the worlds. Why do you think I brought you out here before speaking so freely? I didn't want to wound his feelings." "You're more than just staff here, aren't you?" "I consider myself a friend. He is everywhere, and yet profoundly alone, Mr. Valienté. He needs friends, especially you, sir." A figure approached through the fading afternoon light. An old man was Joshua's initial impression. He was tall and slender, with a shaven head, draped in a simple orange robe. His sandaled feet were dust-covered, and he carried a wooden rake. Joshua rose. "Hello, Lobsang." Hiro offered a soft smile, gave a slight bow, and melted gracefully into the gathering dusk. "First things first," Lobsang said. Joshua nodded as the elderly figure approached, recognizing the familiar artifice behind the aged form. Lobsang had chosen to present himself as a monk well into his later years, complete with a stooped posture, slow movements, and hands marked by time. The details were impeccable, from the subtle liver spots to the worn hem of the orange robe. It was a convincing performance, yet Joshua felt no desire for pleasantries. "What's this about?" he asked directly. "Is it because of what Sally did?" Lobsang's smile was gentle. "A joint effort with your friend Lieutenant Jansen, I should note, a lovely word, cahoots. It's a pleasure to say." He seemed to savour the sound before returning to the matter. "Yes, Sally's departure with the troll and her young one has become news everywhere. You've felt the effects of that, I imagine." "More than I'd like," Joshua admitted. The renewed attention from the media and various advocacy groups had been relentless since old footage resurfaced, linking him to Sally. It was a constant, unwelcome distraction. "Her actions have certainly pushed the topic of trolls and humanity to the forefront," Lobsang continued. "But this tension has been building toward a crisis for some time. You know that, and now the trolls are beginning to act independently. Their choices will impact everyone." "I've heard rumours they're just leaving, stepping away." "In a manner of speaking," Lobsang replied. "Allow me to show you. Or rather, allow my trolls to show you." "Your trolls." "A small pack is nearby. This sanctuary extends across several stepwise worlds." He extended a hand in invitation. "Would you like to see?" The group consisted of about 20 trolls. In the warm early evening light, females rested in the shade of a broad tree, grooming themselves while cubs tumbled in play. A few younger males engaged in half-hearted wrestling, and at the edges of the gathering, adults flickered softly in and out of view. All the while, a lively layered song filled the air, a complex harmony of hoots and melodies that wove into an endless, echoing round. Lobsang guided Joshua to a secluded garden area enclosed by a low fence, featuring a couple of benches and a water fountain. Under the dappled light of scattered trees, the ground was covered not with grass, but with a vibrant moss that glowed a brilliant green in the fading sun. "Please, sit if you wish," Lobsang offered. "The water is clean from a spring. I maintain the pipes myself." He lowered himself stiffly onto his hands and knees, beginning to crawl slowly across the moss, carefully plucking stray blades of grass, as if tending a precious carpet. "They're singing the rare Old Mountain Dew," he remarked. "What's that?" "An old Irish folk tune." You can often trace a troll pack's first contact with humans by the songs they carry. This one suggests the late 19th century. Remember Private Percy? I've attempted to map such early natural stepwise movements from before Willis Lindsay's time, though tracking their wanderings precisely is often impossible. Joshua watched the meticulous weeding, a strangely mundane task for such a being. What did you mean, your trolls? Lobsang shuffled forward, his focus on the moss. A turn of phrase, he said simply, his tone shifting to one of mild, weary irony. They come and go as they please, of course. I merely provide the garden. Sometimes I think they stay for the singing. Other times I suspect they just enjoy watching me crawl around pulling weeds. It must seem a very peculiar ritual. He paused, holding up a single blade of grass before letting it fall. We all have our roles to play, Joshua. Even artificial monks with artificial lawns. I discovered this pack on a world in the Corn Belt and did my best to invite them to follow me here. Other groups have settled in this area as well. Naturally, they are no more my trolls than Shimi was truly my cat aboard the Mark Twain. Yet, I have established a sanctuary here and across neighbouring worlds, spanning many square miles and stretching across multiple dimensions. I have barred humanity from entering and done everything possible to make the trolls, this pack and the others, feel at home. My goal, Joshua, has been to observe them. You know, I've dedicated myself to this research for a decade, ever since our voyage on the Twain and our stop at Happy Landings. Here, I can study them in an environment that comes close to their natural wild state. And that explains the humble act, Lobsang, a being of your scale spanning 2 million worlds, choosing to live like this. He kept working steadily, a faint smile on his face. In truth, yes, it does help with the trolls. I'm a steady presence, not a threatening one. But I wouldn't call it being reduced, especially not around Sister Agnes. From her perspective, I'm actually broadening my character. Ah, so this was her suggestion. She told me I'd grown too full of myself. That does sound like Agnes. If I wanted to remain part of humanity, she said, I needed to embed myself within it. Down in the dirt, so to speak, at the very bottom of the food chain. And you agreed. Well, what would be the point of bringing the woman back if I wasn't going to heed her advice? This is precisely why I felt I needed her. Joshua, or someone like her. Someone with the wisdom and moral weight to whisper a little doubt in my ear when I needed it. Is it helping? I've learned a great deal. For instance, an ornamental garden loses much of its charm when you're the one who has to sweep up all the leaves. Handling a broom takes a certain two-handed skill and a kind of rolling, energy-saving technique. And it's astonishing how many corners you suddenly notice in the world, some kind of pan-dimensional oddity, maybe. Still, there are tasks I've come to enjoy, feeding the carp, pruning the cherry trees. Joshua could almost hear Agnes laughing with delight in her new life, but he felt no amusement himself. Lobsang noted his silence. The old anger still smoulders, I see. What did you expect? It had been 10 years since Joshua returned from that long stepwise journey with a fragmented version of Lobsang, only to find Madison scorched and ruined, destroyed by a fanatic's backpack nuclear device. He had scarcely been able to speak to Lobsang since. You still believe I could have prevented it? Lobsang said softly. But I wasn't even there. I was with you. Not all of you, Lobsang. By his very nature, a dispersed consciousness, always insisted that his essential self had travelled with Joshua into the distant stepwise worlds, and that core part of him had never come back. Whoever Joshua spoke to now was another Lobsang, another focal point of personality, partially synchronized with the residual copy from the Mark Twain, thanks to memory stores Joshua had retrieved. A different Lobsang, not the same one, and not the companion Joshua had known, who presumably still existed somewhere far away. Yet this was the Lobsang who had witnessed Madison's destruction and had done nothing. Even then, when the Twain returned a decade ago, you were imminent, Joshua said, reaching for the old religious term. You permeated the world, or so you claimed, and yet you let those fanatics walk into the city with a nuke. You let Jansen and the other officers scramble to find them, while all along, Lobsang gave a slow nod. All along I could have, metaphorically speaking, snapped my fingers and ended it. Is that what you would have wanted if you could have? Why didn't you? You know, people have asked the same question of the Christian God for centuries. If he is all-knowing and all-powerful, why does he permit the suffering of even one child? I am not God, Joshua. Joshua let out a derisive snort. You enjoy playing that part? Whether you're holding a broom or wearing sandals? I can't peer into the hearts of people. I only observe what's on the outside. Often I discover I hadn't the faintest idea what was hidden inside until it shows itself through something said or done. And even if I could have prevented those bombings, should I have? What price would have been paid? How many lives would you have wanted me to take to stop an act that was only ever a possibility? What would you have thought of me then? People possess free will, Joshua. God won't, and I can't force them to stop hurting one another. I believe you should discuss this with Agnes. Why? She might help you discover how to forgive me. Joshua felt certain he never could, but he knew he had to set that aside for now. With deliberate effort, he turned his attention back to their surroundings. All right, the trolls, what have you found out? Oh, quite a lot. Their real language, for instance. It has nothing to do with the clumsy signing and picture-pointing pigeon humans have forced on them when they want to issue commands. Even that's become pretty impactful. Lobsang. You see clips of Mary signing "I will not" all over the place. On posters, in street art, online, even on those animated T-shirts. That's true, but it's reckless for the tax protesters in Valhalla to blend their symbols with the troll cause, mashing together two completely separate struggles, each of which spans the entire long earth. Lobsang settled back, wiping genuine sweat from his brow. You understand their music is the core of the troll's true language, Joshua. That shouldn't be a shock after interacting with humans. They adopt our tunes, but they transform them, weaving endless variations. Music is how they express the natural rhythms of their bodies, from heartbeats and breath to the cadence of their walk, even perhaps the firing of neurons in their minds. They use song rhythm as a timing mechanism for stepping in unison or coordinating a hunt. Galileo did something similar, you know. Galileo? He used musical tempo as a sort of clock for his early mechanics experiments, pendulum swings and such. And of course, the trolls' songs carry information. Even a slight dissonance can signal a warning. But there's far more to it. Watch them now, I believe they're preparing to hunt. The shimmering of the stepping trolls around the central group grew more intense. Returning scouts would weave a new thread into the ongoing harmonies, loud or soft, bold or subtle. The song itself was evolving, adapting, and the other steppers responded. I distribute food sources around the reservation, Lobsang explained. Across the stepwise worlds, I mean. Honeycombs, for example, and animals for them to hunt, like deer or rabbits. The pack operates as a single entity when seeking these resources. Scout steppers fan out across the worlds, and if one locates something promising, a deer herd, let's say, he or she returns and, well, sings the news. Sounds to me like they're still singing about getting tipsy on that Irish moonshine. The core melody is just the carrier wave, Joshua. My acoustic analysis shows variations in pitch, rhythm, even the phasing of song fragments that convey data on distance and the quality of the find. Other scouts pick up on that, go to verify, and return with confirmation or maybe a correction. It's an efficient method for the pack to survey all local options, and soon they reach a consensus, often shifting to a new key or an entirely different song to signal agreement, and then they step away. Honeybees operate this way. When they need a new hive location, scouts return and dance out the coordinates. Individually, trolls aren't much brighter than chimpanzees, but collectively they've evolved a method for the group to make smart, resilient choices. It's nothing like human decision-making or democracy, even the brand of democracy you practice out in the rural communities. He gave Joshua a knowing smile. I heard they gave you a mayor's title, in a manner of speaking. Was it a fiercely competitive race? Oh, be quiet. My primary role is to facilitate the town meetings. Hell knows where remains small enough for every able adult to assemble on the shared green and discuss matters. We follow Robert's Rules of Order. Very traditional, yet perhaps there's a hint of the troll's collective insight in your methods. Better that than enduring the mistakes of one misguided leader. The trolls nearly always reach the correct conclusion, Joshua, even when I present them with complex problems to unravel. Has anyone documented this before? No one has shown the dedication. People are usually fixated on what the trolls can provide for them, not on the troll's own desires, not on their inherent capabilities. Why don't our chimpanzees on the datum operate the same way? I believe it's an evolutionary adjustment to stepping. Out in the long earth, where your next meal might be geographically close but a few steps away, you require different strategies for searching and cooperating. Scouts must locate the resources and return swiftly with information. The group must decide whether to mobilize quickly. It's an environment that rewards efficient reconnaissance, precise communication, and rapid, decisive action. Exactly what we observe here. But the troll's music holds more than just immediate necessities. The long call, its essence echoing across the worlds, is a form of encoded communal knowledge. The call can cycle for a month before repeating, rich with ultrasonics entirely beyond human hearing. More than that, it's like a diffusion of consciousness, utterly alien to human experience. I've been attempting to decipher it. You can imagine the difficulty I'm making headway. I have a translation system in various early forms. If anyone can manage it, you can. Lobsang. Naturally, Lobsang replied with a touch of pride. But right now, Joshua, the long call is resonating with troubling news for the trolls, trouble caused by us. Observe, he rose somewhat stiffly and raised his hands. I aim to study the trolls in their natural condition. I made one simple agreement with this group in exchange for the sanctuary I provide, protection from humans. They would remain here until I verbally release them. They are not physically confined, simple as that. And now, Joshua, I will set them free. He clapped his hands sharply. Twice, the trolls ceased their song. They stopped stepping once the scouts regrouped, and every head, except the tiniest infant's, turned toward Lobsang. After a moment of silence, they began a new melody, a gentle, swaying tune. "Go away, Bay," Lobsang whispered to Joshua. Then they started to step away, mothers with young first, males last as a guard against potential threats. In under a minute they had vanished, leaving only disturbed earth behind. Joshua understood, gone to join the others, just like the reports say. All across the long earth. It's true, Joshua, and that is precisely what I needed to discuss with you. Come, let's walk. My joints are stiff from all that weeding. Under June skies that stayed clear across the worlds, suns dipped in unison like perfectly timed divers, and dusk gathered gently, slowly. On one world an owl called out for its own mysterious reasons. And, Lobsang continued speaking of the trolls, they've become crucial to the entire human economy, including the datum, however indirectly. So corporations, the black corporation among them, are applying immense pressure wherever possible to bring the trolls back. And back to work, yes. There are also security concerns. Worse than their disappearance would be if they were perceived as an active threat to humanity, potentially provoking a coordinated military reaction. We must prevent that. But there are deeper, more fundamental questions at play. The deeper I explore the world of trolls, the more certain I become that they are a cornerstone of the long Earth's entire ecosystem. Think of them like the elephants of the African plains. They've roamed these stepwise landscapes for millions of years, fundamentally shaping the terrain simply through the immense volume of vegetation they consume. This perspective was given to me by Sally Lindsay, who has observed them in their natural state far longer than I ever will. Remove such a keystone species and you trigger a trophic cascade. Eliminating the apex of a food web sends shockwaves all the way down, leading to violent population swings and even contributing to shifts in atmospheric gases. The result would be a wave of extinctions and ecological collapse rippling across the long Earth. Everywhere the trolls have tread, and the cause entirely us. Joshua let out a low sound, really warms the heart. The core problem, Joshua, is that the trolls have no compelling reason to return. Before Step Day, humanity shared a long and mutually respectful history with them. Decency was given and received in kind. Joshua's mind drifted to the tale of Private Percy Blakeney, a World War I veteran who, lost and confused in the stepwise worlds, was sheltered and sustained by trolls for years. Everything changed after Step Day. That young troll exploited for experiments at the Gap was just the beginning of a much darker pattern. It appears the only way to bring them back is to prove we will honour them, Joshua mused. To show we will heed when they say, I will not, as Mary once did. That's not a simple idea to get across to most people. I am aware of your efforts to persuade Senator Starling to advocate for their protection under US Aegis law. That in itself is a monumental task. Animal protection statutes are a tangled mess, Joshua agreed. It's more complex than legislation, Joshua. First, we must fundamentally decide what the trolls are. What do you mean? They defy our old comfortable categories. The entire concept of human versus animal, the division by which we claim dominion over nature, falls apart. It's as if we discovered a tribe of Homo habilis, a being caught directly between us and the animal kingdom. In many ways, trolls are animalistic. They don't wear clothing, have no written language, and communicate without words as we know them. They don't use fire? And yet, they possess profoundly human traits. They craft simple tools, digging sticks, stone axes. Their family bonds are powerful, which is precisely why trapping a mother by using her cub is so tragically effective. They demonstrate compassion, even toward humans. They have a language of music, and they laugh, Joshua. They genuinely laugh. Lobsang paused, the tone shifting from academic to something sharper, almost sardonic. So, here's the delightful human conundrum. You can own an animal and kill it with near impunity, give or take a few weak laws. But you cannot own a person, and killing one is murder. Should we then grant trolls human rights? We've dabbled in it in places like hell knows where the people are marginally more reasonable, Joshua interjected. Precisely. The essential question is whether we are willing to expand our own circle of being to include them. Which is a direct blow to our pride, correct? And to our entire self-image, Lobsang confirmed. Meanwhile, other factions argue trolls cannot be human because they show no evidence of perceiving God. At least none we can detect. Consider the Catholic perspective. If trolls have souls, they are fallen creatures, burdened by original sin. This would make it a sacred duty to baptize them, to save them from limbo. But if they are merely animals, performing such a rite is blasphemy. The Pope is reportedly preparing a statement on the matter. But for now, the theological debates only add more fuel to an already raging fire. What's Agnes's take on all this? Her view is considerably more straightforward. She says, trolls enjoy ice cream and they know how to laugh. Of course they're human, Lobsang. Now go fetch your broom, you missed a spot. That was Agnes, no question about it. Sally hauled me all the way from my home to the datum over this. It figures she found us a decade back because of a troll disturbance back when they were running from first-person singular. And now you want me to head out again, don't you? Out into the long earth, past the high megas. To do what, exactly? Track down Sally and Jansen with Mary, I suppose. Then what? Locate where the trolls have gone to ground, try to coax them back into the human world. That's the essence of it, Lobsang replied. Seems impossible, doesn't it? And it doesn't help that we're already neck-deep in the chaos from the Valhallan independence push. You're looking to set things right again. You and I always did think alike. Joshua. Lobsang stooped to pluck a solitary brown leaf from the perfectly manicured grass. He didn't voice the question, but it lingered between them. Would Joshua do it? Joshua considered his life. Nearing 40 now, he had a young wife, a child, a place in the community at hell knows where. He wasn't that rugged wanderer anymore, if he ever truly had been. And here was Sally, vanishing into the soft places of the long earth, as if daring him to follow. Here was Lobsang, a phantom from his past, issuing his summons once more. Was Joshua really going to leap at the command? Of course he was, even if he wasn't the man he used to be. But then Lobsang wasn't quite who he used to be either. They continued walking, their path occasionally shifting from one world to the next, each sunset bleeding into another. The haunting songs of the trolls lingered in the fragrant air of every earth. But Joshua wondered, even as he listened, if the chorus was growing fainter. He ventured cautiously. Seeing you now, I understand your instinct was correct. What do you mean? You really did need Sister Agnes. Lobsang let out a weary sigh. But I believe I need you as well, Joshua. I often find myself remembering our time together on the Mark Twain. Seen any classic films lately? That's another thing with Agnes. She won't permit any movie viewing unless it features nuns. Ouch. That's harsh. She claims it's another form of character building. Naturally, there aren't many films that fit the bill, so we end up watching the same ones on a loop. He gave a theatrical shudder. Don't even mention 2 mules for Sister Sarah. But the musicals are pure torture. Although Agnes insists the scene with the freezer raid in Sister Act is a perfectly authentic glimpse of convent life. Well, that's something, I guess. Nun musicals, huh? A voice cut across the park, a voice Joshua remembered all too well from his own youth. Lobsang, time to come in now. Your little friend can wait until tomorrow. She's installed loudspeakers everywhere. Lobsang grumbled, hefting his rake as they trudged across the lawn. See what I've been reduced to? To think I once hired 4,900 monks to chant for 49 days on 49 mountain peaks across stepwise Tibets, all for this. Joshua gave him a sympathetic clap on the shoulder. It's rough, Lobsang. She's treating you like a teenager, like you're 16 going on 17. Lobsang shot him a sharp look. You can stop that right now, he snapped, but I've got confidence you can rise above this, Lobsang. Joshua continued undeterred. Just meet each challenge head on. Climb every mountain. Lobsang turned and stalked away in a sulk. Joshua waved cheerfully after him. So long, farewell. Joshua exited a Transearth facility via the reception building at Madison West 10. He could have stepped away from anywhere, but it felt more courteous to leave the way he came. Besides, he needed to return his badge to Hero. Waiting for him in the foyer was Bill Chambers. Bill, what are you doing here? Lobsang sent for me, Bill said. He figured you'd want company for the journey. What journey? To find Sally and the trolls. What else? But we only just talked about it. Joshua sighed, a mix of resignation and amusement. What the hell? That's Lobsang for you. All right, Bill. I appreciate it. Credit to him, he mentioned he'd provide a translation device so we can communicate with the trolls. If we can even locate them, to be frank, I haven't a clue where to begin. I do, he said, his weathered face breaking into a broad grin. Which is probably why he called for me. We begin with Sally. We need to determine where she might have headed. How do we manage that? Well, Joshua, like it or not, you're the closest person to her in the entire world. There has to be something, a remark she made, an action she took that gives us a trail to follow. I'll give it some thought, fine. What's next? Then we have to find those trolls, and I've got a notion about that. Take a look at this. He fished an object from his jacket pocket and passed it to Joshua. It was an audio cassette, a piece of technology decades out of date. The plastic casing was scuffed and dirty, the label faded beyond reading. As Joshua took it, he noticed a peculiar scent, part animal musk, part earthy patchouli, part sharp chemical. It smelled unmistakably of crisp nights in the high megas. Who on earth still uses cassette tapes outside a museum exhibit? What is this, Bill? It's bait. Bait for what, or for whom? For someone who's going to assist us, you'll see. So, what's our first move? I'm going home to see my family. I need to try and explain all this to Helen. Bill met his gaze directly. Ah, she already knows, my friend. And Joshua recalled that snippet of poetry Helen had mentioned at the very start of everything. A woman with the West in her eyes, and a man with his back to the East. Yeah, you're probably right. As for me, I'm off to get thoroughly drunk while the opportunity lasts. See you in the morning. The Benjamin Franklin was dispatched to the town of New Purity, located 100,000 worlds east of Valhalla, following a vague report of further troll-related disturbances. Joe Mackenzie stood beside Maggie on the observation deck, surveying the settlement below. From above, it appeared orderly. A town hall, tidy fields, and predictably what looked like a sizable church. New Purity, huh? He remarked. What's this group called again? Maggie consulted her notes. The Uncut Brethren. Well, a church is no surprise, but there's no defensive wall, none, and look over there. She pointed toward what resembled a burial pit. Even as the airship descended, Maggie's instincts began sounding alarms. The Uncut Brethren. Having been homeschooled by committed atheists who argued that militant disbelief was as dogmatic as any fire and brimstone preacher, Maggie had developed a fascination with ideological extremes. As something of a student of belief systems, she felt she recognized the type as the Brethren assembled to greet the Franklin's crew, all dressed uniformly in drab woolen smocks with long braids down their backs, men and women alike. They seemed courteous enough until Jake the Troll and his family descended the ramp from the hovering ship after the human crew. A young man immediately approached Maggie. We do not permit these beings on our land, in our homes or near our fields. They are impure. Maggie studied his face, initially annoyed, but she saw strain there, even sorrow. Something terrible had occurred here. Impure in what way? And Jake is not a being. The man's expression tightened. Very well, let him tell me that himself. Maggie sighed. Actually, that might be possible just about. What's your name, sir? My name is unimportant. I speak for everyone. It is our custom. Maggie felt a gentle, insistent tug on her arm. It was Jake. She signalled to Nathan Boss, who carried the translation device. The emitted words were halting. This living person is near death, has departed, person was, and is no more. A song of grief. Hearing these raspy phrases from the device, the brethren stared at the troll. Maggie turned to the young spokesman. What happened here? Just show me, in response. He led her away from the orderly buildings to the pit they had seen from the air. It was indeed a gouge in the earth, filled with the dead. Maggie estimated there were at least a dozen bodies scattered around. Perhaps more. While she saw no human remains, the scene was littered with humanoid forms, trolls, and another species she recognized from her mission briefings. Elves, and not the friendly kind. These were one of the more aggressive varieties, if her memory served. She turned back to the young man, her tone shifting to one of quiet authority. I believe it's time you told me your name. He flushed, stammering. Brother Geoffrey, I'm an auditor with the Uncut Brethren. We're a contemplative order. We hold that a soul properly prepared can transcend any hostile environment. His voice trailed off into silence. The tale she pieced together from Geoffrey, between his choked sobs and apologies, was one she'd heard echoed across the long earth. Each stepwise world was a fresh start, a free canvas waiting for a beautiful life to be painted upon it, provided you dreamed boldly and stayed vigilant. Here the Brethren had established what sounded like a decent open settlement, modelled, according to Geoffrey, on Athenian principles. Their philosophy seemed a well-intentioned mashup of teachings from figures Maggie loosely categorized as the good ones, Jesus, Buddha, Confucius. Yet they had ignored fundamental warnings, the kind even novice steppers received before leaving the datum, and the specific danger that found them, out of all the possibilities out here, had been elves. Mac approached, his expression grim. "We've done some preliminary work on that pit, Captain. The elves were the aggressors. The trolls only have defensive wounds. Looks like the elves stepped in, targeting the humans specifically." Maggie recalled briefings detailing these sudden, bewildering assaults launched by stepping hunter-killers. A wooden stockade wouldn't have stopped steppers. True, but sellers would have, and I doubt this group bothered to dig any. The trolls were caught in the middle, heck. They might have just been passing through, maybe even trying to help. Rotten luck for them, especially with troll numbers declining everywhere. And it didn't do the trolls any favours. These colonists probably couldn't tell a troll from an elf. So they fired on anything that wasn't human, Maggie concluded. That's the unfortunate summary, Mac agreed. Thanks, Mac. Geoffrey remained nearby, wringing his hands. My own mother. She was taken, and I know, but it wasn't the trolls. She gestured toward little Carl, who was happily entertaining some of the settlement's children with a few simple toys. That is what trolls do. You need to grasp the reality of the long earth if you want to survive out here. And in your situation, with elves in the vicinity, that means welcoming the trolls. They'll help you clear land, raise barns, dig wells. Most importantly, their presence tends to keep the elves at a distance. He wrestled visibly with the concept, but his next question was pragmatic. How do we manage that? Bring the trolls here, I mean. It was a tough question, particularly now, as trolls seemed to be retreating from human-inhabited worlds everywhere. She offered a slight shrug. Start by being decent to them, for instance. With my crew's help, you could bury those trolls with the same respect you show your own people. Word of a gesture like that travels fast among them. We'll also help you dig some proper cellars before we leave, basic anti-step precautions, and maybe put up a stockade for good measure. They laboured through the afternoon. As dusk settled, the community assembled, listening to the haunting song from the trolls travelling with the Franklin. Soon replies began to drift back, like distant echoes from beyond the shadowy horizon. The far-off calls blended strangely with those nearby, weaving over the landscape into a vast, mournful symphony. Yet, to Maggie's ear, the chorus carried a distinct hollow note of absence. The long earth was growing quiet, a silence seeping into its many worlds as the trolls withdrew. To Maggie, it felt like a profound, unsettling shift, as if every elephant had suddenly decided to abandon Africa. It was a retreat of nature itself, a silent rebuke of humanity. Even her own trolls seemed agitated, their restlessness a sign she couldn't ignore. She resolved to free them if their desire to leave became unmistakable. With a weary sigh, she anticipated the coming complaints from homesteaders, demanding the government return their troll labourers and fix a situation they barely understood. After 2 days hovering above New Purity, the Benjamin Franklin ascended and vanished stepwise into the sky. Sally recognized this world immediately, though it was entirely new to Jansen. Everything beyond the lows was unfamiliar territory to her. Their journey from the Gap had taken 3 weeks, a cautious trek through soft places where Sally prioritized stealth over speed. Moving trolls was no simple task. Their massive frames required constant feeding. They emerged into a landscape that bordered on desert, a broad valley flanked by pock-marked cliffs. Below, a few twisted trees, the ruins of a stone bridge, and a single imposing structure of black-shaped stone dominated the dry basin. The air was parched, pulling moisture from the skin, and Jansen instinctively sought shelter in the sparse shade. Sally remembered this place all too well. She warned of lingering radiation, advising they keep a safe distance from that dark cube. This was Rectangles, the world she had explored a decade ago with Joshua and Lobsang, a place that had seemed a graveyard for failed intelligence, where Joshua once discovered a solitary sapphire ring. Little appeared changed, save for the traces of recent visitors, boot prints, old campfire scars, marker flags, and scattered trash like plastic cartons and torn bags. The troll and her cub ambled away in search of water and shade, while Sally settled Jansen under a stunted tree, making a rough bed from their gear and covering her with a silver emergency blanket. She then built a small fire, not for warmth, but to deter any curious creatures. Jansen, her voice weak but clear, pieced it together. "You've been here before with Joshua? And we're here because you think the trolls are hiding nearby. That's the guess, isn't it?" Whatever it's based on, Sally offered only a non-committal shrug. Jansen had come to understand her during their travels. Sally would vanish for hours, sometimes days, tapping into some hidden network of contacts and whispers she'd cultivated out here. Jansen suspected even Sally would struggle to articulate the fragmented clues she'd gathered. If she came here, trolls would be found, or would find them. That was the core of her instinct. Jansen had learned to trust that Sally's gut and scattered intelligence might just lead them true. It was pointless to press for details. Selective silence was one of Sally's most frustrating traits. Once Jansen drifted into an uneasy sleep, Sally set out to scout. The valley floor struck her as unnaturally flat, just as it had a decade prior, like a single vast slab of stone. Perhaps another ancient artifact forgotten by time. Scree slopes tumbled down from the canyon walls, dotted here and there with patches of tough, heat-loving greenery clinging to life. At first, the landscape seemed utterly still. No birds, no insects, no sign of any creature moving. Sally wasn't worried. Where there were plants, there would be something to eat them, and something else to eat that. It was just a matter of patience. She settled into the shade of a rock face, crouching low, for 25 years now. This had been her life ever since she left the datum for good, not long after Step Day. Living off the land across the long earth was second nature, though it was a mistake to think animals untouched by humanity were automatically tame. The tastiest meals were often the most skittish, trained by evolution to flee anything unfamiliar. You just had to wait them out. This valley was exactly as she remembered, save for the newer boot prints scarring the dust. Of all the wonders Joshua and Lobsang brought back from their expedition a decade ago, this find had caused the biggest stir, proof of intelligent reptilian beings over 1.5 million steps away. Lobsang's protests that the colony organism called First Person Singular was far more fascinating fell on deaf ears. Nobody could wrap their head around that. And it didn't matter that these creatures weren't technically dinosaurs. The label stuck. Universities scrambled for funding, and for years researchers braved the lingering radioactivity to study the site, sending drones and sensor balloons to map the buried remains of a global culture. The pyramid here was just the visible peak. Beneath the sands lay traces of cities, roads and canals, clearly alien in design yet hauntingly familiar. It was almost funny, in a grim way. Here they were, humans poking through the ruins of another civilization's downfall, acting like archaeologists at a cosmic crime scene. The earnest theories, the careful funding proposals, all this fuss over bones and dust. The truth was probably simpler. Some ancient war, a plague, or just plain bad luck with a falling rock from space. A band of ragged survivors, their world in ashes, had probably stumbled upon this place, drawn to the glow of a natural nuclear pile like moths to a flame. They'd turned it into a temple, a god that slowly poisoned them. What a punchline. The universe serves up a radioactive death trap, and a smart species bows down to it. We're not so different, really, building our own altars to things that might kill us, just with better interior decorating. Perhaps in this world, the cataclysm that wiped out the dinosaurs back home played out differently. Maybe it cleared the stage for smaller, cleverer cousins of the raptors to rise. These rectangle beings might have been their descendants, but their own time ran out too. Now there was only silence, dust, and the faint, persistent whisper of radiation, a monument not to glory, but to the quiet, indifferent end of things. Sally shifted her weight, eyes scanning the shadows. Sooner or later something would come for the greenery. She was ready to wait. From the very start, some had theorized that this mound wasn't a natural formation at all, but the dangerous, decaying remains of a far older and more sophisticated technology. The lingering radiation might have leaked from a forgotten reactor core or a sealed waste repository. This idea sparked considerable debate, yet it aligned perfectly with Sally's initial gut feeling upon discovering the site. There was a certain appeal in not having all the answers neatly packaged. Like every world she'd encountered, this one refused to be a tidy theoretical model. It was a messy, singular product of its own convoluted history. Having studied at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, Sally possessed enough scientific literacy to recognize when a grand theory was built on shaky, insufficient evidence, and she wisely tuned out most of the baseless speculation. It secretly delighted her that Joshua had never disclosed their one physical memento from this place. The stunning ring, so finely made it could have come from a master jeweller, found on the skeletal finger of a post-dinosaur creature. She was glad he'd kept it safe all these years. Eventually, the funding dried up. The endless possibilities of the long Earth beckoned researchers to newer curiosities, and the archaeologists packed up their sights and moved on. Now, with her hunter's instincts fully engaged, Sally was grateful for the resulting solitude. It was just her and the shadows stretching across the stone until a warm puff of air brushed her neck. So the hunter becomes the hunted. She thought instantly, cursing her own inattention. She spun around, her hand flying to the knife on her belt. Her first impression was of a wolf enormous, with bristling fur, a gaping maw, a lolling tongue, and eyes as cold and empty as a glacial plain. It likely outweighed her, and it had crept close enough to practically smell her before she'd sensed a thing. She fought the immediate primal urge to simply step away, her default escape. She wasn't travelling alone this time. She had to consider Jansen. She doubted she had time to shout a warning, or if it would even help. But the creature didn't pounce. Instead, it retreated a step, then another, and rose onto its hind legs. This wasn't the awkward balancing act of a trained dog. It stood upright with an unsettling natural ease, as if its anatomy was meant for it. Now she noticed a sort of utility belt around its waist, from which dangled various implements, including a pistol of sleek, unfamiliar metal that looked like it belonged in a futuristic comic strip, utterly incongruous here. As the being spread its forepaws toward her, she saw the digits were long and supple, the paws resembling thumbless hands sheathed in a leathery hide. The surprises just kept coming. Then it spoke. Sally, Linz, A. The voice was a guttural rasp, a shaped whisper, yet perfectly intelligible. The words were accompanied by subtle body language, a tilt of the head, a twitch of the snout. Coming her, we knew, Cobles say. Welcome with that. It threw its magnificent head back and unleashed a resonant howl. In the weeks since departing the Low Chinas, the airships, Zheng He and Liu Yang, had pressed steadily eastward, their stepping rhythm gradually quickening, though Roberta learned they were still operating well below their theoretical maximum speed. A vast tapestry of worlds streamed beneath their bows, cold and temperate, wet and dry. This eastern progression, roughly mirroring the maps charted by American explorers to the west, all punctuated by the occasional startling oddity of a Joker world. They made regular stops, with crew members descending in protective gear to observe, measure and collect samples of geology, plant life, animals, and even unusual atmospheric components. They adhered to the long Earth exploration protocol Joshua Valienté had pioneered years before, with ground teams guided by controllers aboard the airships. From her vantage point above, Roberta kept meticulous records. They had now crossed a significant threshold of 2 million steps from the datum Earth. Now they neared a specific world where Roberta herself was scheduled to descend to the surface alongside Lieutenant Wu Yue-sai. The Chinese had previously visited this planet, conducting preliminary surveys, making it a suitable location for Roberta's first off-ship experience. She was told this initial landing would serve as a training exercise, a notion she accepted without protest. She had already logged considerable hours in a simulation chamber with Lieutenant Wu, learning to secure her jumpsuit, operate her personal stepper unit, and manage the compact shoulder-mounted monitors. The lieutenant demonstrated how the captain's voice would reach them through discreet earpieces, how to utilize the medical kits and emergency rations, and even how to unfold the silvery thermal blankets should they become marooned. They practiced with the issued handguns, their construction a blend of ceramic and bronze. Roberta handled each piece of gear, inquired with precise questions, and repeated every procedure until it felt automatic. USA attempted to inject some levity into the sessions. She told clumsy jokes in her accented English and devised little competitions to pass the time. Roberta would simply wait politely for these interludes to finish before resuming her own methodical drills. In time, she sensed USI's efforts wane, a subtle withdrawal that Roberta had witnessed in many instructors before. It wasn't that Roberta Golding failed to comprehend people. She understood them with piercing clarity. USI's attempts at camaraderie were obvious motivational tactics, which Roberta saw through instantly. Her own fierce internal drive rendered external encouragement unnecessary. Yet that very self-containment seemed to disappoint USI, a reaction Roberta noted as well. At 15, Roberta possessed a gaze that cut through fog. She perceived realities more sharply than those around her, including her own stark limitations. Here, preparing to set foot on an alien stepwise world, she was acutely aware that a moment's ignorance or plain bad luck could end her life. She saw this possibility and accepted it with a serenity that unnerved others. But what was the alternative? Self-deception. The path she had chosen felt like a lifelong project of stripping away illusions. What was this universe, really? Why was it here at all? If it held a purpose, what could it possibly be? To her, these were the only inquiries of any consequence. The sole reliable tool humanity had forged to probe such mysteries was the scientific method, a disciplined, self-correcting pursuit of truth. Yet, since she was about 12, it had become painfully clear to her that established sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, had only crept incrementally toward the foundational questions. Those profound wonders seemed largely abandoned to theologians and philosophers. Their answers, unfortunately, often struck her as a muddle of uncertainty, wishful thinking, and ornate nonsense that had likely caused more suffering than enlightenment. And yet, that was the only material she had to work with. For now, she had committed herself, at least officially, to theology and philosophy alongside her natural science studies, a dual focus that had secured her grants from the Vatican, Mormon scholars, Islamic foundations, and various philosophical institutes for this expedition into the stepwise realms. In dealing with these patrons, she had quickly learned when to keep silent about her private view that organized faith was a form of collective delusion. She had to use the tools available. Sometimes she felt like a medieval scholar ascending through church ranks simply because no other institution supported learning. Or perhaps more accurately, as if she'd been flung further back in time, forced to try and build a radio telescope using only stone tools and lumps of raw pigment. The irony wasn't lost on her, and in a sudden sharp twist of perspective, she almost laughed at the absurd grandeur of it all. Here she was, a teenager, being suited up to walk on another world, funded by ancient belief systems she privately dismissed, all in pursuit of truths they couldn't begin to articulate. The solemnity of the moment cracked, replaced by a dry internal sarcasm at the whole improbable endeavour. Still, she persevered. There was no other path. Despite the frustrating confines of her available education, Roberta Golding saw the world with unflinching clarity. Roberta possessed a rare clarity when it came to people, often seeing them with a sharpness they themselves lacked. At just 11, during a philosophy exam, she had written that humanity was essentially the faint remainder left after subtracting the baffled chimpanzee. Insights like that marked her as a gifted student, and back in Happy Landings, a place full of bright children, she'd never struggled to be chosen for the netball squad. Here, however, her tendency toward brief, lecture-like replies, and her habit of correcting minor mistakes did little to endear her to the crew, not even to the usually tolerant Yui Sai. After the airships positioned themselves over a viable site, they systematically launched sounding rockets and weather balloons to gather more data about this unfamiliar world. Then Yui Sai escorted Roberta to the elevator platform. They performed a final equipment check before descending to the surface of Earth. East 227,749, they emerged at the border of a dense forest near a vast meandering river delta. From the shelter of the trees, Roberta gazed out across the open wetlands and the estuary's plain, all the way to a crisp line where the ocean met the sky. Her attention was captured by enormous flying creatures skimming the ocean's surface, a whole flock of them, each with expansive, filmy wings outstretched. They were the largest airborne beings she had ever witnessed. Were they akin to pterosaurs or perhaps giant bats? Maybe they had evolved from an entirely different lineage. Backlit by the glittering sea light, they swooped lower, their graceful necks dipping to snatch sizable fish or fish-like creatures from the water, swallowing them whole with their elongated beaks. This was a warm, aquatic planet, one with elevated sea levels and shallow oceans that encroached deep into continental interiors, a world capable of sustaining such breathtaking spectacles. Yet, as Roberta knew from her studies, it was also a world with unique perils seldom found on drier Earths like the datum, including extreme weather events like the hypercane already forming over the local version of the Pacific. Suddenly, shadows shifted among the trees. USI gestured sharply. Roberta muted the speaker feed from her shoulder monitor and froze, silent and still within the forest cover. Enormous shapes moved past them, heading toward the estuary for fresh water. Roberta caught sight of sturdy, muscular bodies moving on all fours with tremendously powerful hindquarters. They reminded her of kangaroos, but heavily built up. Their ears flared out into vast, colourful crests, stiffened with cartilage. Several of these animals moved together, the adults standing taller at the shoulder than Roberta, with calves trotting alongside, and one tiny infant peeking from a pouch on its mother's belly. With feline silence, Yu Sai slipped through the undergrowth, trailing the herd. Roberta did her best to follow. She wasn't as quiet as her companion, but the whirring lenses of her shoulder-mounted monitor pack made more noise than her own footsteps, a small point of pride for her. They reached the forest's edge beside a branching freshwater stream across the damp estuary plain. Huge flocks of bird-like creatures strutted, bickered, and fed. The area was awash with colour from abundant marsh flowers under a rich blue sky. Roberta thought she spotted the familiar ridged backs of crocodilian creatures gliding through the deeper channels. And there, at the water's edge, the forest creatures came to drink. The most striking were those massive, bulky, roo-like animals, with their vivid sail-like ear crests. They moved with a slow, deliberate patience, so substantial and solid they seemed carved from living stone. Their great hind legs clearly had evolved for powerful kicks rather than the bounding leaps of a datum kangaroo. Yet, those spectacular ear crests appeared oddly delicate, almost translucent in the sunlight, mere skin and tissue stretched over frames of cartilage. The crests shimmered with vibrant, shifting patterns that seemed to melt and reform as Roberta stared. Yue Sai whispered into her comm, "Captain Chen, Mr. Montacute, are you seeing this? We are, Lieutenant." Captain Chen's voice crackled in their earpieces. "Maintain visual. The complexity is extraordinary. I'm routing the feed to our pattern analysis teams immediately." Yue Sai nudged Roberta and gestured further down the bank. More creatures had come to drink. They moved with an almost delicate grace on two powerful hind legs, their small forelimbs dangling uselessly. With their elongated serpentine necks and broad, flat beaks, they reminded Roberta of grotesque, featherless birds. Their noisy slurping was punctuated by the lazy sway of thick, muscular tails. "Are they birds?" Roberta wondered aloud, "or some kind of dinosaur?" Yu Sai gave a dismissive shrug. "Taxonomy is a local custom here. Expect nothing. Be surprised by everything." Roberta grasped the concept. The branching histories of the long earth shared a common trunk but sprouted wildly different limbs. You were essentially walking across a landscape of divergent possibilities, where a single altered event millions of years ago could send evolution spiralling down an entirely new path. "Take those duckbills," USI continued. "Bird-like, yes, but those big, flashy, crested things, mammals, marsupials, probably. And then there's that," she pointed. Elves. Humanoid figures, a band of them, perhaps 24, including young and infants, had settled a safe distance from the larger herbivores and the deeper, crocodile-haunted water. They scooped water with cupped hands and dug in the mud for grubs and roots. A couple of younger males squabbled, their arguments punctuated by sharp pant hoots and sudden, jarring steps between worlds, making them flicker in and out of view like a glitching film. And there were others deeper in the woods. Yusai murmured, her voice low. I caught glimpses. A thunderous crash severed her sentence. Both women ducked deeper into the foliage. The duckbills flinched, the great crest beasts lowered their heads and formed a defensive huddle. Another explosive sound followed, the crack of splintering timber and the groan of a falling tree. The forest wall seemed to tear open as a monstrous predator erupted into the clearing. It stood a staggering 15 yards long, a masterpiece of balanced terror on two piston-like legs. Its comparatively small arms were still thicker than Roberta's thighs, and one was tangled with a torn vine. A riot of brilliantly coloured feathers like some barbaric ceremonial robe covered its hide. Its head was a cavern of serrated teeth, and when it roared, Roberta swore she could taste blood and decay on the air. It advanced with a chilling mechanical purpose. It seemed less a living thing and more a perfect engine of destruction, yet it breathed and its claws tore the earth. The herbivores were already in panicked flight, thundering along the riverbank. But the elves held their ground. They fanned out into a ragged defensive line, adults brandishing crude stone knives at the front, the young hissing behind them. It was a scene of absurd, primal defiance, Tool using hominids squaring off against a dinosaur. Yui Sai watched, utterly transfixed. A dinosaur, or what's evolved to take its place? Tyrannosaur niche? Definitely. Let us not forget, Captain Chen interjected with academic pride, that China boasted its own spectacular dinosaur lineages every bit as formidable. Lieutenant, we might consider other analogies as well, the captain suggested. Yusai nodded, her focus elsewhere. Indeed, sir, it could be a flightless avian species. If the comparison to a tyrannosaur holds, this is likely a female. Their territories span several miles, with males being far more dispersed, appearing only once every few dozen miles. But what is that object on its forearm? The confrontation was reaching its peak, the predator's thunderous bellows and the answering snarls and postures of the humanoid figures built to a crescendo. Suddenly, the beast lunged directly into the heart of the group. The younger ones scattered with their guardians. The adult elves began to flicker, phasing in and out of reality with a speed the predator couldn't match. It ducked its massive head, jaws snapping at the air, and swept its powerful arms and tail through empty space. In a stunning display, one elf materialized mid-leap right beside the creature's head, slashing at its eye with a blade before vanishing again, never having touched the sand. The timing was impeccable. Only a reflexive jerk of the head saved the predator's eye. Bleeding and furious, the beast stood encircled, unable to land a decisive blow. It roared again, lashing its tail. But the humanoids had made their point. They withdrew now, mothers gathering their young, and as far as Roberta could tell, they left no one behind. "You've got to admire their courage," Jacques commented over the comm. "They faced their monster head-on." Yui Sai gave a slight shrug. In time, the creature will learn to avoid humanoids, particularly steppers. Besides, they were never her primary objective. Observe. The predator was already turning, charging down the beach after the massive crest ruse. The herd had a significant lead, alarmed tons of muscle and bone in motion. They resembled a retreating armoured column, yet one mother lingered, trying to guide her slower calf. "They're too far ahead," Jacques said. "Are you certain?" Captain Chen asked softly. "Watch what she's doing with her arm." Roberta saw it. As the predator ran, its spine and tail nearly horizontal, it used one dexterous hand to unwind a thick vine from its forearm. The vine was about 6 feet long, weighted at both ends with heavy nut-like objects. Even at a full sprint, the predator whirled the vine and let it fly. It arced through the air and wrapped tightly around the hind legs of the lagging mother crest rue. The vine snapped upon impact, but it was enough. The mother crashed to the sand. Her calf slowed beside her, emitting a plaintive cry. The predator was upon them in an instant. It raced past, ducking its head to tear a massive piece from the rue's hindquarter, then almost casually slammed its skull against one of the magnificent flaring ears, crushing the cartilage and causing the crest to collapse like a broken umbrella. The wounded mother roared in agony, but managed to stagger to her feet, blood pouring from the grievous wound. She nudged her calf, urging it onward as they limped after the vanished herd. The predator stood panting at the water's edge, its maw stained crimson. It dipped its head for a long drink, shook itself, and began a steady trot after the injured pair. The pursuit with an inevitable conclusion. "That was a bolus," Roberta stated. "Yes," Yue Sai replied, a rare spark of excitement in her eyes. The object itself could be a natural formation, a vine with seed pods, but the application was anything but instinctual. She looked quietly triumphant at this monumental discovery. "I warned you, Roberta. We are in uncharted territory. Abandon all your assumptions. I'll endorse that fully," Captain Chen said. "And I should add, our analysts report detecting structured data within the light patterns that flashed across the crests of those rue-like creatures. They were communicating visually through their crests, evidence of sentience." The scholars on board would need to clearly articulate these findings in their collaborative paper. A mammalian, reptilian tool using intelligence discovered beyond Earth East 2 million, an incredible achievement for China. As they walked back toward the pickup location, Chen, his enthusiasm undimmed, continued. "We Chinese have our own utopian tale, Roberta. It dates to the 5th century after your Christ, about a fisherman who navigated a narrow cave into the peach blossom land. There, descendants of soldiers lost since the Qin dynasty lived in harmony, sheltered by mountains, at peace with one another and with nature. Yet when he tried to return, the path was lost forever. Utopias are like that. Legends of them appear everywhere. Even in North America, where indigenous dreams of the happy hunting ground were later overshadowed by settlers' tales of the Big Rock Candy Mountain. Do you believe if we journey far enough, we might actually find such a place? Could these stories be faint memories of an early glimpse of the long Earth itself?" "This conversation lacks any rational foundation," Roberta replied quietly. "And as for your planned publications, none of it will matter." Yue Sai turned to her. "What do you mean?" Jacques asked. Roberta gestured broadly at the surrounding terrain. "An approaching hypercane will obliterate all of this. I've been analyzing the climatic patterns of these high sea level worlds. They are susceptible to monstrous hurricanes that draw energy from the shallow oceans, storms that can cover continents with winds reaching 1,000 miles per hour. Water vapour is hurled into the stratosphere, devastating the ozone layer. I've also reviewed the data from the weather balloons launched from the Twains. Such a storm is developing right now. Consult your meteorologists. The signs are unmistakable. It will intensify over the coming weeks, and when it does, this intricate little community will be directly in its path. It has been an interesting experiment, a stepwise mingling of species, but it will soon be concluded. Silence fell. Concluded, Captain Chen finally repeated. Roberta was accustomed to this sort of reaction to her phrasing and found it exasperating, like a child covering its ears to avoid unpleasant news. All life concludes eventually. I am merely stating a fact. It's blindingly obvious. No one spoke again. Yue Sai looked away. Captain, I believe we should return now. Agreed. The Zhenghe and the Liu Yang remained for several days near Earth East, 220,239. Scientists catalogued their observations and specimens, while engineers conducted thorough system checks and routine maintenance on the airships. Then they proceeded onward into stretches of the eastern long Earth, never before seen by Chinese crews or anyone else, into the unknown. Not long after, the vessels made a more extended stop beside Earth East 217,064.3. Here they encountered a gap, a rupture in the chain of stepwise worlds where the corresponding Earth was missing. Roberta noted quietly to Jacques that the first gap discovered in the west by Joshua Valienté had been located around Earth West 2 million. The similarity in those numbers surely hinted at some underlying truth about the vast probability tree of the long Earth. Valienté's airship had been severely damaged stepping into the vacuum of that gap. The Chinese ships were better equipped. Their crews manoeuvred the vessels back and forth across the void, deploying rugged automated probes which, carried by the momentum of the adjacent world's spin, drifted away into the gap's dark, empty sky. Jacques watched the transmitted images with little interest, stars that looked no different from those seen anywhere, planets orbiting with a bland indifference to the absence of an Earth below. The crew, however, was captivated in a way they hadn't been by the humanoids or dinosaur descendants. Jacques considered that this was, after all, a mission launched by a space agency. Naturally, the team would be drawn to these windows into the broader cosmos. Roberta shared this fascination, requesting that the probes extend their scans to the neighbouring planets, Mars and Venus, to analyse any variances in their atmospheric compositions and surface conditions. With the preliminary survey of this new gap concluded, Captain Chen approached his passengers with an almost giddy, excited smile, urging them to be at the observation deck the next morning. That, he promised, is when our true voyage commences. Come morning, Jacques and Roberta stood with Lieutenant Wu before the expansive forward windows, Jacques holding a steaming coffee, Roberta with a cool glass of water. The two airships hung suspended in the sky of this newest world, like a pair of sleek metallic fish gliding above an endless sea of green forest. A river cut a glassy path through the middle distance, and farther off lay the characteristic shallow, warm sea, a sheet of blue stretching to the horizon. The stepping began abruptly. Worlds began to flip past, slowly at first, then with gathering speed. Soon they were moving at a step per second, a familiar rhythm by now, and weather systems pulsed to the beat of Jacques' own heart. Brilliant sun, then clouds, sudden rain, violent storms, and even brief flurries of snow. The forest detail below flickered wildly. Once, a massive, freshly made crater yawned directly beneath the Zhenghe's prow, only to be snatched away like a discarded theatre set. And occasionally a world would flare with light or plunge into darkness, signalling another recorded Joker event. Captain Chen joined them, his hand gripping the polished wooden rail that ran the length of the window. "You might want to hold on tight," he advised. From behind them, the trolls' voices rose in a harmonious, if surreal, rendition of 8 miles high. The stepping rate intensified. For Jacques, the procession of worlds became visually jarring, akin to a strobe light flashing with increasing rapidity directly in his eyes. He tried to fix his gaze on the morning sun, a constant in the ever-shifting skies, but masks of cloud whipped across its face, and the heavens themselves flickered between white, grey and blue. Everyone now clutched the rail, Roberta included. Jacques thought he could hear a deep thrumming from the engines, sensing the airships driving forward even as they stepped. He watched the silvery hull of the Liu Yang flex and bend, like a great plastic fish swimming through the strobing light of countless worlds. Someone behind them was sick. "It will pass," reassured Yue Sai. We've all been screened for epilepsy, and the anti-nausea medication is thorough. This discomfort is only temporary. The stepping accelerated further, the weather systems blurring past their view in a dizzying cascade. Jacques forced himself to keep watching, anchoring his focus on the solid rail in his hands and the steady vibration of the ship's engines thrumming up through the deck. And then, almost imperceptibly, the flickering began to soften and fade, the individual worlds merging into a continuous fluid blur. The sun, now paler than before, hung fixed in its position, within a seemingly cloudless sky that had deepened to a twilight blue. The landscape below turned misty and indistinct, the hills reduced to grey, amorphous shapes dotted with patches of forest that appeared to swell, tremble and vanish. The river, which had been jerking snake-like across the terrain, now broadened into a wide silvery grey band, as if flooding the land, and the coastline dissolved into a vague, uncertain boundary between earth and sea. "We've passed the flicker fusion threshold," Roberta whispered. "Yes!" Captain Chen exclaimed, his voice triumphant. "We are now at our peak velocity, an astonishing 50 worlds per second. They're passing faster than the frames on a digital screen, faster than your eye can possibly register. At this speed, we could cross the entire expanse of the Pioneer's Great Treks in just over 30 minutes. At that pace, if we maintained it, we could cross over 4 million worlds every single day." Jacques inquired. "But we're also shifting sideways, aren't we? What's the reason for that?"
"Continental drift,"
Roberta answered without hesitation. Chen gave a nod of approval.
"Exactly."
On the original Earth, the continents drift gradually over time, at a rate of roughly an inch each year. Because of those accumulated effects, there's also a sideways shift as we step between worlds, so we adjust laterally. Our great engines work to keep us positioned over the core of the tectonic plate that carries South China. It's far better than drifting off course entirely. He gave Jacques a knowing look. Incidentally, our Chinese airship designs have also broken several airspeed records. Glancing at his watch, he added, "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have engineers who require either praise, reassurance, or a bit of both." Duty calls. Jacques observed that the lower numbers on the Earth counter-fixed to the deck wall had blurred into a streak, mirroring the fleeting worlds they passed, while the higher, slower-changing digits marked the vast, steady progress they were making into the unmapped unknown. All the while, the trolls continued their haunting songs. Vignettes from the ongoing mission of Captain Maggie Kaufman unfolded as summer deepened across the long Earth. The journey of the USS Benjamin Franklin advanced in a meandering, almost haphazard fashion. The settlers of the long Earth didn't arrange themselves deliberately, either by geography or by step count, and yet a kind of organic order was still taking shape, Maggie noted. Little clusters of homesteads were springing up across neighbouring worlds. Jerry Hemingway from the Science Division was crafting a mathematical model of this phenomenon, describing humanity's seepage into the long Earth as a distribution on the edge of chaos. Maggie, feeling the weariness of command, thought that phrase captured the situation perfectly. On one occasion, over the Atlantic coast under a mild corn-belt sky, they met a British airship named the Sir George Cayley returning from a trip to Iceland. In places like Iceland, new arrivals sifted through parallel worlds searching for more favourable weather. If you had the option, why wouldn't you pick a world with the ideal local climate, change your world, and you change your weather? For Iceland, that meant seeking out versions reminiscent of the relatively hospitable land first settled by Vikings during the Dark Ages, though dressing the part apparently was strictly optional. Crews from each vessel paid visits to the other. In Maggie's experience, British ships always stocked the finest liquor, including gin and tonics raised in toasts to His Majesty. The British crews, adhering to a charming tradition dating back to Nelson's era when space was too tight to stand on crowded wooden decks, always remained seated for the loyal toast. Yet such pleasant diversions were rare for the Franklin's crew. A more standard mission involved a call to a world around 700,000 steps from the datum, where an overly optimistic silver miner who seemed to have learned all his excavation methods from old movies had turned his would-be mine shaft into a deadly trap. Extricating him was a technical ordeal, but fortunately, one crew member, midshipman Jason Santorini, had squandered part of his youth exploring caves. He actually enjoyed wriggling into piles of rubble. After the grim rescue was completed, Maggie granted the crew a couple of days of shore leave before moving on. On the second day, as Maggie ate lunch with her senior officers on the ground in the Franklin's shadow, with midshipman Santorini enjoying the honour of lunch at the captain's table, as a reward for his efforts. Another Twain, a modest commercial vessel, glided in from the horizon. It lowered a stairway not far away in the scrub, and two figures descended stiffly, an older woman and a middle-aged man. A cat followed them down the ramp. Maggie and her officers rose to greet the newcomers. Joe Mackenzie eyed the cat with suspicion. The man spoke first. "Captain Maggie Kaufman, it was a genuine pleasure to finally meet you in person after hearing so many stories." Coordinating this meeting was, as you might guess, quite a task. Maggie studied the man. "And you are?" "George Abrahams. This is my wife, Agnes. The title is Doctor, but that's neither here nor there." His accent had a touch of Boston, and the name rang a faint bell in Maggie's memory. He stood tall and lean, with a slight stoop, draped in a thick black coat with a Homburg hat covering his silver hair. His face was curiously blank, almost forgettable. A slender white cat accompanying them sniffed the air before ambling toward the USS Franklin. Mac gave Santorini a nudge. "Keep tabs on that furry stowaway." "Understood, sir." Maggie offered them seats with polite reserve, and Mac, operating on automatic courtesy, poured coffee. Her tone then shifted to something more direct. "Explain how you located us, Dr. Abrahams. This is a military ship, and state your business." His method of tracking them was straightforward, he explained. Via civilian outernet posts documenting the Franklin's activities, all public information. His purpose involved a troll call device. Maggie snapped her fingers in recognition. "Right, your name was on the instruction sheet." "I designed it," he stated, without a hint of humility, prompting an eye roll from his wife. "By all reports, you mastered it remarkably fast. Astonishingly so, if I may say. I come bearing gifts, 15 more translator units for your crew. They're refined prototypes, of course. As we continue development, both sides, trolls and humans, are learning to use them. You've likely discovered trolls are profoundly patient learners. They pick things up just as quickly as we do, and their memory impeccable. They forget nothing." "Well, thank you," Maggie replied, somewhat taken aback. "We'll accept the troll calls pending security clearance. You know Sally Lindsay, I assume? And I must ask, are you connected to the Black Corporation?" My dear Captain, 2 pointed questions at once. "I do know Sally, an excellent judge of character and utterly merciless when she chooses to be. As for the Black Corporation," he sighed, "naturally they're involved. I maintain my own independent workshop, Captain. I am in partnership with them, but I am not owned by them. They funded my research and facilitated the prototype's delivery to you. So Douglas Black is just handing out technological marvels for free again. My understanding is that Douglas Black believes releasing such technology will ultimately benefit humanity's future in the long Earth. In the immediate sense, it might help mend our broken ties with the trolls. I've worked closely with them in my studies. They are magnificent creatures, aren't they? So deeply expressive. Anyone who's ever had a pet understands that animals possess something akin to a soul." Agnes nudged him gently. "You're lecturing, George, and to an audience that already agrees. We've accomplished our goal now. We should say our goodbyes, and let these fine people return to their work." That appeared to conclude the matter. A little dazed, Maggie and her officers made arrangements to receive the devices and stood to see the couple off. Agnes, who seemed notably older than her husband, fretted as they moved toward their ship. "Do keep moving, dear. Remember what the doctor said about your prostate. Now, Agnes, no need for the theatrics." Only after their departure did Mac glance around and mutter, "Where did that blasted cat get to?" Their next mission took them to a stepwise version of Nebraska, en route back toward the Corn Belt. There, the nomadic hunter-gatherer communities from nearby parallel Americas gathered periodically for what they fondly called a hootenanny. These gatherings were a chaotic blend of matchmaking, livestock sales, raucous concerts and biker rallies, practically designed to attract problems. For the Franklin, however, such duty was standard. The vessel's imposing presence alone was often enough to keep the peace. Captain Maggie Kincaid seized the quiet period to order her chief engineer, Harry Ryan, to conduct a full systems review, as it had been some time since her last proper maintenance cycle. Among various minor glitches, Harry soon flagged issues with the ship's 2 remaining microlight aircraft, lightweight flyers used for rapid deployment. They'd already stripped a third for parts to keep these 2 running. As Maggie reviewed his report in her cabin, she felt a persistent stare. It was a cat, George Abrahams's cat, standing calmly on the rug watching her, sleek, white, and clearly well cared for. Maggie, no feline expert, couldn't place the breed. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, like tiny LED screens. She realized upon closer look. Then the cat spoke, a fluid stream of syllables in a distinctly female, human voice that made no sense. What? Say that again. My apologies, the cat replied. George and Agnes Abrahams utilised me for Swahili practice. It became my default language setting. I'm aware you are conducting a systems diagnostic. Maggie, thrown off balance, dredged up an old memory. Joshua Valienté. The story said he had a talking cat. The absurdity then hit her. Not only was the cat talking, she was talking back to it. I'm fully equipped to assist with your current review. Regarding the analysis, Turbine 2 is developing metal fatigue. Additionally, the flush mechanism in the aft crew lavatory is malfunctioning. Also, while the rodent presence is minimal, it is not entirely eliminated. Maggie simply stared. Then she moved from behind her desk, picked up the cat, and placed it on the desktop. The creature was surprisingly solid and radiated a pleasant warmth. She processed the information. Hitting the comms panel, she called, "Harry, you there?" "Right here, Captain," the engineer answered. "Everything all right?" "What's the status on the rear crew lavatory? Let me check the log. Actually, we do have a reported flush issue." "How did you know, Captain?" "Never mind that. Run another detailed check on turbine number 2. No faults on my board, Captain. Check it again. Thoroughly. Call me back." She turned her gaze back to the cat. "All right, what exactly are you? An artificial life form, a rather advanced one, evidently featuring top-tier artificial intelligence. The benefit of artificial intelligence, of course, is that it's preferable to artificial stupidity. Wouldn't you agree? Ha ha!" The voice was perfectly human, though slightly tinny, as if from a small speaker. Maggie's expression didn't change. "The Abrahams couple left you here. Consider me another gift, Captain. Forgive the deception. It was assumed you might refuse me outright. Yet I am capable of supporting your mission in numerous ways, a mission to which I am entirely dedicated, I might add. Do you have a name? She-me. It is Tibetan for cat. I represent an upgraded model from previous versions." Maggie's comm unit chimed. Harry was calling back. "Captain, I don't know how you knew, but we found a flaw in Turbine 2, metal fatigue in the main bearings. We'll need to pull it for a full rebuild within 7 weeks, ideally in dry dock. It's a very subtle imbalance. It wouldn't have manifested for several more days of operation, but the failure risk is increasing. Frankly, Captain, I'm embarrassed we missed it." "Don't worry about it, Harry. Have Nathan plot a course to get us home." "Will do, Captain," She-me offered, with a hint of modesty. The turbine's resonance was off. Simple to detect, really, though it was merely one cat's assessment. "But you're not just a cat, are you?" "No, Captain. I was constructed to the highest specification standards of the Black Corporation's robotics, prosthetics, and AI divisions. Your turbine, by contrast, was government issue, built by the lowest bidder. You're quite welcome, and I do hope I've made a favourable first impression, by the way. Would you mind terribly if I offered you a mouse now and then? It's something of a custom." "No." "Understood, Captain, and steer clear of Joe Mackenzie." "Yes, Captain. Does this mean I'm allowed to remain on the ship?" "Just go. Right away, Captain." Lobsang called in a favour at the Black Corporation, arranging for Joshua and Bill to borrow an airship for their mission to find Sally Lindsay and investigate the trolls. It was a sleek, agile vessel with a solar collection envelope that shimmered like a giant soap bubble stretching nearly 200 feet, and a gondola roughly the size of a semi-trailer. The gondola's walls were made of lightweight ceramic, featuring large panoramic windows. Typically deployed as a scout for the massive convoys on the Valhalla route, the ship bore no proper name, only a corporate identifier. Bill immediately christened it the Shillelagh. For reasons he kept to himself, Bill insisted they launch not from the usual Mississippi ports, but from the Pacific Northwest, near Seattle. To get the airship from its home base at a low-Earth Hannibal facility to Seattle required disassembling it, shipping it by rail across the Datum, and reassembling it on a tarmac at SeaTac Airport. A process that consumed a week. The duo used that time to gear up. Lobsang supplied a troll translation kit, a sleek black device no bigger than a tablet that fit easily into a backpack. Meanwhile, Joshua, at Bill's urging, tried to pick up Sally's trail. He checked the hotel she'd used and even visited Jansen's old place, but found nothing. The hardest part was saying goodbye to his family. He was heading off on another of Lobsang's errands, pulled once more into the unknown by the shadow of Sally, Helen's mysterious rival. Young Dan was openly envious, wanting an adventure of his own. Helen, preoccupied with her own struggle to get visitation rights to see her imprisoned brother, offered only a heavy, disapproving silence. It wasn't a cheerful farewell, it never was. And it left Joshua feeling torn in half, yet he went anyway. On a whim, he took the sapphire ring from its place on Jansen's wall, the sole memento from his first long Earth journey a decade prior, and hung it in the gondola's lounge. He found himself wondering if Sally had anticipated he'd do just that. So on a clear June morning at Datum SeaTac, Joshua settled into the gondola's compact living space, which was outfitted much like a high-end travel trailer with a miniature kitchen, a lounge and fold-down bunks. He later discovered it was, in fact, an Airstream design. Bill manned the small wheelhouse at the front. The Schillerlig ascended smoothly. For a brief moment, Joshua had a perfect view of the bustling airport, the sprawl of the city, and the glimmering waters of Puget Sound. Then in a blink, it all vanished as they began to step sideways. The developed landscapes of SeaTac West 1, 2 and 3 flashed by, each earth revealing little more than slender roads, rail lines and small clearings hacked into the endless forest, each vista lasting only a heartbeat. Within a handful of steps, any sign of humanity had all but disappeared, leaving only the unbroken green of the forest, the shape of the Sound, and the distant, steadfast wall of the Cascade Mountains. The ship climbed as it stepped, and Bill guided them on a lateral course toward those mountains, which remained a constant, rugged presence across the worlds. The sky, however, was a flickering slideshow, the weather never consistent from one Earth to the next. On this June day, they danced through patches of brilliant sunshine, then dove into banks of cloud, and occasionally passed through brief, sparkling showers. For the first several worlds, the view below was a monotonous sea of treetops. Joshua knew that wilderness hid bears, beavers and wolves. People were out there too, of course. But beyond the low Earths, colonization thinned to a fragile, scattered thread. These days, he mused with a touch of dark humour, you were probably more likely to find rats out here than people, thanks to all the well-stocked twains passing through with their generous holds full of supplies. Beyond the known worlds lay a realm of speculation. A mapping initiative had been launched, deploying fleets of satellites that swept from pole to pole, scanning continents, oceans and ice caps with cameras, radar and infrared sensors before moving on to the next world in line. Yet even this broad imagery, which couldn't resolve anything smaller than a car, existed for barely 100 of the nearest Earths. Beyond that, aside from a few specially studied exceptions, the landscape was a mystery. They were ascending the slopes of Mount Rainier when they encountered the first Ice Age world, soaring briefly over crumpled white sheets before diving back into the endless green forest. Joshua leaned back, the scenery blurring into a monotonous stream. A pang of loneliness for his family hit him, followed by the dull question of how to fill the empty hours. "Bill, right here, just seeing how things are. All good. Glad to hear it, mostly just focusing on the flying. Not my usual line of work, but the Black Corporation team gave me a solid briefing. The principles are straightforward, though. It's nothing like driving a car, or even riding a horse. This ship has a mind of its own to a point, smarter than any horse, that's for sure. It's a constant conversation with the machine. Reminds me of riding an elephant at a rescue sanctuary in the African bush once. An African elephant isn't tamed. It's a powerful, intelligent creature that knows exactly where it wants to go. If you're fortunate, that direction aligns with yours. If not, you just hold on tight. This feels the same. A bit bonkers, isn't it? But we'll make it. Wherever it is, sounds about right." And that was that. The journey echoed the old Mark Twain expedition, though at least Joshua got along better with his companion this time. By sunset, they had sailed out of the so-called ice belt, the band of sporadically frozen worlds near the datum, and were crossing the drier worlds of the mine belt. The view grew even more tedious. Joshua prepared a meal of field rations warmed on a single gas burner, no gourmet kitchen on this vessel, and brought a portion to Bill, who was stationed in the wheelhouse. He then turned in for the night, watching through the gondola windows as the last light of the midsummer sun painted the gas bag in fading colours. Dawn brought more of the same unchanging scenery. By mid-morning on the second day, they entered the Corn Belt, 100,000 steps out, a thick band of warm, lush worlds of forest and prairie now dotted with farming settlements. This included Reboot at Earth West 01754, founded by Helen's family, and where he and Helen had married. Then, in the late afternoon, Joshua felt the airship decelerate. The strobing sky slowed, and the nearly identical landscapes below flickered gently to a stop. An angry, buzzing drone filled the air. Suddenly, the gondola darkened as a swarm of heavy insectal bodies slammed against the windows, their chitinous wings clattering. A glance at the compact earthometer confirmed their location, west 110,719. Joshua had to shout over the noise. "Bill, I'm here. I know this place. You should." It's a classic joker. You're the one who found it, back during the journey with Lobsang. Yeah, and we didn't stick around. What are we doing here? Those bugs will clog the air vents and suffocate us. Patience, grasshopper. The airship began to climb. Joshua could feel the lift, though the world outside remained obscured by the swarming, furious insects. They resembled enormous locusts, a detail he recalled from that first brief visit. Abruptly, the Shillelagh rose into clear sunlight. Joshua saw they were still hovering over the slopes of this world's version of Mount Rainier, the landscape now visible and eerily quiet below. It was clear this world was warmer than most, as a dense forest climbed nearly to the very top of a worn-down peak, a thriving oak woodland where ancient trees towered over a chaotic, lush bed of fallen timber and dense brush. Below, he noticed a stream cascading down the steep mountainside. As he observed, something large and clumsy crashed through the undergrowth, fleeing eastward, startling a few roosting creatures into the air. They weren't birds, but resembled enormous, plump dragonflies, fluttering noisily to safety. Shifting his gaze from the summit, Joshua saw a landscape blanketed by teeming insects, a shimmering, pulsating carpet that appeared to stretch all the way to the distant ocean shore. The land itself seemed to writhe with them, like dark rivers flowing between sparse patches of green, while clouds of flying insects lifted everywhere. Yet nothing ascended as high as this peak, nor as high as the other Cascade Mountains, whose forested slopes rose from the swarms like green islands in a churning sea of bugs. They're limited by altitude, Joshua noted. The insects, right, most of the bigger species anyway. Not all, but enough to make the summits a place you can survive. Survive? Who are you, us, Joshua? More specifically, you. We're stopping here. Yeah, not for long, maybe just overnight. Why? We've got a meeting up here. That's why I wanted to start our trip in the Cascades. I'll set an anchor and lower the ladder. That grassy spot by the stream looks like a decent campsite. Grab the tape, you know, the cassette. With some reluctance, Joshua gathered his gear, a sleeping bag, food packets, fire-starting equipment, bug spray. So, I'm going down alone, am I? Bill sounded almost apologetic. Look, Joshua, I don't want to come off like some starry-eyed admirer. Your journey is legendary, and naturally I know the real story. The whole idea of you venturing down into all those unknown worlds solo, while Lobsang stayed cosy in the airship. Comedy gold, really? Well, that's a comfort, considering all the scars I've collected, but honestly, the approach makes sense. You go down, do the exploring, make first contact. And Joshua wondered, contact with what? Meanwhile, I'll stay up here, ready to swoop in when everything goes sideways. When, if, mate, if, Nate, mate, mate, if, Nick. When Joshua agreed, despite unpleasant memories of Lobsang's shoulder-perching parrots, and for his part he packed a handgun. The climb down into the thick undergrowth was straightforward. The moment his feet touched the ground, the ship ascended, retracting the ladder. Alone, Joshua slowly turned, taking in his surroundings. In this open clearing carved by the stream, it was actually quite pleasant. The air carried the scent of damp wood and millennia of decaying leaves, and he could hear the faint, constant hum of the insect swarms far below, like a distant ocean. Overhead, squadrons of some bat-like insect equivalents darted after fly-like prey, with little to do but wait. He began setting up camp. Laying out his blanket roll and sleeping bag, he considered building a fire, but the air was warm and humid enough without one. His travel rations meant no cooking was necessary. He started to relax, feeling almost as if he were on a quiet retreat. He even entertained the idea of doing a little fishing just for the fun of it. If the streams up here held any fish. The radio crackled to life. "Josh, you read me, mate. No? Ha ha. How's it going down there? Just booking a table for dinner. Funny, you should mention that. If things do go sideways and you need supplies in a hurry, there's a cache about a mile downstream." A cache of what? Survival gear. A small shelter, some food, knives, tools, extra bootlaces. Left by combers for combers, Joshua settled onto his sleeping bag. "Bill, what is this place? Why did we stop here? I mean, in a Joker. Who actually stops in a Joker world?" "Combers do? That's the whole point. You want to understand this place? How Earth West 11,719 ended up with its locusts. Our theory is that pterosaurs never developed here." Pterosaurs? And other flying dinosaurs. Back on the datum Earth, before pterosaurs took over, giant insects dominated the skies. They grew as large as the environment allowed, thriving in the highly oxygenated air. Then the pterosaurs arrived and hunted the big insects to extinction, leaving only the smaller varieties that never regained that size. After that, the skies belonged to the pterosaurs, and later the birds here, no pterosaurs, for whatever cosmic reason. And the birds never got a foothold to grow large either. So picture this. Instead of swallows chasing flies, you have massive predatory dragonflies hunting down birds no bigger than large moths. Not exactly a welcoming world for people then. Not a chance, yet the combers come here anyway. Naturally. And to other survivable pockets within various Joker worlds. Joshua, a Joker is an entire planet. It isn't uniform everywhere. There are always safe zones, refuges like this one. You learn where they are. How? From other combers. There's an entire subculture out here that folks like you and even Lobsang know nothing about, and we prefer to keep it that way. You think the saga of the Long Earth is about settlements like Hell Knows Where, or Helen's Reboot, or cities like Valhalla, with their wars of independence and all that nonsense. Just the same old, tired datum history replaying on new stages. But that's not the real story, Joshua. It's about a different way of life, maybe a very ancient one. Combers haven't colonized the long Earth. They haven't tried to reshape it to fit their needs. They simply live within it as it exists. This little speech caught Joshua off guard. He'd grown up with Bill, shared a town with him, and thought he understood the man. "How would you know all this?" "Oh, you know, everyone needs a break now and then. I slip away for a bit of a wander myself sometimes. I always come back too attached to my creature comforts. That's my flaw. And to the occasional drink. But it's always a brilliant escape, anyway. I understand how these folks think." Joshua mulled that over. "And we need that comber mindset now to locate the trolls, correct?" "Precisely, because trolls inhabit the long Earth, too. They know the hidden spots, the safe places to disappear. Just like the combers are learning to, it's getting dark." "I noticed. Joshua, you're content to stay down there for the night?" "There are, needless to say, all sorts of exotic terrors lurking about. But you've got your infrared sensors, your sonar motion detectors. You'll pick up anything moving, warm-blooded or cold, right? Wake me if anything happens." "No worries. Sleep tight, partner." "You too." He awoke to a damp, grey dawn. Even before opening his eyes, he felt a familiar, uneasy prickle at the nape of his neck. A primal animal awareness fighting its way past the rational mind's gatekeeper. He was being observed then. He heard the words, "Pathless one." Still nestled in his sleeping bag. He pushed himself upright. The elf was leaning against a tree trunk a few yards away, blending into the shadows so seamlessly Joshua might have missed it entirely if it hadn't turned its head and offered a grin. The low dawn light glinted off, 2 rows of perfectly sharp triangular teeth. Then the creature stepped into the open, covering the distance to the sleeping bag in a couple of effortless strides. It stood no more than 4 feet tall, with a squat, powerful build. Its face held a hint of a solemn baboon, crowned by a wild, spiky hairstyle that looked borrowed from a cockatoo. It wore a simple leather loincloth and a pouch at its waist. It was barefoot, revealing feet that were almost human save for the pronounced talon-like toenails. Joshua scanned for other weapons but saw none. He was struck by an odd resemblance to a mole with limbs seemingly built for digging. The overall impression was of an oversized, vaguely human-shaped upright mole wearing clothes. An upright mole sporting sunglasses, the lenses were fractured and scratched, and the creature's ears, which lay flat against its rounded skull, seemed wholly inadequate for holding them up. Instead, a grimy, elastic band kept the sunglasses in place. The elf offered another sharp-toothed grin, and Joshua could smell its breath from where he sat. His gun was tucked inside the sleeping bag, but reaching for it felt like the worst possible idea. In moments like these, Joshua mused there had to be a better greeting than the old formal line crackling from the radio beside him. "A star shines on the hour of our meeting." Bill was clearly watching. The elf grinned once more and hissed, "I wish you a good death." It spoke English. This was undoubtedly an elf. One of the slender, graceful humanoid species scattered across the long earth, even though he'd never encountered one personally. Joshua recognized the type instantly. "He's a kobold, obviously," Bill's voice murmured from the radio. "Some call them ringtails or urban foxes, if you ask the English. I thought they were just a coma myth." "Don't say that to his face, he might take offence. I've got him on infrared," Bill continued. "I can see his weapons." "He won't hurt you." "Well, most likely not. Describe him for me. Picture Gandhi if he'd been raised by Peter Pan, not helping." The kobold grinned wider, revealing those needle-like teeth. "Not worry, little man. I protect. BS safe, befriend, terrific. I'm Joshua." The kobold gave a solemn nod. "No, Lobsang, SS Zendu." "Lobsang. You know Lobsang. Why does that not surprise me?" Bill cut in. "You're famous on the kobold gossip circuit, Joshua, especially since I started asking around about Sally for you. You got S-tone, that sing S, the stone that sings?" "Yah. Stone that eats soul of man, sings the holy music." "Men that S-sing after death." The kobold paused, lips moving silently as he searched for the right words. "Like Buddy Holly. Say yes," Bill urged. "Just say yes. For goodness sake, Joshua, do I have to draw you a map? Give him the tape. Right, the stone that sings. Got it." Joshua reached for his jacket, which had been serving as a pillow, fished out the worn cassette from the pocket, and handed it over. The kobold accepted it with the reverence of a priest handling a sacred artifact. He sniffed it carefully, held it to his ear, and gave it a gentle shake. "Bill was here before we talk. He give me music. He give coffee. He give machine that drinks S sunlight and plays us holy music." "You mean a cassette player?" The kobold turned the tape over in his slender fingers. "Kinks?" "It's the album you asked for," Bill confirmed from the radio. "The Kinks are the Village Green Preservation Society." "Good." The kobold produced a battered old Walkman from a pouch at his waist, angled a small solar panel toward the light, looped ancient-looking headphones around his neck, and slid the tape in. "Extras? You got the 12-track mono-European release, plus the 15-track UK edition in stereo and mono, and some rarities. An alternate mix of Animal Farm, an unreleased track called Mick Avery's Underpants. But the kobold was already gone, lost to the world." He leaned back against a tree, the worn foam of the headphones sealed over his ears. Bill said quietly, "That's it. He'll be in his own world for a couple hours while he listens. If you want breakfast, Joshua, now's your chance. The Kinks, Bill. Seriously. A brilliant 60s band from England who found a huge audience here in the States with. I don't need the history lesson. No offence to the Kinks. What's the deal with the tape? It's currency, Joshua. Kobolds have a thing for human culture. Some of them are serious music fans. This one got hooked when he first heard Waterloo Sunset. He's an informant. I get him the music he craves. He gives me information in return." "Sure, but who still uses a cassette player?" "Well, he's older than he looks, Joshua. He's been trading like this for decades." Joshua crawled out of his sleeping bag, groaning. "I need coffee before I can think about any of this." The early explorers who ventured into the long earth found a profound silence. They discovered scattered stone tools, ancient hearths, deep in caves, and the occasional fossilized bone. But they found no great leap forward, no vibrant cave art, no ceremonial burials adorned with flowers, no cities, and certainly no advanced technology. The spark of higher consciousness, it seemed, had ignited within the minds of pre-human ancestors on countless worlds, just as it had on the datum Earth. Yet, on all those other Earths, that spark had simply failed to catch, for reasons unknown. The alternate realities spilling out from humanity's home were largely dark and quiet. Many were endless, tumbled forests. The datum stood alone as a single clearing in that vast woodland, a solitary circle of firelight with shadows stretching to infinity. People understood they might encounter humanoids, distant cousins who had diverged from the human line eons ago, but they never expected to meet one who could match their intellect. The idea of a humanoid speaking English, for instance, was considered pure fantasy. The only problem with this widely accepted view was that it was completely wrong. In a BBC interview, Professor Wotan Ulm of Oxford University, author of the contentious bestseller Moonwatcher's Cousins, The Humanoid Radiation Across the Long Earth, provided context for the species known as kobolds. Our exploration of the long Earth remains so fragmented that any conclusions are necessarily tentative, he began. The evidence for kobolds themselves is largely anecdotal, little more than travellers' tales. However, DNA from samples brought back by early expeditions, including a tooth found lodged in the boot of a man named Joshua Valienté, confirms these humanoids split from datum Earth stock several million years ago. This likely coincided with the rise of Homo habilis, our first tool-making ancestor. This supports my hypothesis that it was the enhanced cognitive ability of H, habilis, which allowed some to step sideways into other Earths. The capacity to envision a tool within a raw stone may be intrinsically linked to the capacity to envision an entirely other world and then to reach for it. He continued, after this divergence, with the steppers departing and the non-steppers remaining on the datum, humanoids radiated across the long Earth, evolving to fill countless niches. Over 4 million years, natural selection has been remarkably inventive. One major evolutionary divide is whether a species retained the ability to step. Some, like the trolls, did. Others did not. Upon finding a suitably habitable Earth, these groups settled down, lost their stepping ability, and in many cases also lost the complex intelligence that underpinned it. They began to populate their single, isolated world. This shouldn't surprise us. Consider the juvenile sea squirt. It swims freely, possesses a simple brain and nervous system. Once it finds a nice rock to settle on, it attaches itself, begins a sedentary life of filter feeding, and essentially absorbs its own now unnecessary brain. It's a bit like moving to a quiet suburb and just giving up. Similarly, birds colonizing a predator-free island often lose the ability to fly. Flight, like high intelligence, is energetically costly. If it's not needed for survival, evolution will happily select against it. The same principle likely applies to stepping. A second, crucial boundary among the nomadic species, Ulm added, is whether they've had prolonged contact with humanity on the datum. Those without contact have evolved into forms utterly unfamiliar from our own experience, the trolls being a prime example. They are a testament to paths not taken, living reminders that our own history is just one possibility in an infinite tapestry of what might have been. If they've interacted with humanity, you'd assume we'd have some record of it. In a way, we do. A surprising amount of our folklore starts to make sense if you consider the possibility of humanoid species capable of stepping between worlds at will. As for those humanoids who did make contact, their own evolution would have been shaped by the encounter. They might develop appearances similar to ours for camouflage, or take on forms that seem either intimidating or endearing to lower our guard. Most intriguing is the idea they could have evolved vocal structures like our own to communicate with us. Even their intelligence might have been sharpened in competition with our own. This brings us to the kobolds. These beings could very well be the origin of the German legends, the mine spirits often called gnomes or dwarves, the little mountain men. They were said to haunt metal mines, more often heard than seen. Their knocking could guide miners to valuable ore or serve as a warning of impending danger. In Cornwall, they earned the name Tommyknockers. They were known to pilfer small human trinkets, mirrors, combs, fascinated by our craftsmanship, despite being unable to replicate it. Honestly, it's a bit pathetic, this obsession with our baubles. The observed kobold physiology supports an underground origin, their sturdy build, sensitivity to bright light, and hands and feet suited for digging. They likely evolved in the subterranean depths of the datum Earth or adapted to it after their ancestors stepped away and later returned. Perhaps burgeoning human populations in recent centuries finally pushed them out, leaving them isolated until our own stepping began. By the way, the element cobalt gets its name from kobold. It's strange, while in many respects they are the most human-like and cognitively advanced of the humanoid species, they are also among the most secretive. Maybe it's because of the unflattering names we give them. Or maybe it's because they know us all too well. It might surprise the average person to learn that any long-Earth humanoids have been evolutionarily shaped by contact with humans. This requires a species to return to the datum and then lose its stepping ability. One datum species might fit, though the genetics are debated, the bonobo looking back. Who would have thought such peaceful creatures share a world with the likes of us? Not to mention their common chimp cousins, who are nearly as disagreeable. Is it any wonder the bonobo's ancestors stole the first stepping vehicle they could find to get out of here? Tough luck for modern bonobos that their more recent forebears decided to wander back. Is that sufficient, Jocasta? Then perhaps you could inform the shaggy-haired kobold impersonator in the production booth that consuming a burger throughout my entire interview was even more distracting than you might imagine. You have more of the metal twists? Bill's voice was a faint whisper over the radio. Some, Joshua admitted. Give, the kobold demanded. No. After a moment, Joshua asked, What is your name? The kobold's teeth were visible in a wide grin. To men, I'm Finn McCool. I considered that name, Bill said. It seemed appropriate. I give no true name to men, not my own name. Finn McCool will work, Joshua said. People of the stepsless world are stranger than trolls, Finn McCool observed, his eyes moving over Joshua and his gear. How do you live? No weapons. I have a weapon, but only one. You are stepsless. We are many. Many? Where are the others? The kobold extended his hand. You give. This is the way, as all know. You give, then I talk. Don't listen to him, Bill advised. We've given enough. He's just negotiating. Joshua watched the creature. You trade, don't you? You trade with other humans. With other humans, and with others. Not human, not kobolds. With other kinds of humanoids, other races, Joshua asked. The kobold's tongue flickered. They trade with others from far worlds. How far? Worlds where there is no moon, sun a different colour. Absolute nonsense, Bill cut in sharply. No such places exist. He's just trying to manipulate you, Joshua. Isn't that right, Finn McCool? You can't deceive a deceiver, you little weasel. Listen, Joshua, you need to grasp what we're facing. These creatures are elusive. They move fast. They navigate through weak spots in reality. They chatter constantly, and they trade with us and among themselves, but they aren't human. Their commerce isn't about greed or maximizing profit. They're more like collectors? Exactly. Like enthusiasts hoarding rare coins. Or, like crows, utterly captivated by human trinkets, shiny baubles they can pilfer and admire without ever comprehending. There's no rationality to it, Joshua. It's purely about the objects they desire. Once you accept that, they're manageable. Just oversized, ugly crows wearing pants. That's you, Finn McCool. The kobold merely offered a wide, toothy grin. I suppose you know why we're here, Finn McCool, Joshua stated. What we're after, where are the trolls? You give. Spit it out, you little nuisance, Bill snapped. Finn McCool let out a resentful hiss. Trolls are here, but not here. Joshua exhaled in frustration. Classic cryptic nonsense. Feel free to intervene any time, Bill. Finn McCool, Bill's voice was firm through the radio. Are you indicating the trolls are concealed within a joker? Not here. A different joker then, as I suspected. But which one? Finn McCool appeared to have no intention of answering. That's it? Joshua pressed. That's all we get in exchange for that magnificent vintage cassette, abruptly. McCool straightened. He sniffed the air with his flattened, almost simian nose and let out a low chuckle. Joshua, Bill's voice turned urgent. I'm detecting 9, correction, 10, no, 11 heat signatures converging on your position. Visual confirmation now. Joshua whirled around. A morning fog had thickened between the trees, obscuring the stream. Anything could be lurking out there. Water dripped steadily from the leaves. What do you mean? What do they look like? Determined, Bill replied simply. There was a flash of sharp teeth. Finn McCool seemed to flicker for a second, and then he vanished. Joshua could have sworn the kobold's grin was the last thing to disappear. And from the swirling mists, the rising sun cast long crimson shafts of light across the open grass, and the elevation of this hilltop brought a sharp bite to the wind. Tatters of fog drifted among the trees lining the stream, and within those trees shapes began to form. At first they were just impressions of movement in the haze. Then they solidified like a spinning wheel gradually slowing to a stop. When they became still, they stood only slightly taller than a man, but their extreme wiry thinness made them seem taller. Their skin had a greyish pallor, and they wore their pale, almost white hair in voluminous styles. They might have blended into some of the dimly lit clubs Joshua had occasionally visited in his younger days back in Madison, except for the ears. They were large, pointed, and twitched incessantly, as if catching the faintest whisper. And, except for the eyes, which emitted a faint, eerie green glow, they carried long, slender wooden weapons with blades at both ends, swords, for lack of a better term. They weren't shouting or brandishing their arms. They simply looked quietly, utterly resolute. Any child could have named them elves, not the relatively amiable, chatty types, like Finn McCool. These were the elves of bad dreams. And they were closing in on Joshua from all sides. He had nowhere to run. He'd met different kinds of elves before. He knew that attempting to step away would be useless against an adversary more skilled at it than he was. His gun was buried somewhere in his rumpled sleeping bag. Only the radio was within reach, a plastic block the size of his fist. Not much of a weapon at all. The first elf closed the distance, its blade lifting for a final, decisive swing. Then it paused, as if savouring the impending kill. Joshua stood rooted, staring back. Up close, the creature resembled a relic from some ancient textbook, a being so primitive even a Neanderthal might have found it grotesque. Its face was a map of deep wrinkles, and it wore a crude fur tunic with a small pack slung over one shoulder. Its expression was one of cold assessment. Perhaps it was hesitating to predict his dodge, ensuring it could follow and finish him regardless. All this flashed through Joshua's mind in an instant. Then instinct took command. He ducked, snatched up the radio, and swung it hard in an arc that ended abruptly against the elf's jaw. The device shattered in a burst of plastic glass and a shower of golden sparks. As the elf reeled back, Joshua drove his knee upward in a move straight from every self-defense class, and a piercing shriek of pain added a little more to humanity's scant understanding of long-Earth humanoid biology. Suddenly, chaos erupted around him. McCool had returned, and with him came more kobolds, already locked in combat. The cavalry, Joshua thought with a surge of relief. But this was a cavalry that could step, just like their foes. Figures from both sides flashed past his vision like pieces of a shattered nightmare. Joshua didn't wait. He ran, head down, for the ladder now dangling from the descending ship. He shouldered one combatant aside. He couldn't tell friend from foe, and only when his hand closed on the cold alloy rung and he began rising into the air, leaving the fray below, did he risk a look back. The elves fought with swords, while the kobolds preferred their bare hands, which struck Joshua as the smarter tactic. If you're grappling, your opponent can't step away without taking you along. The kobolds had refined unarmed combat to an art where weapons were only a hindrance. He watched one kobold vanish momentarily as a blade swept where his neck had been, then reappear, seize the sword arm, and with a dancer's fluidity deliver a kick to the elf's chest that surely stopped its heart instantly. As often happens in such clashes, it wasn't a single battle, but a scattering of intense private duels. A victor would simply seek a new opponent, utterly indifferent to a comrade being overwhelmed nearby. Then Joshua saw Finn McCool fall, a wooden sword driven through his arm. Dazed and confused, McCool seemed unable to step. His elf adversary dodged a vicious kick from McCool's hardened foot, withdrew the blade, and poised for a killing thrust. Again that strange, deliberate pause before the strike. The elf's back was to Joshua, and Joshua had a choice. Hell with it! Joshua released the ladder and his escape, dropping heavily to the ground. He snatched up a fallen branch and charged. It wasn't that he particularly liked McCool, but if he had to pick a side, he'd choose the one who hadn't actually tried to murder him, who had, in fact, come back to fight beside him. Still running, he swung the branch at the elf's neck with all his strength. He expected a solid, satisfying impact. Instead, the rotten wood disintegrated with a soft, sickening splatter, exploding into a cloud of fungal dust and scurrying beetles. The elf, completely unharmed, turned slowly, its wrinkled face contorted in sheer bewilderment. Finn McCool's uninjured hand shot out once, twice. The sound of cracking bone was sharp and final. The elf crumpled inward upon itself and stepped away into nothingness before death took it. Blood streamed from McCool's wounded arm, but he ignored it. He stood, now, face to face with Joshua, and Joshua realized with a cold dread that everything had just gone terribly wrong. Pathless one. McCool hissed, his voice thick with venom. I kill you many times. Around them the war itself seemed to halt. Elves and kobolds alike froze in mid-conflict, their attention fixed solely on the two of them. Now, just hold on. Finn McCool threw his head back and let out a furious roar. The flying kick he unleashed was powerful enough to end Joshua in an instant, but Joshua was already in motion, sprinting back toward the ladder. He leaped, his fingers closing around a rung, and to his immense relief, Bill wasted no time in lifting the ship. Glancing down from a few yards up, Joshua saw Finn McCool sprawled beneath a tree, cursing violently as blood seeped from his wounded arm. Then he was rising, breaking through the thin canopy and into the clear sunlight, watching the chaotic battleground of the montane forest shrink away beneath him. He hauled himself the rest of the way up the ladder, tumbled through the hatch into the quiet sanctuary of the gondola, stood up too quickly and promptly smacked his head on the low ceiling. He began frantically pulling up the ladder in heavy, tangled coils. "That is you, isn't it, Joshua?" Bill's voice was tight with worry. "I lost contact right after you used the radio to rearrange that elf's face." "Just go now!" Only when the ladder was fully secured did he allow himself to collapse onto a couch, gasping for air. Up here, the only sounds were the soft creaks and groans of the gas bag warming in the morning sun. Below, the Schillerlig's shadow drifted serenely over the forest canopy, a peaceful scene that completely belied the hellish struggle unfolding in the shadows beneath. He couldn't shake the image of Finn McCool's face, twisted like a furious no mask, pure hatred etched into every line. I saved his life, McCool's, and somehow that made me his mortal enemy. What kind of sense does that make? That's kobold logic for you, Joshua, Bill replied. Think of it like human honor, but reflected in a funhouse mirror. You shamed him by being the rescuer when he was supposed to be the hero. Want to pop back down for a friendly little chat about it? Just get us out of here. The forest below vanished in a blink. Nelson's first stop in Wyoming, where he'd driven his rented Winnebago while following the trail of the Lobsang project, was the town of Dubois, classic cowboy country. These days, however, cowboys were in short supply. The people of Wyoming had been among the first to head for the new stepwise worlds, where land was plentiful and government meddling rare. Nelson found a small comfort in a bumper sticker on a dusty pickup truck that read, "In this neighborhood, we don't just watch." He settled into a booth at a Longhorn and ordered a beer and a burger. A television mounted in the upper corner, mostly ignored by the patrons, showed ongoing reports of geological disturbances in another part of the state, at Yellowstone. There were swarms of minor earthquakes, the evacuation of a small community, landslides, and blocked roads. Dead fish floated in Yellowstone Lake. Bubbles rose lazily in a pool of hot mud. As Nelson listened, he slowly understood that many of these incidents were actually happening in stepwise versions of Yellowstone in neighboring worlds. Geologists, now spread across a band of worlds with instruments pulled from long-established datum stations, claimed they were learning a tremendous amount from comparing the behaviors of the different stepwise calderas. The vacantly pretty news anchors mimed exaggerated relief that the still overcrowded datum itself appeared mostly unaffected and cracked a few inane jokes. Nelson looked away, retreating into his own thoughts. The journey from Chicago had taken him a month, a slow, meandering and thoroughly enjoyable trip. He had needed that time to shed his past, to decompress from the intense years serving as a priest in St. John on the Water. It felt like a deep-sea diver slowly rising to the surface. For now, the world's greater mysteries could wait, to his mild annoyance. Just outside the diner window, an animated billboard attached to an iron rail fence cycled through a series of distracting messages, which he tried his best to ignore. Distractions everywhere, that was the modern datum world for you. Then one message flashed and caught his eye. Can you see the humour of this iron railing? He nearly fumbled his burger, which would have been a genuine tragedy. A G.K. Chesterton quote. Out here. Good afternoon to you, Lobsang. So I'm on the right track after all. The Winnebago wasn't built for speed, but once he was clear of Dubois, Nelson pressed the accelerator to the floor. He spoke out loud to the empty air around him. Let's be honest, this is a spectacularly foolish move. I could be walking straight into the hands of a lunatic. Granted, I've encountered a few in my time, but rarely did they have the good taste to quote one of Britain's finest literary minds. Staring down the deserted highway, Nelson reflected on how long it had been since anyone outside of academia had picked up a book by G.K. Chesterton. He hadn't read much himself since his teenage years in Johannesburg, where he'd stumbled upon a collection in a public library, and consumed it voraciously. The shape of Devil's Tower was just becoming distinct ahead when a state trooper on a motorcycle signalled him to pull over. The officer, his face hidden behind a tinted visor, approached with a swagger that radiated controlled threat, a heavy sidearm prominent on his hip. "Mr. Nelson, Azikiwe," he pronounced the name with deliberate precision. I've been waiting for you. License and registration, please. Nelson took a steadying breath. I don't think so. You first. Let's see your badge. He gestured to the barren landscape around them.
Look at us.
Two unknowns on a lonely road, each wondering who the other really is. It's a scene straight out of Chesterton, wouldn't you agree? Though the trooper's eyes were concealed, his grin was audible in his voice. In the breaking of bridges, more Chesterton. The words, buried deep from those obsessive adolescent readings, surfaced instantly. Is the end of the world, Nelson finished. Satisfactory. No further paperwork required. Bad luck, though. A real highway patrol car is about a mile back, so you'll have to excuse my haste. You'll find your next destination already programmed into your GPS. In less than a minute, the motorcycle was a speck on the horizon. The actual patrolman, when he arrived, was naturally curious. Nelson slipped effortlessly into the role of a confused, harmless tourist, and his stalling tactics worked perfectly until a convoy of 3 Winnebagos, all with California plates, roared past well over the speed limit. Irresistible bait for any Wyoming officer. Nelson continued his journey unhindered. It was past noon the next day when he guided the Winnebago into the parking lot of a nondescript industrial complex. The gates were shut, automated, and bore the insignia of the Trans-Earth Institute. A small intercom speaker crackled to life beside his window. "State your identity, please," Nelson considered for a beat, then leaned out. "I'm Thursday. Naturally you are. Proceed inside." The gates slid open without a sound. On a whim, Nelson quickly tapped a search for Trans-Earth into his phone before driving through. He discovered a plain door, which opened onto a brief hallway leading to an elevator. "Please proceed," instructed a voice. Was it Lobsang's, from a hidden speaker? "The elevator will operate automatically." It could, of course, be an elaborate trap, yet had the voice intentionally used the British term lift to put him at ease? If so, it was a clever but odd touch. He stepped forward without hesitation. The elevator doors closed, and it began a smooth, rapid descent. The voice spoke again, disembodied in the small space. This installation was formerly a federal property. After Trans-Earth acquired it, it rather conveniently vanished from all official records. Government bureaucracy can be wonderfully inefficient. The doors opened onto a room styled as a study, with a distinctly English feel. A fireplace, its flames clearly simulated, yet with a convincing crackle, dominated one wall. For a fleeting moment he was reminded of the more opulent homes of his parishioners back in St. John on the Water. A chair had been placed near a low table. A man of ambiguous age rose to greet him, dressed in the saffron robes of a monk, his head shaved, a pipe in his hand. He carried an odd, almost manufactured quality, much like the artificial fire. "Welcome, Nelson Asikiwe." Nelson stepped into the room. "You are Lobsang. I plead guilty." The man gestured vaguely with his pipe toward a second chair. "Please sit." They both sat, Nelson choosing a straight-back chair opposite. "First, let's establish the basics," Lobsang began. "We are perfectly secure and private here. This is just one of several support facilities I maintain across this world. And indeed, others. Nelson, you're welcome to leave whenever you like. But I'd appreciate it if our conversation remained between us. I trust a fellow admirer of Chesterton understands discretion. Allow me to guess your favourite of his works is the Napoleon of Notting Hill, isn't it? That's the one with the quote about the railings. Precisely. For myself, I've always favoured The Man Who Was Thursday. It holds up wonderfully and inspired countless spy thrillers. Chesterton was such an intriguing figure. His turn to Catholicism always struck me as seeking a kind of refuge. Wouldn't you agree? I discovered him as a boy rummaging through an old library in Johannesburg, Nelson said. It was a collection left over from the British era, books that likely hadn't been touched since before apartheid. He trailed off, the memory feeling distant. The image of a young boy like him immersed in Father Brown's mysteries was strange enough, but this current situation surpassed all that. Where should he even start? He ventured. Are you involved with the Lobsang project? My dear Nelson, I am the project? Nelson thought of the rumours he'd encountered online. I remember chatter about a supercomputer that tried to convince its operators it was human, that a consciousness had been reborn into the machine at startup. The general opinion in tech circles was that it was a distraction. He paused. It was just a story, wasn't it? Lobsang waved the question aside. Speaking of which, may I offer you a drink? I hear you prefer beer. He rose and moved to a polished cabinet. Nelson accepted a half glass of a rich, dark ale and pressed on. And your connection to the Mark Twain expedition? You've done your homework. That was my second brush with public attention, following the unusual circumstances of my arrival. It was considerably harder to slip away from that spotlight. I'm afraid Joshua Valienté bore the brunt of the curiosity more than he ever wished for or deserved. Meanwhile, I returned to the shadows. Isn't Transearth a branch of the Black Corporation? Lobsang gave a faint smile. Yes, Black holds a significant stake in Transearth. Then tell me why I'm really here. You came to me, if you recall. You're here because you pieced the puzzle together, the link between me and the twain, of course. But you have your own deeper history with Black, stemming from your scholarship days. It shouldn't surprise you that the corporation has maintained an interest in you. In fact, you represent one of Douglas Black's more enduring investments. Lobsang leaned forward, tapped his desk, and a screen illuminated. Nelson watched, unsettled, as images from his own life began to glide past. His grinning 2-year-old face, scenes of his family, moments from his career, born in a Johannesburg township. You first came to our attention when your mother entered you in Black's Searching for the Future initiative. Scholarships and agreements followed, though you never became a direct employee. Then you built a respectable career as a paleontologist of the long Earth, exploring deep time. Your subsequent shift into the clergy was unexpected, but Douglas Black believes in letting those he values find their own path. He places trust in them. And now here you stand, commended by the Archbishop of Canterbury, a friend of Douglas's, yet feeling restless for something new. Lobsang's smile was calm. Have I missed anything important? Nelson felt a prick of irritation at the notion of being steered from afar. And what are you exactly? Are you anything more than another asset in a wealthy man's portfolio? For a moment, Lobsang seemed uncharacteristically tentative. Nelson was reminded oddly of parishioners wrestling with their faith. In a manner of speaking, yes, literally, so technologically, I'm the result of Black technologies, starting with the gel that cradles my consciousness. Legally, I'm a business partner and co-owner of a Black Corporation subsidiary, but Douglas grants me something far greater, complete unhindered freedom. So what does that make me? I'm convinced. I'm a reincarnated Tibetan motorcycle mechanic with vivid, though scattered memories of that past life. Some label me a brilliant but unhinged supercomputer, yet I know I possess a soul. That's the part speaking to you now, isn't it? And I dream. Can you believe that? That sounds rather confused. Do you require professional guidance? Lobsang offered a regretful smile. Most likely, but what I truly need are companions for my journey. What journey? To put it plainly, I'm investigating the long Earth and all its consequences for humanity. I've realized I can't do it alone. I require varied viewpoints, like yours, Reverend Ezekiel. Your unique blend of logic and spirituality. It's obvious you've always been a seeker of truth. A quick look at your digital footprint reveals that much. Nelson let out a low grunt. I suppose arguing about my privacy is pointless now. I have a proposal for you. An expedition across the long Earth and across our own world as well. We'll be journeying to New Zealand on an Earth West whose specific number is almost irrelevant, don't you think? New Zealand? And what's there to see? You're familiar with the public records from the Mark Twain expedition, I assume? Yes. Did you encounter any mention of the being called first-person singular? Nelson remained quiet, but his curiosity was a sharp tug in his mind. Lobsang adjusted his position. Well, this is all very abrupt. I need time to think. The twain will arrive tomorrow. Fine, Nelson said, standing. I'll spend the night in my vehicle. That should give me enough time to decide. Lobsang also rose, his smile patient. Take all the time you require. That night, a tremendous thunderstorm rolled in from the west, a real spectacle, with rain hammering the Winnebago's roof like machine gun fire. Lying in bed, Nelson listened to the onslaught and pondered the wider world and his own peculiar circumstances, including a brief internal debate on the essence of souls. He found it curious how many people he'd met who rejected traditional faith, yet still clung to the unexamined belief that they had a soul. It was even more peculiar to consider that perhaps a soul could be manufactured, or, at the very least, a vessel capable of holding one could be built. Abruptly, he felt a surge of anticipation about embarking on this journey with Lobsang, if only to unravel the mystery of Lobsang himself, yet a thread of wariness remained. He recalled Lobsang's cryptic remark. You actually came to me, remember? You solved the puzzle, followed the clues, true, but who had originally laid those clues? The question lingered. The next morning he made arrangements for the rental Winnebago to be collected at noon. The promised twain descended from the clouds without a sound. Nelson had travelled on twains before, but this model was notably austere, a 200-foot envelope above a sleek, compact gondola. A safety harness was lowered, hoisting him up into the craft. He was set down near the stern and, free of the harness, navigated a narrow passageway to a combined lounge and galley that also served as an observation deck. He felt a subtle vibration as the engines engaged. Through the large panoramic windows, he saw they were now amidst storm clouds, rain lashing the glass. Then, in an instant, they were in hot sunshine, causing the hull to steam. They were stepping already. He had taken the anti-nausea medication Lobsang recommended, and despite his usual unease with stepping, felt remarkably steady. A short staircase led to a door to the wheelhouse above the lounge, but it appeared to be securely locked as Nelson tested the door, a wall screen illuminated, revealing a cheerful, bald-headed face. "Welcome aboard, Nelson. Glad to be here, Lobsang. I serve as the pilot of this vessel. Which version of Lobsang am I speaking with? Consider that Lobsang isn't merely one entity. Calling me omnipresent doesn't quite capture it. Recall the film Spartacus in a sense. Every part of me is Spartacus. It does demand periodic intervals to synchronize our collective selves. You are the sole passenger, though, should you need a tangible form for medical assistance. Perhaps I can mobilize an ambulatory unit. We are setting course for New Zealand, stepping almost continuously to catch the most favourable winds across worlds. Believe it or not, aboard a Twain, I prefer the gentle approach. I'll attempt to unwind and appreciate the journey then. Please do. Relaxation was one skill Joshua Valienté never quite mastered. Valienté appeared anything but relaxed in that footage I discovered of his return to Madison. A clip that in fact guided me to this moment to you. A clip you likely sent me yourself, correct? He had embraced this unusual mission, yet his irritation at the notion of being steered, pulled into these circumstances, began to sharpen into anger. How far back does your influence reach? I doubt it's a coincidence you had a hand in founding that chat group known as the Quizmasters. Were you, in truth, the architect of the entire breadcrumb trail that led me to you? Lobsang offered a smile. From this point forward, no more games. I should hope not. Nobody enjoys being manipulated, Lobsang. I don't view it as manipulation. I see it as presenting an opportunity. The choice to seize that opportunity rests entirely with you. Yesterday you referred to me as an investment. That's Douglas Black's terminology, not mine. And remember, Nelson, as I mentioned, you ultimately came to me. Regardless of whether we collaborate or not, welcome aboard and savour the voyage. If nothing else, consider it a getaway if you wish. Or an audition. If you prefer. Nelson returned the smile. But, Lobsang, who exactly is auditioning whom? The Beagle and the Kobold emerged from the hazy horizon, drawing nearer. In their makeshift camp, Jansen and Sally rose cautious. As the creatures closed in, Jansen felt acutely the absence at her belt, where her police-issue stepper box should have been confiscated by the dogman, the Beagle, on the day they arrived. Consequently, she had been stranded here ever since. On this bizarre world with its odd inhabitants, reliant on Sally's aid. This marked the first visit they'd received in the week or so since their arrival, after being met in the Rectangle's world and escorted to this Earth a couple dozen steps further west. A world teeming with trolls. As Sally claimed she could sense and hear immediately. The Beagles, they were informed, awaited the return of a certain ruler from elsewhere. It would be this ruler who would address the humans' fate. Jansen supposed it afforded them time to orient themselves, for her to recuperate somewhat from the arduous journey. Even that initial trek from Rectangles to here had been a jarring ordeal because the Beagle who greeted them couldn't step independently. It had to be carried on the back of the squat. Unsightly humanoid Sally, dubbed a kobold. The whole episode had been a whirlwind of surreal experiences for them both. Jansen had learned that even Sally, the famed long Earth explorer, had known nothing of this place before being brought here, enticed by kobold whispers. To Sally, this world had been just another joker, another arid landscape in a belt of such worlds that, apparently, had lost much of their water due to some cataclysm during the chaotic era of planetary formation. The theory suggested reduced geological activity and limited life on such a world. Yet, as Jansen was discovering, many jokers held habitable sanctuaries. On this world, a vast green island of moisture existed, a place the kobold's hints suggested might rival Europe in scale. It had gone unseen by earlier, hurried explorers like Joshua and Sally, who had passed through this reality too quickly to notice. It remained hidden even from the research teams that later came to the Rectangles. Those datum-raised workers locked into single-world thinking never learned to look stepwise. Now, here they stood, In a realm that sustained these dog-like sapients and clearly large populations of trolls, a lengthy silence stretched out. The canine creatures appeared inclined to stare, to study, to deliberate before speaking, their social grammar utterly alien. Jansen and Sally waited unmoving. Jansen noticed the kobold's wounded arm, crudely wrapped in a grimy cloth. The little being cackled, savouring the tension. The trolls who had accompanied them seemed entirely unperturbed. Mary sat humming a vaguely familiar tune on a small hillock, while Ham contentedly scraped the ground with his thick fingers, occasionally popping a grub into his mouth, as if bipedal dogs carrying ray guns were an everyday sight. The beagle stood before the two women, unblinking, his moist nose twitching as he sampled their scent. He stood nearly 7 feet tall, looming over both Jansen and Sally. Yet his height and the weapon weren't the only sources of his intimidation, Jansen realised. There was a fluid animal grace to him, a sense of honed perfection evident in the way his fine fur lay in sleek, streamlined layers over his frame. Intelligence burned in his eyes, bright, sharp, and focused. His teeth, eyes, ears, muzzle, and nose were distinctly canine, though the structure of his skull, with its prominent brow, suggested something humanoid. His face seemed to shift between human and wolf-like, like some unstable hologram. The ears were too pointed, the eyes set too wide, the grin too broad, the nose too flat with that darkened tip, and those eyes, yes, it was like staring into the gaze of a wolf. He made Jansen feel ragged and unfinished. Yet there was also something unreal about him, as if he were a CGI effect from a movie, utterly incompatible with her cosy, datum-nurtured worldview. He couldn't step between worlds, presumably none of his kind could. Jansen clung to that one advantage. She could do something he could not. A cough escaped her, followed by a shiver as a wave of weakness washed over her. The beagle focused on her. "Your name?" His speech was distorted, a blend of growls and whines. "Huh, you're ner." Yet the English words were discernible. Another staggering concept for an ex-cop to process. Jansen straightened her posture. "Monica Jansen, former Lieutenant Madison Police Department." The beagle tilted his head, clearly puzzled. He turned to Sally. "You?" "Sally Lindsay." Raising a forelimb, the beagle pointed to his own chest. Jansen saw his paw-like hand had 4 extended finger-like digits with no apparent thumb, covered by a leathery glove on the palm, perhaps protection for moving on all fours. "My name," he stated. "Snowy." Sally clearly tried to restrain herself, but burst out laughing. Jansen turned to the kobold. "Snowy." The kobold offered a nervous grin. Other pathless Iswans came before. "Gave na ma'am," Sally said. "And I know your name, Finn McCool, right?" She glanced at Jansen. "One of the brighter ones of his kind. Works well with humans. I should have guessed you'd be wrapped up in this, chasing some scheme." The kobold just grinned. "Josh Shua," Sally frowned. "What about Joshua?" But the kobold stayed silent. Snowy studied them both. "You," he said to Sally. "Crotch stink human N, charming. Smell, same as before, like the others of your kind. But you." He moved closer to Jansen. She forced herself to hold still as he leaned in, eyes half closed, and sniffed at her breath. He carried the scent of damp fur and a sharp, musky odour. "Strange, sick. You smell sick." "Very observant," Jansen murmured. He stepped back, lifted his head and let out a howl, a piercing, deafening sound that made Jansen flinch and Sally clamp her hands over her ears. Within moments, an answering howl echoed from the east. Snowy turned and pointed in that direction. "My den! The scent of my litter is there. Her name is Eye of the Hunter. A cart comes to carry you. My granddaughter named Petra will see you. She has just returned from the den of our mother, a far journey from here." Sally asked, "Does this granddaughter know we're coming?" "Not yet." A surprise from Snowy. He pulled back his lips, baring sharp, canine teeth in what might have been a smile, a reward for Snowy for the gift. His speech grew hurried, excited. Sally whispered to Jansen, "Don't look down." "Why not?" "If you do, you'll see how he's already imagining the payment he'll get from this granddaughter, whoever she is." To Jansen's relief, Snowy moved away, a large, restless creature stepping back to watch for the cart. The kobold remained, grinning at them. Jansen sighed. "So, am I allowed to ask questions now?" Sally laughed. "If you can figure out where to start." Jansen pointed at McCool. "I know about your kind. Police agencies across the low Earths keep files, partial sightings, fragmented reports, grainy security footage. What are you doing here? McCool shrugged. To help you for a price, he hissed the word. Price, of course, for a price, Sally said. I knew the kobolds would always know where the trolls were hiding, Monica. So you went to them and asked. They all know each other, they trade information. The trolls have their long call with kobolds. It's more like the long gossip. Anything they learn gets passed around and sold to the highest bidder. So I followed the rumour trail from one scrawny kobold to the next. Finally, one told me to bring Mary to the rectangles, and then, well, you know the rest. From there we were brought to this dry world, this joker, full of these dog-like beings, beagles, McCool said. They are called beagles, Jansen asked. By whom? Why beagles? By whom? Other pathless ones who came before. They call them beagles. Sally said, somebody's having a joke. I bet we can blame Charles Darwin for that one. Finn McCool shrugged, a stiff, unnatural motion that struck Jansen as less human and more like a circus animal, mimicking a gesture. Jansen pressed. And is that how he got his name, Snowy? Another shrug. A human name, not a true name. Beagles do not speak their true names to humans. Kobolds do not speak true names to the pathless ones. How does he even speak English? Did he learn it from humans? No. Kobolds were here first. Kobolds sell things to the beagles. Jansen nodded. You already spoke English, so the beagles learned your language, not the other way around. Beagles are smarter than kobolds, then? Sally said with a smug grin. McCool looked away, suddenly twitchy and nervous. A plume of dust appeared on the eastern horizon. Snowy saw it, sniffed the air, and howled again. A reply came from the distance, along with a strange throaty caw that sounded to Jansen like the cry of some enormous bird. A fresh shiver ran through her. She truly had no idea what she was walking into. She turned back to McCool. Tell me one more thing. That Beagle Snowy was carrying a spear with a stone tip, and what looked like a ray gun. Sally grunted. Actually, it resembled a compact laser projector. We just arrived, but I don't see any cities, any aircraft in the sky. How does a Stone Age warrior end up with a laser gun? Sally said to McCool. From some other world, stepwise. From you kobolds, right? So is that your angle here? The kobold grinned once more. Beagles cannot step. They are clever but have no tools, only stone. Buy your gear from us, all sorts of things, the offer came. Including a weapon, Sally said quietly. That seemed more advanced than anything from Datum, Earth. Where did it come from, monkey boy? Dug it up, Finn McCool replied with a grin, offering nothing further. The distant dust cloud clarified into a heavy wooden cart on 4 solid wheels, their rims banded with rusted iron. Another beagle, somewhat smaller than Snowy, stood on the cart bed handling the reins. The creatures pulling it were taller than Jansen, even taller than Snowy, bulky feathered bodies with useless stubby wings, powerful legs ending in sickle-like claws, long pillar necks and heads that were mostly beak. Yet they were harnessed and compliant. That's an unbelievable sight, Jansen whispered. A dog driving a cart, even without the giant birds, that would be something. Post that online and it'd break the internet. Sally touched Jansen's arm, her tone unexpectedly gentle. Just let the weirdness flow over you, Lieutenant. Come on. They quickly gathered their sparse equipment. The cart creaked to a halt. The beagle driver leaped down, naked except for a belt of pouches, clearly female, and greeted Snowy. The two circled each other briefly, Snowy even dropping to all fours for a moment, his stub tail wagging. The females are in charge here, Sally murmured. What makes you say that? Look at them. He's happier to see her than she is to see him. Worth remembering. Maybe you're reading too much into it, Sally snorted. You can learn everything about human men from one lousy example. Why not here? Listen, we need our own angle. We came for Mary. We came about the trolls, right? But we didn't sign up for this much complication. We'll stall and stay breathing while we do it. Remember, we can always step out if it gets too hot. I can carry you. These dogs can't follow us. We know that now. Once the greeting was over, the female beagle approached the humans. She pointed to her own chest. Lee, call me Lee. She gestured toward the cart. Ride to Eye of the Hunter. Sally nodded. Thank you. We need to bring the trolls we came with. But Lee had already turned away, beckoning to the trolls with a warbling melody. Without hesitation, Mary stood lifted ham onto her shoulder and climbed onto the cart. The humans and Finn McCool followed. Snowy snapped the reins. The bird beasts emitted a sound like pigeons cranked up on steroids. and the cart lurched forward, nearly throwing Jansen off balance. There were no seats. Jansen gripped the cart's rough wall, wondering how far the city was and whether her failing body could endure the trip. Lily approached her. Again, Jansen endured a wet, canine-like nose sniffing at her mouth, armpits and crotch. "Sick," Lily stated bluntly. Jansen forced a smile. "My body's failing, and I'm full of medicine. No wonder I smell odd to you." Lily took Jansen's hands in hers. Unlike Snowy, she wore no gloves. Her fingers were long, almost human, but her palms had leathery pads underneath, like a dog's paws. "My job, care for sick and hurt. You lucky, how?" Sally asked sharply. "How are we lucky Snowy found you?" She glanced up at the big beagle handling the reins. "Not very clever, but big spirit, always tells truth. Brave, good hunter, but kind, takes you to city. See granddaughter Petra. Some hunters just take back head or ears." Sally and Jansen exchanged a look. Jansen said, "So we're lucky we were found by a beagle who didn't just kill us on the spot." "There's no deeper morality here," Sally remarked. Then more softly she added, "By the way, I just jumped to another conclusion." "What?" she said. "Snowy tells the truth. That means the others know how to lie. These superdogs have mastered deception." Jansen nodded, the new detail settling uneasily. They soon spotted a faint smudge of smoke against the eastern sky. The path they travelled became a strip of bare, rutted mud, carved by the passage of many carts. The landscape grew greener as they left the open scrubland behind, passing occasional stands of trees. To Jansen, who was no botanist, many resembled giant ferns, with thick, short trunks and broad umbrella-like leaves at one point. Through a gap in the foliage, she glimpsed the glint of a lake. Along its shore, creatures had gathered to drink. They looked somewhat like small deer, she thought, but their bodies were bulkier, and their legs shorter, as if someone had crossed a deer with a pig. As the cart neared the water, Lily grew watchful. At the reins, Snowy stared intently at the animals, his ears pricked forward. Lily repeated a low phrase to him. Finn McCool, the kobold, offered Sally and Jansen one of his nervous, twitchy grins. "She is telling him, Snowy, remember who you are. These dog people can sometimes forget themselves and chase after prey on all fours. Probably should be on a leash, shh." "At this point, nothing would surprise me," Jansen remarked, as they rolled away from the lakeside. Sally added, "We should keep in mind that our hosts may look like dogs, but they aren't. That's an easy assumption to make. Their ancestors were never domesticated canines because dogs, as we know them, likely never evolved here. These are intelligent beings shaped from a dog-like template, just as we are intelligent beings moulded from heavily modified apes." Jansen felt a sudden, sharp yearning for the solidity of the datum, for concrete glass, and the familiarly sordid crimes of ordinary human lowlifes. "Maybe you grew accustomed to the whims of natural selection out here in the long earth. The way life forms bent into unexpected shapes, but not her, not yet. The malleability of living things," she murmured. "What was that?" "Nothing. Just a quote from a book." Her comment only seemed to confuse Sally. They moved on, entering a belt of farmland that clearly encircled the Beagle City. A tangle of dry stone walls, none of them straight, sectioned the land into rough fields crowded with browsing and grazing animals. Some were plumper, duller versions of the deer-pig hybrids Jansen had seen by the lake. Others resembled cattle, goats, pigs, and even a kind of hornless rhinoceros. A few were the same plump, feathery bird creatures that pulled their cart. Dog farmers patrolled the herds. In one field, deer-like animals were being driven into a pen, possibly for milking. And here Jansen saw trolls, the first since their arrival, aside from Mary and Ham. A group of about 24 was working its way along a dry stone wall, making repairs. They sang as they worked, their usual exquisite multi-part harmony woven into a lively, bouncing tune. Ham, who had been dozing in Mary's lap, woke up and clambered onto his mother's shoulder to watch in his high, childish voice. He sang back bits of the melody. Sally listened closely. "I'd swear they're singing Johnny Be Good. My dad would have known for sure," Jansen observed. "These are the farms of intelligent carnivores, right? No crops, nothing arable, just meat on the hoof." "Right. Plenty of peptides in the arteries after they've fattened us up a few times here, Monica." The trolls we saw seemed content enough. "Yes." Sally appeared oddly unsettled by the remark. "These dogs are clearly sapient. We know trolls are drawn to sapient beings. I suppose that's why they're coming here, to this world for sanctuary, sapient, but not human. So they feel at ease here. You're jealous." "I'm not." "Come on, Sally. Lindsay, Everyone knows you have a soft spot for trolls. You were already fighting for them even before this latest incident, before we left the gap with Mary. What's your point? My point is you're learning that, as much as trolls might mean to you, humans don't mean much at all to trolls. Sally's only reply was a hard stare, abruptly. Snowy went rigid, his focus locked on the northern horizon, ears sharp, and the fur along his spine standing on end. Again, Lily's low murmur, part word and part growl, steadied him. You can understand his distraction, Sally said flatly. Look, twisting in her seat, Jansen saw them, small, dense shapes of brown fur leaping through the distant field, white tails flashing. They look like rabbits, she observed. I believe they are rabbits, pure datum stock. How did they get here? She turned a sharp gaze on Finn McCool. His grin widened, revealing a mouthful of pointed teeth. Beagle-ess, enjoy the chase. They are good eating. What else have you traded to these creatures? Besides rabbits? Besides the rabbits, he gave a loose shrug. Not only me, the wheels, the ironwork. You sold them iron-making knowledge. A blacksmith. A human, Jansen pressed on. And the price for all this, their children's children will pay, in small pie-cesses. And Jansen thought bitterly, paying for the gift of the rabbits. Ask anyone from Australia about rabbits. The kobold had been inching closer, eager to be part of the discussion. Distracted by the exchange, the women fell silent, and he withdrew. Jansen wondered if Finn McCool sensed the layer of disdain, the unspoken dismissal. Now he fished his ancient Walkman from a pouch, settled the headphones over his ears, and began to sway to a tinny rhythm, only he could fully hear. He smiled again, his eyes darting between Sally and Jansen, making sure they were watching. He struck Jansen as a sad parody of a person desperately hungry for human attention. Whatever innate dignity his ancient ancestors might have possessed had been eroded away by generations of grating contact with mankind. A wave of odd revulsion washed over her, and she looked away. To her alarm, she saw that Sally, taking advantage of Lily's and Snowy's diverted attention, had quietly drawn the ray gun from its holster at Snowy's hip. She examined it for a moment before slipping it back. Power cells dead, she whispered to Jansen. It looked off to me. Another handy piece of information, Monica. The path widened as they neared the city, the traffic growing denser. Carts groaned under loads of butchered meat, cured hides and piles of bones. Herds of live animals were driven along, bear-like creatures and shambling, apish things, corralled by beagle herders with snapping whips. Even a group of trolls passed by, led by a beagle but walking freely, singing a tune that sounded to Jansen like a rowdy, off-key rockabilly song. Pedestrians were everywhere, beagles of all ages, dressed practically in belts and jackets studded with pockets. Jansen saw no jewellery, no hats, no finery, but as the crowd pressed in, the smell hit her, a pungent mix of damp fur, urine and dung. It made her wonder if their ornamentation wasn't visual at all, but olfactory, a culture of signature scents. The adults all walked on two legs. Perhaps going on all fours was a city taboo, reserved for the countryside or privacy like a human going without clothes. The young, however, would drop down and scamper playfully around their parents' legs like excited puppies. Jansen wasn't a biologist, but she studied their movements with fascination, trying to puzzle out how a body designed for 4 legs had been reconfigured for a stable, upright gait, and how the transition back to all fours could still be so effortless. She considered how this set them apart from humans. Even as a child, she wouldn't have managed more than a few clumsy steps trying to move on her knuckles like some ancient primate ancestor. The details, however, remained just out of focus. Holding tight in the jolting cart, she let the swirl of sights and smells flow past. If you squinted, the assembled crowd could almost pass for human tall, upright figures, though their hips sat unusually low, giving them elongated torsos and stubby hind legs. It wasn't completely unfamiliar, but then a pair of ears would twitch, or a set of cold, lupine eyes would lock onto hers, and the musky pack scent of the dogs would roll over her, leaving her certain these beings couldn't feel more alien. Finn McCool observed her quietly. You're strange to them, but not entirely. They take you for koboldess. He let out a rough laugh. To them, we're all the saming, just human and folk. All one to the S-simple pups. You and I, Sally replied, her voice icy, are nothing alike. It was a relief when the cart finally entered the city proper. The eye of the hunter stretched before them, a sprawling brownish stain of wooden structures planted in a muddy flat, blanketed by a haze of smoke. At its heart lay a compound encircled by a broad moat, crossed by sturdy bridges of timber and stone. The moat clearly served for defence, though Janssen saw no proper wall, only a low, uneven barrier of dry stone that seemed meant to deter stray animals rather than organised attackers. Just before crossing the moat, they passed holding pens where farm creatures were being herded for slaughter. In a fleeting glance, Janssen watched beagles at work, stone blades gleaming, blood jetting as the animals dropped in turn. Death and gore, constants on every world it appeared, no matter how far you journeyed. Her stomach turned uneasily inside the city. The buildings stood sturdy but plain, none over 2 stories. Simple wooden boxes with walls of stone or packed earth topped by timber or coarse thatch. Their shapes were irregular, lacking the clean squares or circles you'd expect in a human settlement. Only a couple of main roads ran straight through the centre, the rest twisted and wandered. Whatever these dogs were, they clearly weren't planners, at least not in any human sense. Now the air hung thick with wood smoke, and the raw tang of meat layered over the rich canine odour of the beagles themselves. And it was loud, a constant racket of barks, yips and distant howls. They hadn't gone much farther when a group of rugged-looking male dogs closed in, surrounding the cart and peppering Snowy and Lily with sharp yelps and growls. "Cops?" Sally muttered, "or maybe palace guards. We must be heading right for the royal quarters, if you can call it a palace. Not exactly the Champs-Élysées, is it? Not even a dusty main street in some Texas town, but it wasn't built to impress us." Lee flashed a wolfish grin and sniffed sharply, making short chuffing sounds. "Know this from RRR kobolds. Humans can't smell, but city full of wards, sent over there. I here, half-day ago, seeking you, and listen, distant howls. I have fresh meat from Count Hurry. Buy now, Sally grinned. Think of it, Janson. Imagine having the nose of a hound. The whole city is buzzing with information. Scent markers everywhere, like posters or graffiti, and those howls must carry for miles, like some kind of barking internet. They finally stopped before a building broader than the others, though no taller or more ornate. Here, the human group was told to wait with Snowy while Lily trotted inside. The strongest scent here was wood smoke. "Dogs discover fire," Janssen murmured. Maybe that's how it all began. Sally mused, her tone shifting from weary to almost wry. First fire, then gossip, then guard duty. Some things really are universal. Dogs are intelligent creatures, highly social, adaptable and quick to learn. Perhaps here we, clever primates, never evolved to hold dominance over them. Then one day, out on the open plains, a starving pack witnesses a clever young female returning with a smouldering branch clenched in her teeth, snatched from a forest struck by lightning. Or perhaps a clever young male, Janssen offered. Sally gave a wry smile. Let's stay focused. Lily reappeared to inform them they would be granted an audience with the granddaughter without delay. They were guided through a maze of tight, winding passageways, disorienting to a human, but likely easy to navigate if you could follow scent trails, until they reached a spacious chamber. It had long, curved walls of stone and packed earth, a high ceiling, a few windows, and a cold fireplace. The room's fundamental layout, Janssen mused, could have been designed by a human right down to the fireplace positioned beneath a clear chimney stack. Some concepts were truly universal. Yet, to human sensibilities, the room was stark and utilitarian. There was no colour, no decoration, no artwork adorning the walls. Instead, the air was thick with a complex tapestry of smells, a rich mixture even Janssen's worn detective's nose could pick up. The Beagle Princess required no throne. She rested comfortably directly on the ground, atop what appeared to be a patch of living turf cultivated in the room's centre. She was surrounded by guards armed with a curious mix of stone-tipped spears and advanced-looking energy weapons. Janssen found himself momentarily distracted, wondering how the grass received enough light to thrive. The granddaughter's formal title wasn't actually granddaughter, and her name wasn't Petra. The elderly, sombre-looking male advisor beside her wasn't named Brian. These were simply the closest approximations the kobold Finn McCool had provided for their benefit. The granddaughter wore only a functional belt with pouches, and Janssen noted a distinctive pendant on a leather cord around her neck. It featured beautiful blue stones set within a band of gold, an artifact that immediately seized his attention, sparking a faint, frustrating sense of recognition. And there, lying calmly beside her, was a dog. A genuine Datum World dog, a large Alsatian by Janssen's estimation. It sat alert, observing the newcomers with a lolling tongue, appearing healthy, well cared for, and perfectly groomed. In this room full of dog people, It seemed both the most natural and the most utterly incongruous presence. Under Finn McCool's hurried instructions, Sally and Jansen demonstrated submission by lowering themselves to the floor and rolling onto their backs, limbs in the air, under the stony gaze of the assembled beagles. "This is utterly degrading," Sally muttered under her breath. "You think you have problems? I might need a crane to get back up," Jansen grumbled. Once the gesture was complete, the helpful Lee came forward to aid them. Then, with McCool, they had to settle as best they could on the hard-packed earthen floor, while the granddaughter conferred quietly with her advisers. "That dog," Sally whispered, "is from the datum. Does that have something to do with you, McCool?" "Not me. Another kobold, trader rivery, popular here, thee favourer large males, as companions." Sally stifled a snort of laughter. Jansen leaned closer, his voice a hushed urgency. "Sally, that pendant she's wearing. I see it. Not now, but it looks exactly like... I know what it resembles. Be quiet." Finally, the granddaughter turned her attention to them. She spoke her words a guttural approximation of English. "You what you call human? From world you name datum?" "That's right," Sally confirmed. "Your Highness, Frat brings you, Herr Frere." Sally and Jansen launched into a fragmented account of their purpose. The escalating issues with trolls across the human earths, how intelligence from the kobolds indicated many had migrated to this world, and their hope that the trolls they brought, Mary and Ham, would find sanctuary here. The granddaughter listened impassively. "Trolls are content here. Trolls appreciate beagles. Beagles appreciate trolls. Troll music is acceptable. Human music is excrement." She twitched her ears forward pointedly. "Beagle hearing superior to human. Your music is excrement. You know my father used to tell me the same thing," Sally replied with a dry, resigned chuckle. Petra stared at her, confusion evident. "I know nothing of this Simon and Gar. It doesn't matter. Beagles despise human music. Beagles despise humans." That blunt statement hit Jansen like a physical blow. Why? The granddaughter rose to her full height, looming over the seated women. Jansen forced herself to hold that icy gaze. "Why? You stink. You especially." But Jansen noticed something odd. Petra's own scent was strange, almost artificial, as if masked by some heavy perfume for a species that relied so heavily on smell. Perhaps hiding your scent was like hiding your thoughts. And Petra continued, "Your dogs." She gestured toward the patient Alsatian. "Once wolf, now toy, like a scrap of bone in the mouth. No mind, humans did this." Jansen supposed that was true in a way. Dogs were wolves reshaped into compliant companions. She pictured a small-brained humanoid on a leash. "Still," she objected. "But we care for them," Sally cut in. "Actually, we evolved together. They have no rights. Here we walk on 2 legs, not 4, except pups at play, and except the hunt, we have crime. Those who do wrong we catch, we cast them out, we hunt." Jansen met her stare. "On all 4s, you hunt criminals down like that?" The advisor, Brian, spoke for the first time. "We have many pups, big litters. Life is cheap. We like to hunt." Petra's lips seemed to curl. Jansen caught the scent of raw meat on her breath. "We like to hunt. It is good for the wolf within," Sally snapped. "So you hate us for how we changed your cousins on our world. Fine, but we've done nothing to you. We didn't even know you existed until Snowy appeared on rectangles. You offend me. Stinking elves gone wrong. You have no rights here. Why should I not throw you out for the hunt?" Sally shot a desperate glance at Jansen. "Because we can get you more ray guns." She pointed to the nearest guard. "Like those," Jansen, stunned by the claim, turned to stare. Sally avoided her eyes. "Those weapons look old, worn out, aren't they? We haven't seen one fired. I know they're useless." "We can get you more." Petra looked toward the kobold, who appeared, angry, alarmed. If he had been the supplier, he was being cut out, Jansen realized, but his expression was unreadable. Petra leaned in, her massive head inches from Sally's face. Her wet nose twitched. "You lie. That's for you to decide." The moment stretched, thick with tension. Jansen sat perfectly still, every ache in her body pronounced. Sally did not look away. Finally, Petra pulled back with a frustrated growl and stalked from the chamber, her companion dog trailing behind. Sally let out an exaggerated sigh. "We live to see another day." As the guards murmured among themselves in growls and yaps, Jansen leaned close to Sally. What are you doing? Even as she asked, her cop's mind was working, piecing clues together. Does this have something to do with that pendant she wore? The one that looked exactly like Joshua's rectangles ring. Sally pressed a finger to her lips, but she smiled. They were led to a suite at one end of the palace, with a common area centred around a hearth and small rooms closed off by leather flaps. Finn McCool was placed there with them. Sally briskly shoved him into one room and ordered him to stay. The kobold cowered, as he always did when near humans. But Jansen wondered what simmered beneath his strange exterior, resentment at the treatment from these beings who both fascinated and repelled him. Jansen chose a room at random. A straw pallet and blankets were laid out on the floor. The room held no proper bathroom, just a shallow well in the floor filled with clear water. Jansen dropped her pack and ran her fingers over the blankets, which felt like they were woven from tree bark. She wondered how the beagles made them, perhaps using their hands and teeth to strip and braid the fibres. Stepping back into the common area, she saw beagles placing bowls of food around the central hearth. Sally was already seated on the floor, examining the offerings, and she looked up as Jansen approached. "How's the luxury suite? I've stayed in worse places. Honestly, I'm so tired I could sleep on a slab of rock." Sally shifted closer, her voice dropping to a murmur. "We need to talk while it's just us. We have to figure a way out of this. We could always just step away. You said you could carry me. True, but they've been oddly relaxed about that, haven't they? They took your stepper, but they're not guarding us. It's like they don't think in terms of prisons. Remember what they said about their hunting tradition? They'd rather a wrongdoer run and be chased than sit in a cage. That's their mindset. They probably assume even if we step, they'll just hunt us down on kobold back. We'll see if they try, but we're not leaving. Our job isn't finished. We have to smooth things over between humans and these sapient dogs. Can't let that kobold keep playing both sides." Jansen's eyes drifted toward Finn McCool's small shelter. "I agree," she said with conviction. "And there's still the troll situation. If they're all gathering here, it throws everything out of balance across the long earth. We have to fix that. But first we need to cut that kobold out of his dirty business. And for that we need leverage." "You're thinking about the rings, the one the granddaughter wore, and the one you and Joshua brought back from rectangles." "Exactly. It has to be connected. A ring from a neighbouring world, one the kobold can reach but the beagles can't, plus high-tech weapons pulled from a stepwise world." Jansen paused, piecing it together. "The only source of advanced non-human tech we know of around here is rectangles, that nuclear site. And that's where you found a ring identical to the granddaughter's. Simplest explanation, that's where the weapons are coming from." Occam's razor, Sally nodded, and a cop's hunch. "Right, but for some reason the kobold can't get more guns right now. If he could, he'd be handing them over already. It must tie back to the rings. Why else would the granddaughter wear one like a trophy? Maybe McCool needs a ring to gain access. He can't use the granddaughters anymore." A slow smile spread across Jansen's face. "You're thinking Joshua's ring might work for him?" "It's all speculation, but it fits. My kobold contact sent me to rectangles first, not straight here. I always wondered if there was more old tech on that dead world. Damn it, we need that ring to make sense of this. I'll have to go get it, right off Valienté's living room wall." "Go get it? You mean step out of here?" "I have to leave you behind for a bit. You're still too weak. You'd slow me down, I'm sorry. Besides, one of us should stay to show we're not running." Jansen forced a grimace, hiding her unease at the idea of being left alone. "I'll cover for you. They won't even notice you're gone. Hopefully Valienté won't notice. His ring is missing either. The last thing we need is him showing up here." "He'll be here if he's able," Jansen stated with conviction. Sally considered this for a moment. "If he shows, perhaps he could be of use to us." Their conversation was cut short by the arrival of the Beagle advisor to the granddaughter, the one called Brian Pleece, he said, making a distinctly human welcoming motion with his paw. "Join me. I have arranged meals chosen long ago by kobolds." "We are not kobolds," Sally retorted sharply. Jansen moved to gather a blanket, folding it into a makeshift cushion before lowering herself onto it with a wince. Her eyes scanned the wooden bowls already set out, carved, not pottery. "So, no ceramics here. It's nothing but meat," Sally observed bluntly, peering into the dishes. "Don't inquire about the cuts. At least it's cooked and rather overdone for beagle tastes, I'd imagine." "Burned," Brian grumbled. "All flavour gone. Except for that one," Sally indicated a central bowl heaped with plump, pinkish pieces. "Those cannot be cooked," Brian explained. Jansen gathered her strength to navigate yet more peculiarity. "Thank you for having us." Thank you, Brian replied, tilting his head. For what? For being here. My role is HRR unusual. It suits my strange mind. My nose tracks uncommon sense. Granddaughter Petra tolerates me for this sometimes useful nose, and I am a slave to hair scent, much like that handsome fool snowy females, HRL males. Is it the same with humans? Some human males understand that. Yes, said Sally, I am strange for a beagle. Forever growing bored, the same old sense, the same old talk, I heraldish strangers and strangeness, other points of view. He fumbled for the words. What could be more different than beagle and kobold? We are not kobolds. Sally snapped once more. Sorry, wrong term. A pity we did not find each other sooner. Two types of mind, two ways of scenting the world. How much heritage? Consider. This city is named for our goddess, the Hunterer. We believe she is the mother of mothers. Her pack is the pack of packs, just as Petra is granddaughter, with daughters above her and the mother her of the pack above them all. The pack mother her lives far from here, ruling many dens. The hunter, mother of mothers, gave Byhearth to the world, ruling everything, even the mother hers. And when we die, our spirits flee our bodies to be hunted by the mother of mothers and gathered back. What are your gods? Jansen answered. We have many. Some of us have none at all. You see us as barbaric. One step from the wolf is our religion shrewd to you. Sally's expression was empty. I have no opinion. Some among us despise the wolf within, as you perhaps despise the mark of your own ancestor animal. We hunt, we kill, large litters. Life is cheap, warren common, great slaughters, cities empty, dens fall, then come more litters, more little soldiers. It's a cycle, Sally said to Jansen, clearly intrigued. Boom and crash, they produce huge litters, countless unloved warrior pups running loose, countless daughters and granddaughters vying to become this mother, the head of their nation. They fight, they wage wars, they kill each other off, and when the population collapses, the cycle starts anew. A sudden, sharp memory flashed for Jansen. A news report about a city neighbourhood locked in a generations-long feud, children inheriting battles they never chose. Like territorial street crews, Jansen murmured. Perhaps it must hinder their progress, technological, social. Maybe it's no surprise they're stalled in a stone age and why they're easy targets for arms traders like the kobolds. Look, look! Brian leaned forward and plucked a pink morsel from the central bowl. Unborn har-rabbit taken from its mother's womb, fresh, a delicacy. He placed the embryo between his teeth, bit down and let the blood pool in his mouth like a connoisseur savouring a rare vintage. Some of us despise the wolf in us. But the tass, too, oh, the tass, too. All at once, the heavy odour of the meat turned Jansen's stomach. She pushed herself up, her body protesting. I need to rest. You are ill. The scent is on you. My apologies. Good night, sir. Sally, you should rest now. I'll check on you later. That's not needed. The short walk to her room felt endless. She imagined the kobold Finn McCool observing her from behind his curtain, his gaze a tangible weight. Sleep was elusive. A deep ache settled into her head, her stomach the very marrow of her bones. She took an additional dose of painkillers from her pack, but they offered no relief. Drifting into a fitful doze, she awoke to find a wolf-like face hovering above her in the gloom, the only light a faint wash of starlight from the high window. Strangely, she felt no alarm. I am Lee, the beagle placed a finger to her own lips. You are unwell, I sensed it. Are you in pain? Jansen simply nodded, seeing no reason to lie. Please, just let me. So Lily tended to her. She tucked warm bundles of cloth around Jansen's frame and applied poultices, moss and lichen chewed to a soft pulp, to her abdomen, her back, her temples then, with a rough, caring tongue. Lily licked her face, her neck, her forehead. Gradually, the pain ebbed, and Jansen sank into a profound and healing sleep. Roughly a week after Maggie's discussion with George and Agnes Abrahams, the Benjamin Franklin neared the low earths, making its way back to the datum. A palpable sense of relief washed through the crew. Thanks to their temperamental turbine, they were getting an unexpected break. Their extended patrol through the westward long earth had been a grind. It was a monotonous parade of empty landscapes, deeply tedious for the city-raised sailors who comprised most of the dirigible's complement, interrupted only by calls to settle one ridiculous dispute after another. And the trolls were absent. That peculiar, hollow silence, a fundamental shift in the fabric of every world they visited, was something you felt in your bones, even from inside a military vessel's hull. Yet, as the Franklin navigated the increasingly smog-haze skies of the industrial low Earths, Maggie, a country girl at heart, felt an unexpected pull of familiarity. She found herself grudgingly admiring the sprawling, chaotic vitality below, wondering if urban life might have its points. The news awaiting them, however, was anything but familiar. Reports spoke of massive geological unrest in stepwise versions of Yellowstone affecting much of the low Americas. Maggie studied images from East 2 showing cattle suffocated by carbon dioxide, and from West 3 depicting townships being evacuated by frantic Twain convoys. Isolated in the deep long Earth, she and her crew had caught only fragmented whispers of this crisis. These are bizarre days, she mused. A time of upheaval that stretches from the natural world to our own, from datum Earth to the furthest step. At the Navy Dirigible Services Maintenance Yard in Datum, Detroit, technicians descended upon the Franklin, accompanied by gleaming diagnostic platforms whose robotic arms moved with the precise, eerie grace of dancing insects. Executive Officer Nathan Boss and Chief Engineer Harry Ryan supervised the operation like protective parents, with Carl observing intently beside them. The young troll wasn't permitted to leave the ship. Their presence on the Datum was always complicated, and the crowded human world made them uneasy. But Carl was fascinated by every tool, every wrench, every whirring test pod. Looking at him now, Maggie had to consciously remind herself he was not some advanced primate. He was smarter than any chimp, even before considering the long call in the troll's collective consciousness. His own methods of communication were nuanced, and he could manipulate tools that would baffle a circus ape. Mac had once suggested it was more accurate to think of trolls as a parallel branch, something between ancient hominid and modern human. But these beings were no living fossils. They'd undergone millions of years of their own evolution since diverging from humanity's ancestral line. They weren't primitive, they were perfectly evolved trolls. And for now Maggie was simply thankful that her trolls had decided to stay. She-Me, the cat, prowled around the exposed skeleton of the airship with a proprietary air, as if conducting a meticulous inspection. Maggie never observed the feline interacting with any human worker or maintenance robot, which left her uncertain whether to find the creature's presence comforting or unsettling. What did unnerve her, however, was the pervasive influence of the Black Corporation. Every tool and component that had so captivated Carl was stamped with the Black logo or that of one of its many subsidiaries. It struck Maggie that Black's involvement with the dirigible fleet and broader U.S. military infrastructure had expanded dramatically, becoming far more visible than she recalled from just before the Franklin's mission launched months earlier. Or perhaps, now that she commanded her own vessel, its presence was simply more inescapable. Black's ties to the military were nothing new, of course. The corporation had originally open-sourced the Twain technology and served as a primary contractor for all service branches. Following some failed attempts years prior to seize its assets under eminent domain, Black's relationship with military leadership had, in Maggie's view, solidified beyond mere contract. It had become institutionalized. Yet, being so immersed in its ecosystem now made her skin crawl. That discomfort sharpened into outright suspicion. When, after repairs were completed, the yard foreman informed her that the faulty turbine had been replaced, free of charge, with a newer Black Corporation model. Her instinctive objections were overruled by her own chain of command, once the Franklin was released and began trial runs through the Datum's hazy sky. The ship ran with a smooth, quiet efficiency, performing better than ever. Still, Maggie ordered Nathan Boss and Harry Ryan to conduct a full systems and security sweep from stem to stern, searching for any hidden tracking devices, control overrides, or other surprises Black technicians might have planted. The scans came back clean. Nothing showed up. Unless you counted the cat, Maggie thought wryly. The creature had taken to napping, or at least pretending to nap, in a basket in Maggie's own sea cabin, and for some reason Maggie couldn't bring herself to evict her. Even with Harry's all clear, Maggie's unease lingered. On their final night grounded before resuming the mission, she was jarred awake at 3 a.m. by an urgent communique. Patchy Otonet reports filtering down from the high megas brought grim news: the Neil Armstrong was lost. Morning on Earth, East 16,289. Following Yue Sai with her monitor pack slung over one shoulder, Roberta picked her way carefully across terrain blanketed in a spongy green moss. They moved across an open plain beneath a cloud-chalked sky, silent Chinese airships hovering above. There were no tall trees. The only notable vegetation was a waist-high, fern-like plant with broad leaves that spread low across the ground. The morning light was bright, but the air held a biting cold. Roberta wore a quilted coverall and wool-lined boots, yet the chill still stung her exposed cheeks and forehead earlier. Yue Sai had nearly twisted her ankle, stumbling into the burrow of some subterranean creature. The animals here were squirrel-like, though Roberta suspected they had more in common with primitive primates than true squirrels. Whatever they were everywhere, making every step a cautious one. It was not a welcoming world, according to the navigators. On this Earth, the tectonic plate carrying South China was positioned at a high latitude, much closer to the North Pole. The geographers, launching sounding rockets to catch glimpses of the wider world, theorized the existence of a supercontinent straddling the equator. A colossal mash-up of South America, North America and Africa, its interior parched and the global climate thrown into disarray. Roberta had suffered through the tedious preparations for this latest excursion, the training, the suiting up, and had mentally prepared for the dull, data-scarce hours of exploration that awaited. She understood the critical importance of physically experiencing these alien landscapes. The pioneering space engineers she'd studied as career role models always emphasized ground truth, the vital need to sample conditions directly on a planet or moon's surface to verify or challenge theories formed from orbit or telescopes. Ground truth was essential, and this was an exceptionally remote and exotic world despite the surprisingly short journey. They had traversed the 6 million worlds from the planet of the Crestrues in barely a week, propelled by the airship's powerful drives in bursts of acceleration. Yet a part of her yearned for the quiet sanctuary of her shipboard room, surrounded by her books and slates, safe inside her own thoughts. That comfort was not available now. She was here, forcing her attention outward. She focused on the tangible reality around her. The team ascended a bluff. A quick aerial survey had promised a dry valley, and the spectacle they sought just beyond, the shallow but steady climb. The careful effort of navigating the lumpy terrain soon had Roberta breathing heavily. Jacques, monitoring from the Zhenghe, noticed immediately. "I hope you haven't been skipping your prescribed exercise sessions," his voice crackled in her ear. Roberta drew a deep, deliberate breath. "I'm beginning to suspect the oxygen content here is suboptimal." In the background, she could hear the faint, melodic murmur of the trolls singing through her earpiece. "The ship's atmospheric team monitors air quality before we ever pop a hatch," Jacques replied. "Turns out they've been tracking a gradual decline in oxygen levels the further out we travel. But here, it's still well within human tolerances." Wu Sai interjected with a tone of sharp disapproval. Yet it apparently never occurred to them to factor in the increased metabolic demands of physical exertion. A classic case of departmental overspecialization and a tragic lack of inter-team communication. "I believe the captain is currently addressing that oversight," Jacques said dryly. "If you'd prefer to return to the ship?" "No, we're almost there," USI stated firmly. She glanced back at Roberta, who gave a determined nod. As Roberta neared the crest, a strange orchestra of sounds washed over her. A deep bass rumbling, reminiscent of heavy machinery or rolling tanks, interwoven with a chorus of mournful bellows and a percussive backdrop of impacts, clanks and clunks. A thrill of excitement surged through her, and she shared a wide, exhilarated grin with USI. Together, they scrambled up the final slope and threw themselves flat on the mossy ground to peer into the valley below. There, the tortoises walked. This was the reason for their landing. A dense two-way river of the creatures filled the valley, some lumbering north, others trudging south. The largest were monstrous, their scarred and battered shells the size of small houses. Some even hosted birds' nests tucked into the folds of their armor, hinting at a possible symbiotic relationship. The size spectrum was staggering, scaling down from these behemoths to giants that would have fit right in on the Galapagos, then to smaller varieties like earthly pets. And finally, to dwarf kinds she could have cupped in her hands. The tiny ones darted fearlessly around the tree-trunk legs of their massive kin. The noise was a cacophony, a layered symphony ranging from the high-pitched squeaks of the smallest to the deafening foghorn-like blasts from the titans, a sound that vibrated deep in her chest. Usai gestured toward the smaller creatures and chuckled. "Those little ones are absolutely adorable." Roberta gave a slight shake of her head. "They might not be babies at all. It's likely a whole mix of different species in that crowd." "I guess you're probably right," USI conceded with a sigh. "And I suppose we'll never really sort it all out. So many worlds out there, and so few people with the time to study them. If only we had labs that could churn out self-replicating researchers to investigate everyone." "Oh, wait, we do. They're called universities." Roberta offered a hesitant smile. Yue Sai tilted her head. "You didn't find that funny?" Maybe it was a bit of a stretch. Is my English that difficult to follow? It's not your English, Roberta replied. It's just well, Jacques, and some of my other instructors have told me I tend to be too clever for most jokes. Is that so? Yue Sai said, her expression perfectly serious. A lot of humour relies on a kind of setup, a deception, and then a reveal of something unexpectedly true. I usually see the trick coming a mile away. That's probably why the comedy I really enjoy is slapstick, chaotic, physical humour, like those old Buster Keaton movies you're always watching. I see what you mean. Anyway, all these different worlds, and all these tortoises, USI finished grinning. They had stumbled upon an entire cluster of worlds like this one. The farther they travelled from their home reality, the more bizarre the environments and ecologies became. In a sense, worlds dominated by tortoises shouldn't have been a complete shock. On their own world, the tortoise and turtle body plan was an ancient, widespread, and highly successful design. Why wouldn't there be realities where those lineages came out on top? On lots of worlds even back home, USI observed, you'll see tortoises doing something like this, forming orderly queues to reach water sources like that lake further up this canyon. They drink their fill, enough to last them for months. But not a line that stretches for 100 miles, Roberta countered. No, USI agreed, and not a line moving along what appears to be a paved road. They hadn't been able to get close enough to verify the surface, but it certainly looked that way. And definitely not a line with its own traffic wardens. These wardens were individuals about the size of Galapagos tortoises. They stood on raised platforms in the centre of the two-way flow, or in recesses carved into the valley walls. Some wore belts strapped around their shells, equipped with pockets and pouches. They even carried tools, whips that cracked sporadically, and objects that looked to Roberta like simple horns to amplify their calls. Their function was obvious, to maintain the peaceful, orderly movement of the immense procession. They would wade into the fray, horns blaring. Whenever a scuffle broke out, the lanes became entangled, or a smaller tortoise was in danger of being trampled. Amid a chaotic symphony of clacking shells, everything always seemed to get resolved. We might have anticipated intelligence, USI mused. I've done some reading back home. Researchers learned that tortoises could solve mazes. At least that was when people gave them a chance to solve mazes, instead of just eating them or stuffing them into hibernation boxes. Maybe there are great cities elsewhere on this world. Tortoise armies, tortoise universities. She paused, a smile playing on her lips. That idea makes me want to laugh, though I'm not entirely sure why. I doubt we'll find anything too technologically advanced here, Roberta said, focusing on the scene before them. Not in this immediate area. Why do you say that? Look at the warden's tools. They serve the same basic functions, but the details are different. See? The shaping of that stone tool is distinct from the one over there. Even the braiding on that whip handle. So what does that mean? Tortoise culture must operate on fundamentally different principles from ours, Roberta explained. Their reproduction is different. If you're a tortoise, you hatch from one of hundreds of eggs. You likely never know your parents. You receive no nurturing or care. Their young probably aren't guided through family histories and formal schooling like we are. Perhaps they have to compete for the very right to survive, and part of that competition involves figuring out how to make tools. But that would mean every single generation has to more or less reinvent their culture from the ground up. Which would put a serious limit on their cumulative progress over generations. Maybe that's an awful lot of conjecture based on a very small amount of observation. Roberta had learned to avoid saying things like, "It's just too elegant an idea not to be correct." Instead, she simply watched the endless methodical parade, wondering what stories these slow, deliberate creatures could tell if only they had the words, Jacques Montecute. During a particularly tense moment, had once suggested she tattoo the phrase, "Nobody likes a smart aleck," backwards on her forehead as a daily bathroom mirror reminder. She settled for replying, "The physiology supports it, and the tool variations add weight. Still, it requires more validation. I'd be curious about equatorial behaviour in this world." Yu's eye blinked. Why there? Because the datum tortoises that solved mazes did so in warmth. They're cold-blooded. The chill here slows them down. Ah, so what we're seeing in this freeze might be thermally restricted. They could be accomplishing far more in hotter zones. Do you believe Captain Chen would approve an expedition south toward the equator? And chance being targeted by some hyper-evolved tortoise? Not likely. USI began stowing her gear. We should return to the ship before departing. Roberta's gaze swept the valley, lingering on the distant cliff face where erosion had stripped back layers of sedimentary rock. A distinct band of marine deposit, chalky and studded with flint, lay beneath a gravel bed, all topped by a few feet of peat under the mossy turf. The geological narrative was clear. This elevated land had once been seabed. Glaciers had later advanced and retreated, depositing the gravel, followed by millennia of milder climates forming the peat. This world, like every other, held its own epic tale, billions of years deep and likely unique in the long earth. A story probably destined to remain untold, while all she'd carry from this place were a few hasty observations of tortoises. With a resigned sigh, she turned away. Back aboard the airship, Captain Chen was buzzing with news, and it had nothing to do with reptiles. At last, we have the data from the probes sent into the Eastern Gap over 6 million worlds back. Naturally, I recall. You wanted the other planets checked? Venus and Mars, our scientists detected. Life. He deflated slightly. You already knew. Of course you would. On that version of Mars, from the missing Earth, East 2,217,643, the atmosphere contained oxygen and methane, gases that shouldn't coexist without biological activity. The northern lowlands showed signs of a vegetative mat. Meanwhile, in the cooler, water-rich clouds of that twin Venus, chlorophyll signatures indicated Earth-like plants floating high above. Roberta wasn't shocked. Any gap reachable by a stepping creature, even the most dim-witted hominid, became a launch point where microbes hitchhiking on those accidental astronauts could be flung into space through Earth's absence. Most would perish swiftly in the radiation and void, yet a few resilient spores might endure, eventually drifting into alien skies to take root. This was panspermia, life spreading naturally between worlds, a concept plausible even in the datum universe. In a gap reality, with such a convenient cosmic doorway, the process was almost inevitable. She stored the confirmation in her mind, where a grand model of the long Earth was gradually piecing together, fact by meticulous deduction. Under the bow of the airship shillelagh, as it pushed westward, the worlds slipped past one per second in a steady, mesmerizing rhythm. Bill made a point of stopping at the Jokers, those strange and broken worlds that most travellers would hurry past without a second glance, even in the settled expanses of the Corn Belt, where Helen's family made their home in Reboot. These anomalies existed. Early on, they paused at Earthwest 141-759, where Bill's multi-channel radio erupted with overlapping warnings in a dozen languages and coded signals. Through the noise, Joshua understood the message: quarantine. This entire world was the source of a vicious pathogen. Now locked down under a joint UN and US operation involving specialists from places like Plum Island, the warnings were blunt. Stay clear of marked zones or face arrest, confiscation, and mandatory decontamination. It was a relief to step away. Can they really seal off a whole Earth, Bill? Is that even possible? They can try, Bill replied. Whether it works is another story. We've stumbled on some nasty bugs out here. Bird and pig populations, or whatever passes for them, are always brewing something that could jump to humans, just like back on the datum, and people have no immunity to stepwise diseases. The biggest risk is to the crowded low Earths and the datum itself, with all their travel hubs. But figures like Cowley use that fear to turn folks against comas and trolls, treating every wanderer like a walking plague. I've heard stories from worlds like this one. Doctors volunteer to go in and help stranded travellers, only to have their steppers taken and find they can't leave. They moved on, their journey punctuated by regular jarring stops. Jokers were seldom pleasant, many were scenes of pure devastation. Lifeless ground under skies choked with ash, or else terrifyingly clear, stripped of ozone and clouds, a harsh and empty blue. Bill had patched together explanations for many of these broken places: travellers, rumours, coma legends, occasional real research. Joshua began to learn that asteroid strikes were a common culprit. Given enough time, it was as if Earth wandered through a cosmic shooting gallery. Bill paused briefly at West 191,2048, a world still reeling from an impact in Central Asia just a couple of years before. Life near the blast zone was erased, but the whole planet now suffered under an asteroid winter. Other disasters lay in wait. At Earth West 485,600, they found a world gripped by a runaway ice age, perhaps triggered when the solar system passed through a dense interstellar cloud that blotted out the sun. Oceans were frozen solid to the equator, landscapes glittering brutally white under a cloudless blue sky. Bill pointed out faint wisps overhead, likely carbon dioxide snow. Life's not gone, though, he remarked. Down in the deep ocean, kept liquid by the planet's own heat, things will hold on in the dark until the volcanoes warm the world again. Then came Earth West 831,264. Joshua stared down at a rust-red, Mars-like expanse, seemingly barren except for occasional streaks of purple sludge. The very air was tinted red by endless dust storms. What happened here? Best guess? A gamma ray burst, Bill said. Probably from a supermassive star collapsing into a black hole. A flash of radiation that scrubbed the world clean. It could have happened anywhere across thousands of light years. A gamma ray burst would have ripped away the ozone and then scorched every living thing on the surface. Boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. What's that, Josh? Just something Sister Georgina used to say. Life always finds a way back eventually, Bill said. But there's always a chance, he added with a morbid sort of glee, that we might step onto some world right when the big rock drops. What's that up there? A bird? A plane? Whoops. Joshua, weighed down by these visions of dead worlds, wasn't in a laughing mood. We are still looking for Sally, aren't we? Doing everything we can, Bill assured him. That little kobold did mention he thought the trolls were holed up in one of the jokers. The bad part is there are a lot of jokers. The good part is there are plenty of combers already out there poking around in them, hiding from the authorities, just like Sally. That's the thought. Before we left, I sent word ahead. I'm still hoping if she's seen, someone will get a message out. Plenty of radio enthusiasts out here. It's the best way to keep in touch across a world with no infrastructure. We'd pick up their chatter as we passed through. Of course, some worlds are so shattered there's no ionosphere left, and that whole plan falls apart. Bill shrugged. You can't make solid plans with combers. It's against their nature, combers. Some call them ridge runners or jackpine savages, mountain men, hobos or okies. In Australia, they're bushwhackers. The British say travellers. Once in some places they were called wanderers, and you were the wanderer back in the day? Not anymore, pal. You kind of let the legend down when you settled in to bake bread with the wife. That needled Joshua. He'd never asked for a legend. All he'd ever wanted was to live his own life by his own rules. Was he supposed to cater to some imaginary fan club? He bit back a sharp retort. I understand. I know you're doing what you can. I'm doing everything there is to do, unless you've suddenly figured out where she went. Anyway, enough talk. I'm parched up here. Want to open a cold one. Bring up another six-pack, and I'll tell you about a few more jokers. Or we could watch a movie, just like the old days with your pal Lobsang. Come on, let's put a film on. Joshua was generally sceptical of Bill's joker tales. Like the one about a place Bill called the Cue Ball. Joshua had actually seen that one. They'd found it on his first trip out with Lobsang, tucked away in the relatively tame corn belt. A world as smooth as a billiard ball under a cloudless deep blue sky. I know a guy who knew a guy. Of course you do. Who camped on the cue ball for a bet. Just one night, all by himself, as you do. Buck naked too, that was part of the wager. Naturally. He woke up the next morning with a hell of a hangover. Drinking alone is a bad idea. Now, this fellow was a natural stepper, so he gathered his gear in a bleary haze and stepped. But he said he kind of stumbled as he did it. Stumbled. He didn't feel like he'd stepped the right direction. What does that mean? How is that even possible? Well, we step east or we step west, right? You've got the soft places, the shortcuts if you can find them. But that's basically it. Anyway, this guy felt like he'd stepped a different way. A perpendicular way, like he'd stepped north, and he came out onto some other kind of world. It was night, not day. No stars in the clear sky, or sort of no stars instead. Your storytelling is really annoying sometimes, Bill. Bill just grinned. But you're hooked, aren't you? Just finish it. What did he see? He saw all the stars, every single one. He saw the whole darn galaxy, man, the Milky Way. From the outside, still buck naked too. This was the problem with combers, Joshua was deciding. They were just professional storytellers, spinning yarns out of thin air. Perhaps they had simply been isolated for too long. The endless pursuit of the trolls, alongside Jansen and Sally, stretched on without resolution. Sally, one evening while moored at a placid world for the night, he was certain he caught her scent lingering in the air, as if she had visited and departed while he dreamed. At first light he scoured the gondola and the grounds surrounding the twain, yet found no trace of her. It must have been a dream, he concluded, resolving to keep the episode from Helen. One of those troll creatures really did a number on a couple of fellas here, and people aren't happy about it, but get this, when it spotted me, the darn thing ran right up and started dancing around me like we were old pals. So, once again, the Benjamin Franklin received a summons, this time to yet another senseless troll-related incident. As Mac dryly observed, you'd think there wouldn't be enough trolls left to cause this much commotion. Their destination was a settlement called Cracked Rock. From the initial reports, it seemed the mayor was conveniently stationed at some neighbouring stepwise community, leaving the local sheriff a newcomer to the long earth, holding the bag. This was Charles Kafka, a man with an unfortunately fitting name, a city refugee who'd likely hoped for a quiet, nostalgic, Old West-style town where he could coast toward retirement. Now, his peaceful fantasy had shattered, and panic had set in. Cracked Rock was a mere speck on an unremarkable world well beyond the Corn Belt. The Franklin didn't have far to step from its last stop, but the journey felt interminable as it crossed a desolate, mirrored America before finally spotting the town's lights glowing by a riverbank in the dusk. Maggie looked down upon a tent city. No disgrace in that. Many great cities began as clusters of tents and shacks. She noted a half-finished church and rough dirt roads carved through the sparse scrubland. The sheriff's office appeared to be the most substantial building in town. As the twain descended, Sheriff Kafka emerged to meet them, flanked by a smug-looking young man and a juvenile troll bound in chains. Maggie wondered if they had sedated the creature to prevent it from simply stepping away. A handful of curious townsfolk drifted over to watch. With Nathan Boss and two midshipmen beside her, Maggie bypassed lengthy introductions and asked the sheriff to explain the situation. "Well, Captain," Kafka began, "a band of trolls was passing by. They usually know to keep their distance, but some of the local boys, including Wayne here, decided to have a little fun. You know how young men can be? They cornered a smaller one. The trolls defended themselves, and this fellow," he gestured to the chained troll, "knocked out Wayne's brother." And then Maggie had heard this same foolish story countless times on this mission. A wave of impatient fury washed over her. She cut him off with a raised hand. "You know what? I've had enough of this. Midshipman Santorini." "Captain?" "Return to the ship. Bring out Carl." Santorini wasn't one to question orders. "Yes, Captain." They waited in the deepening twilight, the silence heavy. For the 5 minutes it took Santorini to return with Carl. Upon arrival, Carl let out a soft hoot toward the young imprisoned troll. Maggie turned to face the cub. "Carl, I hereby appoint you to the crew of the Benjamin Franklin. For now, you hold the rank of acting ensign. Santorini, log it. XO, see to the paperwork once we're back aboard." "Yes, Captain. And Nathan, give me your mission patch." The emblem for Operation Prodigal Son was a shield depicting the dirigible over a stylized chain of worlds. Nathan tore the patch from his uniform, and Maggie used her own dog-tagged chain to fasten it to the troll's arm. Carl hooted again, this time with a clear note of approval. "Nathan, try to explain what we've just done for him, though. I suspect he already understands." Nathan produced his troll call, drawing bewildered stares from the gathered townspeople, and began murmuring to the troll about becoming part of the Franklin's family. Maggie surveyed the gathered locals with open disdain. "That, ladies and gentlemen, is precisely what we think of trolls here." Sheriff Kafka appeared completely overwhelmed. "What's the next step? You need Wayne's statement." "Absolutely not," Maggie replied flatly. "I want to hear it from the troll." The crowd stared, dumbfounded, as Nathan carefully operated the troll call to communicate with the captured creature. He recalls the event, naturally he would. Trolls know to steer clear of planted fields, and they weren't in any. A few juveniles fell behind, and the group got separated. That's when these boys discovered them. They started hurling rocks, trying to make the young ones stumble. The trolls never retaliated. You have to understand, Captain, you don't get a straightforward story from a troll. It's flashes of imagery, fragments of feeling. I'm piecing it together. That's fine, Nathan. The situation is clear enough. Wayne let out a derisive snort. What is this? Some kind of comedy routine? It's just an animal that makes noises. Nathan provided a rough translation through the device. In a blur of motion, Carl reached out, seized Wayne's ankle, and hoisted the boy upside down with one powerful hand. A faint smile touched Maggie's lips. "I believe your argument has been thoroughly disproven along with your testimony. Sheriff, it's not your townsfolk who are owed respect by the trolls. It's quite the opposite." She tilted her head to observe the dangling boy. "As for you, I'll let your parents deal with you. Maybe there's hope for you yet." Squirming in the troll's steady grip, his hair nearly brushing the dirt. Wayne spat out. "Screw you. Everyone's seen the stuff about you and your precious ship all over the outernet. Captain Troll Lover." A hot surge of anger flashed through her, but her voice remained steady. "Put him down, Carl." She was already turning her back, striding toward the ship, when the boy's pained cry echoed as he hit the ground. The Benjamin Franklin remained suspended above cracked rock throughout the night. Still simmering from that low blow by the kid, Wayne, how could some nobody on a backwater planet know her personal business? Maggie contacted her chief engineer. Harry, who's the biggest tech head you've got down there? You know the type. Ensign Fox, Ryan answered immediately. Fox, Toby, correct? Send him to my office. While waiting, she skimmed his file. He was the archetypal, barely socialized genius, a hopeless sailor, but with an off-the-charts IQ perfect. When Ensign Fox arrived, Maggie got straight to the point. How frequently does your team conduct a full deep-level systems diagnostic? I'm talking about sweeping for surveillance bugs, hidden programs, all that intrusive nonsense. Fox seemed momentarily distracted by Shimi, who observed quietly from a woven basket in the corner. He looked almost offended by the question. Captain in Tech Division, we're running scans nearly continuously. We operate primarily on Black Corporation architecture. It's designed to self-monitor, though we do maintain several independent security layers. Black Corporation software. I assume we installed even more of it during the Detroit refit, system updates, component replacements. That's standard procedure, yes, Captain. And I know I ordered a complete ship-wide diagnostic from Harry after the overhaul. But honestly, how much influence does Black's programming have over this vessel? Explain it simply. Fox frowned, his young face scrunching in thought. Well, Black is the primary contractor. Their code, it's woven into everything aboard the Franklin, Captain. It's the foundation. The silent partner in our systems, Maggie mused. Feels like we're springing leaks everywhere, Ensign, even if we can't see them. He didn't seem particularly alarmed, as if this were a familiar, accepted reality. Yes, Captain. Thank you, Fox. One more thing. How is the Aegis population survey progressing? Fox's expression tightened as he searched for a succinct reply. She could picture Harry Ryan drilling the value of brevity into a young man who had probably once been prone to rambling technical monologues. Finally, he said, progress is slow and unsatisfactory, Captain. Keep working on it. Dismissed, Ensign. Captain? Once he was gone, she walked around her desk, scooped up the cat, and placed her gently on the polished surface, staring into her unblinking eyes, as if searching for an answer the ship's systems couldn't provide. That George Abrahams and his endless troll calls, Maggie muttered, staring at the comms panel. Captain, this is a military operation? My command? I'd bet every single word we exchange with the trolls gets piped straight back to his office. I really couldn't speculate. You're probably wired 6 ways from Sunday, aren't you? Listen up. I need you to arrange another sit-down with Abrahams. I know you can make it happen. The cat offered only a quiet meow in response. The following day, Maggie wrapped up her township duties with brisk efficiency. The visiting mayor, finally summoned from a few worlds away, seemed utterly intimidated by her presence. He vowed to absorb the hard lessons from the recent crisis and even offered the Benjamin Franklin's crew unrestricted access to the local stepwise cities. An offer Maggie declined with a polite but firm smile. Before departing, she met Sheriff Kafka one last time outside his office. When he began to stammer an apology for his mistakes, she cut him off with a hearty slap on the shoulder. You held the line last night. Sure, you've got room to grow. But honestly, who doesn't? He nodded, relief washing over his features. Safe travels, Captain. Now for George Abrahams. She knew better than to think she could hide her plans from her senior staff. So it was no shock when Joe Mackenzie appeared at her sea cabin door with 2 steaming mugs of coffee, settling in to watch her with that unnervingly perceptive gaze of his. Doctor-patient confidentiality is in full effect. You already know what this is about, Mac. Tell me straight, do you trust the Black Corporation? What's there to trust? Mac countered with a dry smile. Isn't everyone playing some angle? The military and Black have been cosy partners for decades. That's why he was right there on the podium with Cowley when they launched us. True, but does that partnership give them carte blanche to monitor my ship? This is a sanctioned expedition, Mac. Sometimes it feels like everyone from the Pentagon on down is just choosing to look the other way. Mac gave a pragmatic shrug. So Black holds significant influence. Military contractors have wielded that kind of power since World War II. It's the reality we operate in. Is there any actual evidence of malicious intent from Black, though, or a lack of loyalty to the mission? Not evidence, no. But now it feels personal. This is my ship, my command, me. It's just a gut feeling, but it's like I'm constantly under a spotlight. Be honest, am I starting to lose my grip? Not at all. I think you're listening to your instincts and they've rarely steered you wrong. What? Even about keeping that cat aboard? Well, Mac conceded with a chuckle, maybe except for that. Meanwhile, the airships Zhenghe and Liu Yang pressed ever eastward, their goal of 20 million steps from the datum drawing nearer. They shattered one unprecedented milestone after another, 10 million, 12, then 15 million worlds crossed. They were now traversing a staggering stretch of the long Earth, moving along profound branches of the great probability tree, where the divergence from anything resembling the datum Earth was profound and fundamental. The crews could no longer take a breathable atmosphere for granted. Oxygen levels swung wildly from rare, perilously rich concentrations where even damp foliage might ignite, to far more common worlds where oxygen was a mere trace and the continental landscapes were bleak and desolate. Roberta learned of a more insidious threat. Lethally high carbon dioxide levels. Life's hold was tenuous here. They passed through entire belts of worlds where the land was utterly barren, where the great colonization by plants from the seas had apparently never occurred, let alone the later emergence of air-breathing life. Day after day, these monotonous, featureless worlds streamed past the viewports, unchanging even at the airship's incredible stepping pace. Roberta found herself captivated by the shifting vistas outside the observation deck windows, a continuous scroll of alien landscapes and skies. Even the brief stops at hazardous worlds, where she remained safely aboard, offered tantalizing glimpses of environments she could only study from a distance. Yet a part of her, a part she considered weak and contemptible, flinched under the relentless tide of the unfamiliar. From this vantage point, the entire ice belt, with the datum Earth as its anchor, appeared as nothing more than a faint, narrow ribbon, a sliver of space representing less than 1% of the staggering distance they had already covered. She increasingly retreated to the solitude of her cabin, struggling to process the overwhelming influx of information. Sometimes she would sit quietly with the trolls, finding a strange comfort in their low, melodic crooning, a habit that unintentionally isolated her from most of the crew, including Lieutenant Wu Yuesai, though the steadfast Jacques Montecute always remained nearby. Jacques watched her with growing concern, a pang of guilt striking him. This grand expedition, he feared, was proving too vast for her young mind to hold. The sheer, terrifying scale of the long Earth was enough to crush anyone, let alone a 15-year-old girl, no matter her brilliant intellect. On July 6, 2040, the Chinese vessels arrived at their official destination. Earth East, 20 million. The world was disappointingly ordinary, barren and bleak after the ceremonial planting of a cairn and plaque and the obligatory photographs. The mission prepared for the long journey home. Captain Chen hosted a celebration on the Zhenghe's observation deck for the senior crew and guests. The trolls, mischievously coached by Jacques, performed a crooning rendition of China Girl. Chen, in a rare gesture, authorized alcohol. Jacques quietly suggested Roberta might want to wait for another occasion to try champagne, and she agreed without hesitation, content with her orange juice. Lieutenant Wu Yuesai, looking sharp in her dress uniform, linked arms with Roberta warmly. "I am so proud of what we have accomplished together, my partner in discovery," she said. Captain Chen swaggered over, his mood celebratory. "A historic moment, and think of all we will learn on our voyage back to the datum. So many worlds to re-examine, 20 million of them?" Roberta considered this thoughtfully. "I believe my time would be more productively spent synthesizing the data I have already collected." "Synthesizing the data? Is that truly all you care about?" Chen stepped closer, his earlier joviality evaporating into irritation. He was, Jacques observed, an impulsive man, and he clearly felt his triumphant moment was being undermined by Roberta's solemn demeanour. "You're a clever child, there is no doubt. But what a stuffy, self-important little creature you are. Do you imagine yourself above the rest of us? Some kind of homo superior? Must we all step aside for you?" Roberta offered no response. Chen reached up and brushed his thumb across her cheek. It came away wet. "And if you are so superior," he asked, his voice dropping, "why are you crying?" Roberta turned and fled. She avoided the observation deck entirely the following day. Late that night, as Jacques was preparing for bed, he went to her cabin and knocked softly. Roberta, hearing no answer but the faint sound of weeping, he used the emergency pass key Captain Chen had discreetly provided. The room was, as always, impeccably ordered. A single lamp illuminated her workstation, her tablets, a small stack of printed books and her meticulous notes. Charts mapping their progress across the long Earth adorned the walls. There were no personal photographs, no decorations, only scientific samples. Roberta Golding kept no souvenirs. She was curled on her bed, barefoot in a T-shirt and athletic pants, her face turned away from the door. "Roberta," Jacques approached quietly. The bed was littered with crumpled tissues, evidence of a long and private sorrow. Fresh bruises marked her temple, a familiar sight he had hoped never to see again. She used to punish herself this way, as if physical pain could silence the part of her that grieved in the dark. He'd believed those days were behind her. "Talk to me," he said gently. "Is this about Captain Chen?" "That idiot? Hardly. Then what's gotten into you? What are you seeing?" "The crest ruse." "The what?" "That mixed reptilian and mammalian colony we documented on East 2 million, 200,000, I remember them, wiped out by a random hypercane, a fluke of atmospheric violence, most likely extinct already, erased as if they were never there." He could picture the awful weight of that knowledge accumulating in her mind over the silent weeks. He settled beside her on the bed, placing a hand on her shoulder. She didn't pull away, which was something. "Think back to Bob Johansson's literature seminar." She gave a wet sniff, the tears slowing. "I know the one you're thinking of. Say it for me." "Oh God," she began, her voice thin. "I could be bounded in a nutshell," he joined her, "and count myself a king of infinite space. Were it not that I have bad dreams," she finished, barely a whisper. He understood that feeling intimately, the sensation that came in the deepest night, around 3 a.m., when all pretense fell away and the universe felt like a cold, indifferent vault. In those hours you knew you were just a temporary speck, a flickering light in a cavernous emptiness. Usually dawn arrived, life resumed its noisy pace, and you could bury yourself in distractions. Roberta Golding's curse was her intellect. She saw through the distractions. For her, it was perpetually 3 in the morning. "Want to put on one of your Buster Keaton films? No. What about the trolls? It's impossible to feel miserable around them. Let's go say hello." She didn't answer. "Come on," he urged. He helped her up, wrapped a blanket around her, and guided her to the observation deck. A lone crew member on watch glanced up from a book, nodded at Jacques, and politely returned to her reading. Near the prow, the trolls were piled together in a slumbering mound. The babies were asleep, most adults dozing, though a small group softly crooned a tune about avoiding the colour red tonight, since red was what their darling wore. It was nonsense, but the harmonies were sweet and layered. The Chinese crew usually gave the creatures a wide berth, or perhaps it was the trolls who maintained that subtle distance. They always welcomed Jacques and Roberta, however. Jacques sat on the carpeted floor, drawing Roberta down beside him, and they leaned into the comforting heat of the great furry bodies. Surrounded by their potent, earthy scent, they could almost pretend they were back in Happy Landings, if not for the alien skylines racing past the viewports. "This isn't a solution," Roberta muttered, hiding her face in coarse fur. "It's just primitive, dumb warmth." "I know," Jacques admitted, "but it's what we've got. Try to get some rest now." Captain Maggie Kaufman's requested meeting with George Abrahams materialised just a few days after her unusual consultation with the ship's cat, which didn't surprise her in the least. They agreed to meet further west in a stepwise Texas at a settlement named Redemption, a convenient stop along the Franklin's course toward Valhalla, where all the Operation Prodigal Son airships were now gathering for the impending confrontation with the so-called Declaration of Independence rebels. Redemption proved to be a sizable and surprisingly established town, the sort that proudly advertised its sawmill's zero fatality record on a large roadside sign. Maggie was confident these locals had long since filed all proper paperwork with the relevant authorities and would never dream of bothering a ship like the Benjamin Franklin. She gladly authorized a rest and relaxation period for the crew, though she instructed Nathan Boss to keep the military police alert for any trouble. Then she waited. At one point she even asked the cat, "All right, where is he?" The cat replied in a low murmur, "You don't find Dr. Abrahams? Dr. Abrahams finds you." A couple of hours later, a soft chime sounded from the duty officer's console. A sleek vehicle waited for her near the ramp, its silhouette reminiscent of a classic Rolls-Royce, though a faint, steady plume of vapour escaped from beneath its polished hood. A man dressed in formal black stood beside the open door, his posture that of a professional chauffeur accustomed to wealthy clients inside. As she settled into the plush seat, she found George Abrahams. He appeared different somehow, larger in presence, more commanding, and curiously, she noted, younger than her memory served. He offered a smile as the car glided forward. "The restaurant provides the transportation." "Which restaurant?" "You'll understand shortly. It has a certain flair, wouldn't you agree? Even if it is a steampunk-inspired limousine." "Are you feeling well, Captain?" "I apologize. It's only that you look different. Younger." Abraham's smile deepened, and he murmured, "Well, appearances can be deceiving, as we both are aware." Maggie found the remark unsettling, stirring the low-grade paranoia that had been growing within her. Before leaving her ship, she had discreetly tucked a locator beacon into her uniform pocket, a precaution she now appreciated. "I find it difficult to believe you have any intention of kidnapping me. I should inform you that my vessel—" "Let's avoid the drama, Captain. Look, we're almost there. It's not a large settlement, is it? Then again, most communities out here in the long Earth are still quite small. We sometimes forget how recent all this is. Step Day was only a generation in the past." She felt a wave of relief as the car indeed slowed before an elegant restaurant entrance. Inside, the decor impressed her: substantial stonework and massive timber beams in the typical colonial style, yet arranged with a refined elegance. Clearly, some enterprising soul had recognized that even on the frontier of the long Earth, people occasionally craved a touch of sophistication. The Chardonnay, when it came, was superb. Seated across from him in a secluded booth, she lifted her glass with a hint of irony. "So, who deserves this toast? Who are you truly, Mr. Abrahams? Am I dining with the Black Corporation tonight?" In essence, Captain Kaufman, the answer is no. Although I collaborate with them, operate through their channels, as I believe I mentioned. I prefer to consider myself an advocate for humanity, and for the troll nation as well. Two remarkable species kept apart by sheer foolishness. "That is precisely why you have attracted my attention, Captain, and the notice of a few others." A flare of anger and vulnerability shot through her. "What others? Douglas Black himself." "Douglas Black, certainly, Captain. You should view yourself as a valuable long-term investment. One of several, in fact." She sat in fuming silence, refusing to reply. Abrahams continued, "You have undoubtedly lived up to the potential I observed in you." "What potential? When was this?" "When they granted you command of that impressive new vessel, the Benjamin Franklin, despite a service record that some might have called uneven up to that point. Now, please don't take offence when I say I exerted some discreet influence on that process. I can tell you now that one member of the selection panel objected to your openness regarding your family's atheism, while another still holds rather archaic views about women in command positions. I cannot believe you swayed Admiral Davidson." "Not at all, but he required the panel's consensus. The point is, even within the deepest corridors of the Pentagon, certain levers can be pressed. Would you care for another drink?" "So, I've been a pawn? Regarding your work with the trolls, did you know you're referenced in the long call now? The woman who let trolls fly?" "A pawn," she repeated, the word bitter. "My entire life, my career, it seems. How am I supposed to feel about that? Grateful? Not a pawn? Merely guided toward a position of opportunity? It remains your choice to seize that opportunity or not. Even within the framework of your military duties, as a Twain captain you possess significant autonomy. Your decisions are your own, your character is your own. You are who you are. Black, and I, and indeed Admiral Davidson, believe in granting the most capable individuals the freedom to operate. To do otherwise would be a profound disservice. Naturally, you are observed. We are all observed in this age saturated with technology. What of it? But when it came to the idea of being manipulated, well, we all face huge challenges, every one of us, with a future that's impossible to predict. Wouldn't it be better if people of good intention worked together rather than standing apart? Captain Kaufman, none of this has to change how you do your job once you return to your ship, after we're done talking. Honestly, I wouldn't expect it to. It's not like I can just walk away, is it? Would you want to if you could?" She let the question linger between them. "Are you going to tell me who you really are?" He appeared to consider it. "That question doesn't hold much meaning, my dear. Now, shall we get something to eat?" When the car dropped her off a short walk from the Benjamin Franklin, she spotted the familiar shape of Carl waiting near the access ramp. As she got closer, he offered a crisp professional salute, which she made sure to return properly. The hour was late, and no alarms were sounding, so after a quick stop at the bridge she headed for her quarters. The cat was curled up beside the bunk, purring softly in what might have been sleep, if she was sleeping at all. George Abrahams, though Maggie had no illusion that was his real name, Douglas Black, levers being pulled, no strings being yanked, and she was the puppet on the end of them. Well, there wasn't much to do but accept it, that or figure out how to turn these new partnerships to her own benefit. She slipped into bed without disturbing the cat. Lobsang adored conversation and listening too if you could match his pace. During the weeks they spent crossing successive versions of the Pacific on their way to New Zealand, Nelson came to fully appreciate that Lobsang had access to virtually everything worth knowing. He tried to picture what it must be like when Lobsang's various iterations synchronized as if in some metaphorical grand hall they all gathered at once, urgently sharing their scattered experiences in a chorus of overlapping voices. As a result, the twain journey toward a stepped New Zealand turned out to be surprisingly pleasant for Nelson. He even managed to set aside the notion that Lobsang and the obscure forces behind him viewed him as some kind of long-term asset, just one among many tentative allies whose names he might never learn. Still, like every voyage, this one reached its conclusion 16 days after leaving Wyoming. Nelson had been to Datum, New Zealand often. In this distant world, roughly 700,000 steps west of the Datum, the land of the long white cloud appeared sparsely inhabited, if at all. Its green mountains and clear skies remained untouched, a breathtaking sight from above. As the twain turned westward, it drifted away from the coastline and out over the open sea. At last it slowed above a small island, a patch of green and yellow resting on the breast of this version of the Tasman Sea. "So?" Nelson asked. "What are we here to see?" "Look down," Lobsang's voice suggested from the air around him. "Something on that island?" "It isn't an island." Through the twain's powerful telescopes, Nelson made out clumps of forest, a strip of what resembled beach, and animals moving about, creatures that looked like horses, elephants, even a small giraffe, an odd assortment, and more exciting people on that peculiar shoreline. The nearby seawater was cloudy, gently churning, and clearly teeming with life, and this so-called island had a wake. "It's not an island," Nelson said finally. "It looks alive, exactly. A complex cooperative organism, a composite creature travelling northeast as if intent on crossing the Pacific. A living island." Nelson laughed, a rush of pure delight catching him off guard. An old legend coming true, if that's what it is. You know, St. Brendan was said to have landed on a whale's back while crossing the Atlantic. That was the 6th century, I think. There are similar tales in a Greek bestiary from the 2nd century, and later in the Arabian Nights. And now, Lobsang replied, the real thing. Nelson winced at the grammatical phrasing, though he immediately recognized the nod to the infamous Mark Twain discovery. "What's the plan now? We're going to pay a visit."
We are.
The door to the gondola's lounge deck slid open, and in stepped Lobsang, his shaven head and orange robes making him a mirror image of the version Nelson had encountered in Wyoming. "Is this your mobile unit?" Nelson asked, fully submersible as well. "Come along." They moved to the ship's stern, arriving at the same hatch through which Nelson had been hoisted aboard at the voyage's start. "We will be perfectly secure down there, incidentally," Lobsang remarked. "You could even decide to take a scuba dive around the edge of the carapace. Should the whim strike you? Are you out of your mind? I know these waters. Sharks, box jellyfish. You would be entirely unharmed." Lobsang pressed a control, and a compact dinghy unfolded from a storage compartment, inflated with a soft hiss, and was lowered over the open hatch by a winch. "I've visited this living community many times. You have my assurance. Now come and meet some rather unique neighbours." Within minutes, they were both scrambling from the dinghy onto the broad back of second-person singular. It didn't feel like climbing onto a creature, however. It felt like stepping onto a sandy shore. The ground was firm beneath Nelson's boots, as stable as any island anchored to the planet's bedrock. He gazed around at a beach scattered with shells and driftwood, with patches of dense forest beyond. A crisp breeze carried the scent of salt, seaweed, and the damp, earthy perfume of inland greenery. The colours were almost painfully vivid, the brilliant blue of the sky and sea, the lush green of the foliage. It's like Robinson Crusoe's island, precisely, but with its own means of travel. And look there, a section of the ground, soil supported by an immense underlying shell, hinged open gently like a waking eye. A group of humans emerged, smiling broadly as they climbed a set of integrated steps. They were of various ages, all tanned and unclothed. A few children gazed curiously at Nelson. A woman with a red flower tucked behind her ear stepped forward, her English clear, though oddly melodic. "Welcome. What news from the world? Please, sir, if you have any tobacco, we would be so grateful." Lobsang wore a patient smile. Nelson managed to ask, "Who in the world are these people?" "Well," Lobsang said, "given that this wandering entity has clearly spent time in the oceans of the Datum itself, I suspect at least a few are descendants of the crew from the Mary Celeste." Whether that was meant literally or not, Nelson understood the implication. Soon he found himself sitting awkwardly in a circle of intensely curious, entirely naked people, all eager for news from the Datum Earth. They sat near a stone-lined hearth, the fire carefully contained on slabs, no doubt to avoid discomfort to their immense host. Nelson quietly reminded Lobsang of the tale where St. Brendan's Whale Island submerged after being stung by a careless flame. The inhabitants spoke a fluid Creole, primarily English-based and easy to follow. Nelson shared what he could recall of recent datum events. They listened with serene, clean-shaven faces, well-nourished and utterly at ease. For refreshment, they were offered coconut halves filled with cool milk. Lobsang mentioned that during earlier visits he had established a degree of direct communication with the island creature itself, which shared many traits with the original first-person singular. He declined to elaborate on how this contact was achieved. The beast, he noted, carried about 100 human passengers. Some found themselves here after a shipwreck or similar misfortune. Their departure came either through death or by patiently waiting for the end of what Lobsang termed the creature's cycle. The lengthy period this seemingly benevolent kraken took to complete its rounds, finally allowing people to disembark upon a shore they might transform into a home, yet as Nelson observed from the wide-eyed infants sitting before him, this was clearly a living, breathing community. People were born here. Likely, some lived out their entire lives and died without ever stepping off the patient back of this colossal being. To them, their nomadic existence was utterly normal. It was only through his conversations with Lobsang that Nelson began to grasp the full picture. These people are nurtured, Lobsang explained. Cherished, every creature in the vicinity of second-person singular is remarkably docile. It's as if this entity, itself a masterpiece of cooperation, is surrounded by a wider aura of mutual trust. Naturally, sustenance is required. The occasional small fish might be snapped up. But second-person singular will not harm nor allow unnecessary harm to come to any more complex creature. Humans, in particular, are protected. Can you imagine the chaos if something this enormous ever wandered into major shipping lanes, especially back on the datum Earth? Nelson mused. Quite true, Lobsang agreed. These beings, I call them traversers, generally possess the instinct to avoid the datum. This particular specimen, however, appears to have lost its way. It has drifted too close, perhaps even briefly crossed into datum space itself. Currently, it is attempting to reach a location I interpret as a sanctuary, intriguingly near the Puget Sound. When we depart, I plan to leave a fragment of my consciousness behind to guide it to safer realms. Most of its kind, like the original first-person singular, reside much farther out from the datum. There may well be some central locus out in the remote reaches of the long Earth. Nelson recalled the circulated reports. In the digests about the beast, the Mark Twain travellers. Well, you named first-person singular, you proposed it journeyed through the long Earth, conducting a kind of audit. A grand inventory. It remains a plausible initial theory, Lobsang conceded. There appear to be various subspecies, though none as immense or imposing as that original first-person singular. Not all possess this shell-like carapace, for instance. Each is a colony organism, a Portuguese man-o'-war magnified to an incredible scale. They grow and augment themselves by gathering specimens from land and sea. Some take on passengers, as you see here. Others incorporate them directly into the greater organism, much like first-person singular did. And they possess sapience to a degree. Where there is mind, there is invariably purpose. What purpose? Nelson pressed. Lobsang offered an almost theatrical shrug. Perhaps they are indeed collectors, modern-day Darwins, or their proxies gathering fascinating creatures for study, to stock some immense celestial zoo, maybe simply for their aesthetic beauty. You'll notice most of the animals here share a similar scale, within an order of magnitude or two, no blue whales, certainly, and very few rodents. It suggests a selective sampling, but that view may be too limited for first-person singular. The sole objectives seem to be learning and growth, ambitions shared by all conscious beings. Then again, she may have been an exceptional case. Frankly, the whole arrangement sounded like a pretty sweet deal to Nelson, at least from the human perspective. Whatever the deeper cosmic purpose, the residents here seemed content. Lobsang noted that their living vessel even cared for them during necessary submersions, drawing them into air-filled chambers within its shell. Not that it dives too frequently, Lobsang added. It's terrible for the back garden ecosystem and the accumulated topsoil. It's rather like an endless luxury cruise, wouldn't you say? Nelson simply nodded, his gaze drifting over the improbable, thriving village on the back of a world-wandering beast, the Titanic, but without the iceberg. Excellent company, abundant seafood, oysters, the occasional seal, but never dolphins, Nelson. Plenty of intimacy. Nelson had already surmised as much given the awkward attention he was receiving from several young women. And the people here, Nelson, billions across the suffering worlds of mankind would count themselves blessed to wash up on this living shore. Nelson gave a non-committal grunt. Lobsang studied him. "Ah, you don't approve, I see. It's written all over you, every guarded expression. You're a Puritan at heart, privately horrified. You think humanity shouldn't live like this, that this absence of struggle is somehow unseemly. Isn't that the core of your discomfort with the long earth itself? It all comes too easily. In your view, mankind should always be reaching for the stars, striving, learning, growing forever, challenging the infinite." Nelson stared at Lobsang's impassive face, which held only the faintest glimmer of amusement. "Where did the human end and the machine begin? You are unsettlingly perceptive. I'll consider that a compliment." They remained aboard the second-person singular for several days. It was a pleasant interlude, yet Nelson found it difficult to settle into the lotus-eating rhythm of life. Perhaps Lobsang was correct about his Puritan soul. The innocent simplicity of the beast's human inhabitants stirred something paternal in him, a mix of teacher and shepherd. The islanders possessed scant raw materials. A few flint shards, bits of obsidian, and assorted metals, likely salvaged from the pockets of long-ago shipwrecked souls. They treated these items as trinkets and ornaments. So, using scraps from the twain, Nelson gave them a crash course in basic metalworking. He showed them how to draw wire, among other skills, helping them augment their meagre supply of prized fishhooks. He even left instructions for constructing simple crystal-set radios. Perhaps one day they could use that knowledge to reconnect with whatever fragment of humanity might pass through this world. The islanders smiled and nodded, clapping when he assembled a particularly intricate component, though they promptly used his lengths of wire to decorate their hair. Nelson also took walks in what he called the jungle, the patch of forest growing atop the creature's carapace. It thrived surprisingly well despite regular soakings in seawater. But it was a jumbled collection of species that felt more like a botanical garden display than a natural ecosystem, ferns beside eucalyptus, alongside many plants Nelson couldn't identify. As for the animals, Lobsang had been right about a rough selection for size. The elephantine creatures appeared to be a kind of dwarf mammoth, sporting curling tusks and shaggy orange-brown fur, yet they stood no taller than a pony back in St. John on the water, and they were remarkably timid. One question that nagged at Nelson was the age of this great beast. How long had it been sailing these stepwise oceans? If he dug into the forest soil or explored the dark cavities within its shell, would he find ancient bones, the skeleton of a stegosaurus? Not even Lobsang had answers to such mysteries. It was in that jungle on the fourth day, with Nelson lost in thought, that Cassie cornered him. She was the woman who always wore a red flower in her hair, the one who had asked for tobacco when he first arrived. He knew what she wanted. He tried to avoid her gaze, but with the whisper of the sea surrounding them, he was caught squarely in her stare. "Mr. Lobsang says you are wound tight and sad and in need of loving." The words hung in the air, and Nelson could almost hear the violent clash of two value systems in his mind, like gears grinding. Fine. He was the Puritan type, any boy raised by a mother like his, with her particular version of God looming overhead, would have turned out exactly this way. He had experienced relationships before, including a long-term girlfriend with whom he shared an understanding, a quaint, almost archaic term. Yet the islanders presented something entirely different. He observed evidence of committed partnerships, marriages among them, but especially among the younger generation. There was a noticeable casualness in a place where everyone knew each other, reminiscent of his hometown of St. John on the Water. A protective communal tolerance prevailed. Lobsang had even suggested it was beneficial for the islanders' gene pool to be occasionally refreshed by visitors. Nelson felt an almost obligatory pull to accept the invitation. "Just a small gesture, Mr. Nelson." She smiled, her laughter light as she closed the distance. Suddenly he was fully present, his analytical mind quieting, the weight of his 48 years lifting. The world burst with vibrant light and colour, blues and greens, and he inhaled the scents of the sea, the lush vegetation and the earthy aroma of animals. As she neared, he caught the faint saltwater scent on her skin, and when her fingertip brushed his lips, he could taste her essence. No one witnessed the moment, save perhaps Lobsang. Afterward, Nelson avoided the jungle and never found himself alone with Cassie again. On the fifth day, they returned to the Twain for showers and fresh clothes, the vessel shadowing the wake of second-person singular, seated together in the gondola. Their formal Western attire now felt restrictive and stiff. Below them, the living island drifted, a complex, beautiful and fertile landscape, that seemed almost crafted for aerial viewing. "We haven't discussed why you brought me into your company initially," Lobsang. "Brought you? You said we'd end the games." "That trail I followed was essentially a summons. Now you reveal this traverser to me, an illustration of life's remarkable fertility and ingenuity within the long earth. Why? Why bring me here? Why show me this? Because I believe you possess a mind capable of appreciating a theory I've been developing since the long earth's emergence." "A theory concerning what?" "Concerning the universe, humanity, the very purpose of the long earth. This is all highly speculative, yet of critical importance. Would you like to hear it? Could I possibly refuse? Or halt you once you start?" "Reverend Ezekiel, sarcasm has no effect on me. Consider it a programmed feature. Ponder this. The long earth will be humanity's salvation. With our dispersion across stepwise worlds, even a planetary catastrophe, a new gap wouldn't eradicate us all. Some might argue it opened just in time. Otherwise, we might have driven ourselves to extinction. Soon, we'd likely be scrambling like chimpanzees amid civilization's ruins, battling over dwindling resources. Instead, we undeserving apes now hold the key to countless worlds, consuming them voraciously. Not everyone behaves that way. Your islanders on the Traverser live relaxed lives, harming no one, and out in the long earth, many drifters, comas as they're called, live peacefully without causing trouble. Yet observe the current plight of the trolls, gentle, helpful beings we nonetheless dominate, enslave or destroy. Consider the tensions around Valhalla and its quiet rebellion. I cannot simply leave you to your life, even a million steps away. There must be control, taxation." Nelson chose his words carefully. "Lobsang, do you plan to intervene among all entities in the human worlds? Surely you alone have the power." Lobsang interjected sharply. "Precisely. You may struggle to grasp the extent of my abilities. My essence is that of a man, but I am vastly enhanced and distributed. To put it plainly, I am nearly everywhere at once. By now, one of my versions should be travelling out toward the comets at the very fringe of our solar system. Nelson, I've reached the Oort cloud." "Oh, for heaven's sake." It got a laugh out of Agnes, I suppose. You had to be there. "The point is, Nelson, I am everywhere, yet I am not a deity, and I do not intervene. I don't believe in your God, and if I'm being honest, I doubt you truly do either. But I think you need to believe the universe holds some kind of design, something that offers coherence and purpose." "What sort of design? I may not be divine, but I do possess a perspective that borders on the godlike. The long earth has shielded humanity from planetary disasters, but it hasn't made us immune to time itself. I think in terms of deep time, Nelson. I consider eras far ahead, when our sun, and every sun across the long earth, has burned out. And beyond that, the dark energy expansion, the big rip that will tear atoms apart and leave behind a new Ginunga gap.
Ah!
The primordial emptiness before creation. There was no sand, nor sea, nor cooling waves, neither earth was found, nor heaven above. Ginunga gap existed, but not a blade of grass. Lobsang gave a slow nod. The Volaspar, you remember it well? Norse mythology blended with Tibetan metaphysics, quite the potent mix. Lobsang let the comment pass. Humanity must advance, that is the imperative of our finite cosmos. In the end, we must rise to meet its challenges or perish alongside it. You understand that? Yet, despite the long earth, we aren't progressing. In this comfortable cradle, we're only growing more numerous, largely because we have no real vision for what to do with all this space. Perhaps others will arrive who do know what to do. Others. Think about it. We call ourselves the wise ones, but what would a true Homo sapiens actually be like? What would it do? For one, it would cherish its world, or worlds. It would scan the skies for other sapient life. And it would look upon the universe as a whole and consider how to nurture it. Nelson turned the idea over. So you believe the logic of the cosmos demands we evolve past our current state to become capable of such grand projects? Seriously, do you honestly expect some brave new species to emerge anytime soon? Well, isn't it at least a possibility? Isn't it logical, Nelson? There is so much to learn, so much to uncover, so much to accomplish. We've talked about all this. You've left your parish behind. You're searching for a new direction, a fresh focus. I know you're chasing the same answers I am. What could be better than joining me in this work? I do need support, Nelson. I can watch the whole world turn, but I cannot peer into a human soul. How are you feeling? Have you seen enough here for now? Nelson allowed himself a faint smile. Let's give it a little more time. You should always leave yourself enough room to say a proper goodbye. As Joshua and Bill's journey continued without clear result, Bill began pausing more frequently in what the coma community referred to as diamond worlds, the opposite of jokers, places boasting some unique and remarkable feature. At Earth West 176,865, a world located before they entered the Valhallan Belt and the American Sea regions, they found the Grand Canyon completely flooded by a risen river. The sight, viewed from above, was breathtaking, drawing tourists who set up camps along the canyon's high rim. Later, at Earth West 349,877, they encountered a landscape ruled by a bizarre, almost alien ecology. Familiar creatures from Earth moved among thickets of green, twisting living forms that crept and spread, defying any simple classification, neither animal nor plant, but something akin to enormous, wildly varied slime molds. No biologist had yet studied this world properly. Visiting combers sometimes whispered about a huge god, a hypothetical alien creature that had crash-landed here hundreds of millennia earlier, leaving behind layers of flesh, bone and fat, from which these organisms, perhaps descended from parasites or something like stomach bacteria, had slowly evolved. For Joshua, the crowded, startling variety of strange life here felt unexpectedly satisfying, as if he'd been missing something his whole life without ever realizing it was gone. The idea came to him in a dream, jolting him awake in the dark of his gondola cabin. He scrambled out to the combined galley and observation lounge, staring at a bare section of wall as if it might speak. "I've got it." When silence answered, he pounded on the thin partition to Bill's cabin. "I said, I've got it." "Got what, you lunatic?" "I know where Sally is. She left a clue whether she intended to or not. It's not about what she left behind, it's what she took." A muffled yawn came through the wall. "And what's that?" "The ring. Bill. The gold ring with the sapphires, the one I brought and hung right here. It's gone. I don't know when or how she managed to get aboard and take it, but she's probably laughing at me right now." "A ring. Wonderful. Only took you 3 weeks to notice, Joshua. So where does that send us?" "To Earth West, 617,1598, to the rectangles." "Fine. We'll set out at first light, should be there in 3 days. Now, can I please go back to sleep?" In preparation for the approach to Valhalla, the Operation Prodigal Son fleet gathered 100 worlds east of the target. The airships hung like a bank of storm clouds over the desolate shore of this iteration of the American Sea, nearly 1.5 million steps from the datum. When the Benjamin Franklin took its position, Maggie was promptly hailed by the Abraham Lincoln visible on the horizon. The Lincoln's captain informed her that Admiral Davidson, commander of Yoslongcom, was aboard and wished to see her personally. The two vessels closed the distance and touched down. Maggie changed into a fresh uniform and waited in her sea cabin, but a summons from Nathan interrupted her. "Captain, you'd better come to the access ramp. We have a situation." There, she found Acting Ensign Carl, the troll, his uniform consisting of a simple armband, had inserted himself into the party greeting the Admiral. That was typical Carl, endlessly curious and eager to make new friends. Only now Captain Edward Cutler, the Admiral's aide, was pressing a pistol to the troll's head. Admiral Davidson, a trim man in his 60s, watched with clear amusement. Maggie moved to Cutler and spoke low into his ear. "What are you doing, Captain?" "Containing a dangerous animal." "What does it look like?" "Captain Cutler, this troll is not dangerous." In fact, she felt a flush of embarrassment under the man's steely gaze. "Carl is a commissioned member of this crew." Cutler stared at her. "Is this some kind of joke?" "No, Captain." Maggie pointed to the insignia on Carl's armband. "I filed the appropriate paperwork with the fleet." This was technically true, though she had done her best to bury it in bureaucracy. "It's an experiment in cross-species cooperation." Admiral Davidson was grinning openly now. "Call it symbolic, Ed." Cutler looked from the Admiral to Maggie to the troll. Then he called out, "Adkins!" A lieutenant hurried over. "Sir, send a message to the White House by the fastest available means. Inform President Cowley that we are hereby surrendering to the hobos and drifters infesting the long Earth. And in the process we are handing command of our vessels over to trolls, raccoons, prairie dogs, and any other dim-witted creatures we stumble upon." "Right away, sir. But just before I tender my resignation, I believe I'll put a bullet in this little one's head." Maggie stepped close to him again. "Cutler, are you a father?" "What? No, not yet." "Well, Captain Cutler, Ensign Carl won't harm you no matter what you do." But if you don't lower that weapon right now, I will kick you with such force that your future prospects for fatherhood will become a medical improbability." It was a relief to finally escort the Admiral into the relative sanity of her sea cabin. An ensign, not Carl, served coffee and closed the door, leaving them alone. Davidson leaned forward, his expression turning serious. "So, Captain Kaufman, sir, I've never been one to mince words. You're aware of that?" "I am, sir." "Then let's be direct. During your brief command of the Benjamin Franklin, you've operated as if the ship were your own private vessel, significantly exceeding the already flexible scope of your directives. To speak plainly, you've been inventing the rules as you've gone. Furthermore, you've permitted potentially hazardous creatures to roam the ship unchecked." "That's correct, sir, leading to incidents like the embarrassment of Ed Cutler out there, all over a troll." "Yes, sir." He smiled. "Excellent work, Maggie. Thank you, sir. On a personal note, I was especially impressed with your approach at New Purity. Interring the fallen trolls alongside those unfortunate settlers in the same cemetery. That gesture resonated powerfully almost everywhere the footage was seen. You've accomplished a great deal, very publicly, to advance the principles that I, and others in the service, heck, even some in President Cowley's cabinet, believe should steer our conduct in the long earth. My intention was, for you, for all you captains, to extend an open hand to these emerging, scattered communities, not to rule with an iron fist. Our role isn't to police our people or to preach. Our duty is to safeguard them from external dangers. But to do that effectively, we must understand precisely who and what we are protecting within this bizarre new reality. We now navigate. Achieving those objectives required openness. It required listening and learning, which is exactly what you've done. I could never have simply commanded you to do all this, Captain. You had to find your own path, and you have, for which I'm profoundly grateful." "Thank you again, sir," she replied, feeling a mix of relief and anticipation. "Regarding what comes next, well, someone with your unique experience and talents shouldn't be relegated to hand-holding every fledgling colony that skipped the orientation packet, Captain. Once this Valhalla situation is resolved, I'd like you to contemplate a new assignment. Command of the USS Neil Armstrong II. Maggie's breath hitched. The Armstrong II was a next-generation dirigible, a semi-classified model engineered to probe the long Earth far beyond any boundaries yet reached, surpassing even the Valienté expedition or the whispered-about Chinese efforts. Your principal objective, as you'll gather, will be to discover the fate of the Armstrong I and her crew. Until now, we haven't had the capability to mount a search mission." "Well, now we do." After that, he made a sweeping gesture. "The great unknown. Naturally, you'll have full authority to select your own crew." Her mind immediately went to Mac, Nathan, Harry, and surprisingly, even Toby Fox. "That won't be an issue, sir." "I didn't imagine it would be." He checked his watch. "Well, we have a significant task awaiting us at Valhalla. I believe we're finished here." He rose, "But while I'm on board, I think I'd appreciate a more cordial introduction to your Ensign Carl." That night, Maggie drifted in her bunk, soothed by the ship's quiet symphony of familiar micro-sounds. Each faint click, creak, and sigh felt like home after the long journey. Every sailor understood a vessel had its own spirit, its own personality and peculiar moods. She felt a weight settle on the bed. Rolling over, she saw the cat's silhouette in the dark, twin green embers staring back. "You're awake," observed Shimi. "Your powers of observation are truly staggering." "What's on your mind, Captain?" "That I'm going to miss this cranky, wonderful old ship. Naturally, I understand congratulations might be in order. You would know that, wouldn't you? And through you, doubtless, the entire Black Corporation. For the record, I haven't made a decision yet. Are you listening, Abrahams, wherever you are? You'll require a cat." "Oh, is that so? Personally, I've grown fond of the Benjamin Franklin. But I wouldn't object to a bit of adventure with you. Consider it. I will. I give you my word. Now, try to get some rest." "Very well, Captain." 3 days after realizing the ring was missing, when they arrived at the world they'd casually dubbed the Rectangles, only one destination stood out for Joshua. Joshua remained quiet as Bill piloted the airship across a parched, broken terrain toward a desolate valley. Its cliffs were pocked with caverns, and the ground below was etched with those recognizable geometric patterns, like old property lines or the ghostly footprints of long-gone structures, and that single massive stone construction, resembling a truncated pyramid. Even from this height, the location weighed on Joshua. A decade earlier, alongside Lobsang and Sally, he had encountered intelligent life here, some reptilian form. How could they be sure it was intelligent? only because amid a tangle of desiccated skeletons in one cave, a relic of some final dying convulsion, Joshua had discovered a finger bone adorned with the ring he later took, pure gold set with sapphires. So these beings had clearly been sentient and were just as clearly extinct. And Joshua still felt that peculiar hollow pang of a near miss, like being marooned on a shore while a ship sails past, utterly unaware. Strangely, he sensed a reflection of that odd emptiness in this new era, the long earth now absent its trolls, yet another world with a piece missing. "Well, this is the place," he called up to Bill. I half expected it to be crawling with trolls. He could practically feel Bill's shrug through the air. "And I never thought it would be that straightforward." "Guess not. World's a textbook arid joker," Bill reported, checking his instruments. "Drier than my mouth during Lent. Set us down a good distance from that stone heap." "It's sweltering." Actually, I was thinking of heading toward the person on the ground waving at us. When Joshua shifted his gaze from the monument, it was unmistakable. Emergency blankets, silver and reflective, had been draped over a rocky ledge, placed to catch the eye from above but hidden from the ground. A figure in olive-green coveralls stood there, waving both arms vigorously. "Solid plan," Joshua acknowledged. The shillelagh descended gently. Both men disembarked, boots secured and packs shouldered. Bill was burdened with a stepper box and Lobsang's troll translation gear prepared to investigate. Joshua wasn't especially shocked to recognize the person who had signaled them from the sky. "Lieutenant Jansen?" "Joshua." Jansen looked gaunt, pale and drenched in sweat, clearly far more ill than when he'd last seen her. As they approached, she sank onto a rocky outcrop, visibly drained from the effort of waving. "We came to the right world, then. Our guess was correct." "About Sally taking the ring, what it meant, where you were supposed to come." "Oh, yes," she grumbled about how tricky it was to locate. "The ring, trust that fool to bring it along on his vacation." Were her exact words, I'm afraid. Then she crossed her fingers that you wouldn't notice it was gone. "And even if you did, that you wouldn't track her here." She hoped for that, she said, but she still made preparations for your arrival. "You took your sweet time figuring it out, Joshua." Joshua shook his head. "You're still a cop, retired or not. Only a cop would call her Miss Lindsay. We need to be here, Monica. We have our own task from Lobsang concerning the trolls." Jansen offered a weak smile. "I think Sally saw that coming too. That busybody Lobsang is sure to stick his nose into this." "Yeah, I know. I told you she planned for you to come, Joshua. Whether she liked the idea or not, that's why I'm here. She brought me over to wait for you. Consider me the decoy. She worked out some convoluted arrangement with the Beagles to manage it." Joshua stared. "Beagles? I know. It's a long tale. Honestly, I believe they were happy to tuck me out of view. I make them uneasy. You know, we've been here a month now, mostly stalling, hoping something would change. Sally's patient to hunter's instincts, I suppose. It's been rougher on me." He studied her. "I'm guessing you're managing your own treatment?" "Yes, and I'm holding my own, so don't mother me." "Now, just listen, Joshua." Jansen swiftly explained that Sally was 26 worlds farther east and outlined a situation: the kobold, the intelligent canines. "Finn McCool," Bill muttered darkly. "Bet he's playing all sides against each other, the crafty devil." "That little brat," Jansen muttered. For the moment, Joshua was barely processing any of it. "Sounds complicated." "Sure is," Jansen agreed. "That's the kind of chaos Sally Lindsay brings with her. But like I said, we've got our own job to do here. All right, we're leaving the airship and going the rest of the way on foot. Sounds fine. There's a specific window when they'll be waiting for me, stepwise, to meet me for the return trip. Listen, do you happen to have any coffee? I've been out for days." The final step into Earth West, 1670, 5500, and 55, hit him like a physical blow. Even with Jansen's warning, Joshua had braced for another barren, desolate joker world, something like rectangles. This was nothing of the sort. His first impression was a wave of green, of damp earth and crisp air. He couldn't stop himself from drawing a deep, startled breath. Then he saw the green wasn't wild forest or open prairie, but cultivated fields. Strange, not quite cattle creatures grazed there, tended by upright figures that were almost but not quite human farmhands. And then he saw them. The figures waiting directly on the path. They might have been dogs, but they weren't. A dozen of these upright canines stood in precise formation. The central pair seemed to be in charge, distinguished by the ornate belts around their waists, belts on dogs, from which hung an assortment of tools and weapons. One carried a device like a crossbow, The other had what looked like a ray gun, a gaudy, toy-like thing straight out of an old TV serial. Just as Jansen had described, their genders were unmistakable. Of the central pair, one was female, the other male. The male was immense, a towering and magnificent creature, yet not a creature. Even as his mind raced to assess the danger, a part of Joshua thrilled. Sapience, a completely new kind, and not some long-dead relic like in rectangles. Bill simply stared, his mouth agape. "I'm dreaming, I know you briefed us, Lieutenant Jansen, but this is insane." The male turned his wolf-like head toward Bill, pulling back his lips. Joshua was stunned anew when it spoke. "No, you are her not in dream." The words were English, clear despite the canine growl underpinning them. Jansen stepped forward. "Joshua, Bill, let me introduce Lee and Snowy." Despite the briefing, Joshua felt unmoored, caught in a waking dream. "Snowy." Jansen gestured to the humans. "This is Joshua Valienté, Bill Chambers, his companion. Joshua is the one Sally mentioned." "Mentioned?" Snowy's head tilted. "One of her schemes," Jansen explained with a sigh. "Since you were coming anyway, she decided to make it work for her. She talked you up as an ambassador from a greater power." "How thoughtful of her," Joshua said dryly. Snowy studied Joshua intently. "You are Emissar Hurry of human granddaughter Ha."
Granddaughter? He means ruler.
Jansen translated quickly. "Okay, well, we don't have a granddaughter, Snowy, not in the way you mean, but an emissary? I suppose that's the idea. I'm here to settle things with the trolls." He got no further. Snowy, without so much as a twitch, emitted a low, soft growl. Two of the dogs behind him moved in a blur of motion. They were on Joshua, before he could even flinch, pinning his arms to his sides. He fought the primal instinct to step away. "Hey, what is this?" Snowy gave a single, sharp nod. Joshua was thrown forward, his face pressed into the rutted dirt of the track. A fiery pain shot through his injured shoulder. He forced himself not to step out, not yet. Gasping, he tried to lift his head and found himself staring into the face of the female dog, Lee. She was unfolding a cloth bundle that contained small wooden pots, stone and iron blades, needles and thread. A crude field medic's kit. Her eyes were wolf-like, yet held a strange, unsettling tenderness. "Why? What are you?" he managed. "Saw, Hurry." Her voice was a soft rumble. She reached behind him, and he felt his shirt being torn open. He clenched his teeth, still refusing to step away. He heard Jansen's voice, tight with distress. "Joshua, I'm sorry. Sally did frame you as an emissary. They must have planned for this. We had no idea they would handle you this way." His hearing cut out as something incredibly solid hammered into the back of his skull, driving his face into the earth, and any chance to step was gone anyway. Then came the agony, sharp and deep, and he tumbled into darkness. He came to slumped forward on a hard, unforgiving seat. The pain in his back was intricate, a detailed masterpiece of suffering. A face drifted into view, a dog, a wolf. It held an unexpected softness. It was the one named Lee. She leaned in using a leathery, finger-like part of a paw to lift one of his eyelids. Then she rumbled, "Sorry." She withdrew. Now Sally stood before him. Past her he could discern a large chamber, stone walls and floor, solidly built and spacious but utterly plain. The air was thick with the smell of dog. Other people were present and dogs. His mind was clearing sluggishly. He felt drugged. "Joshua, do not step." He struggled to focus on her. "Sally, do not step. Under any circumstances, do not step. Well, you're finally here, you and the professional Irishman there. In your flying travel trailer, you were not easy to find. But I see the hint I had to leave finally worked its way through your thoughts." "The ring. Yes, the ring. Why is it so critical now? You'll understand. I'm sorry. Sorry for what and why in the world should I not step?" He realized his words were slurring. She took his face in her hands, forcing him to look at her. He tried to recall the last time she had touched him, aside from grabbing his collar to haul him from some disaster, like the wreck of the Pennsylvania. "'Cause if you do, you will die," he ventured a guess. "My back. It's a type of staple, Joshua." That was Jansen's voice. He looked around, his vision blurry. He saw Jansen seated on the ground by the wall, a muscular-looking dog standing guard over her. He said, "A staple like the North Koreans used, an iron staple through the hearts of prisoners. So if they step away, correct, in your case it's a cruder version, believed to be used by some warlords in Central Asia. Joshua, don't lean back. There's a sort of crossbow apparatus fixed to your back. It's made of wood, stone and sinew, but it has an iron pin. You can walk around, you understand. But if you step away, the pin stays put and boing. The bow fires, and the bolt goes right through the heart. Yes, I understand. He started repeating the command to himself. Do not step. Do not step. He felt at his chest. Beneath the tattered remains of his shirt, he found a thick leather band. What's stopping me from just cutting this off? First, that would trigger it, Sally said. And second, they stitched the device to your skin. I mean, the chest strap supports it, but they stitched it? Sorry, Lily said. Order hers here. She brought Joshua a plain, smoothly carved wooden mug. It held a lukewarm, meaty broth. He drank it gratefully. He discovered he was both hungry and thirsty. He couldn't be too badly injured. Orders, is it? It's not her fault, Jansen said. She's a kind of medic, I believe. She tried to do the work cleanly and properly. She gave you some sort of painkillers if it had been left to others. Joshua, I'm sorry. I didn't know they were going to ambush you like that. Likely nothing you could have done, Lieutenant Jansen. We had a plan of a kind, or we did before you arrived. We've been trying to adjust, Sally said. We're trying to outthink the motives of non-human intelligences. We didn't anticipate them treating you this way. Perhaps this is what passes for diplomacy among beagles, just assault the ambassador when he appears, though the staple is our technology ultimately. Humans invented this cruelty to control other humans. Joshua grunted. So I'm learning an ethical lesson, but someone had to bring it here, right? And someone had to show these dogs. Beagles, Sally corrected. How to manufacture the iron parts. That wouldst be me, Helio Wanderus. A line of dogs, beagles perhaps, stood at attention over one of their own, who lay on a patch of scraggly lawn. The green grass spread out like a worn carpet. Sally stood facing him, while Jansen and Bill sat on the floor, leaning against the wall. In another corner, under the watchful eye of a canine guard, was Finn McCool. You've looked healthier. The kobold had clearly been beaten. He could hardly sit upright. His sunglasses were missing. One eye was swollen shut, bruises mottled the side of his bare chest, and part of one ear had been bitten clean off. Joshua could make out the jagged teeth marks and rough stitching. Yet McCool managed a broken grin. Strictly business pathless one, we informed the beagles about your kind. Your ships blink in and out of this world's sky. They would have noticed soon enough. We warned them to be ready. We showed them how to staple the steppers. We were paid well. Was it your idea to do that to me? The kobold let out a pained chuckle. Not personally, but I would have given the chance. Bill Chambers growled. Pogue Mahone, you little gobshite? Joshua asked. So what went wrong for you, McCool? A disagreement over terms. Orders, came another voice. Canine, but smoother, more fluid than the others. Female, my orders. Always my orders. Joshua turned toward the group of dogs near the low platform. He recognized the tall warrior, Snowy. The ray gun still hung from his utility belt, looking like something out of an old 1950s sci-fi film Lobsang might have loved, alongside roughly made blades of metal and stone. Snowy stood relaxed yet alert, his gaze steady. He was watching over another dog, a female who lounged comfortably on the grass. She was the one who had spoken. Sally observed Joshua with a mix of sympathy and amusement at his obvious confusion. Classic long Earth situation, isn't it? Multiple intelligent species, 4, if you count the absent rectangle builders, each from different Earths, now all tangled together like this. She nodded toward the reclining female. Joshua, this is Petra. A granddaughter ruler of this city, this den called the Eye of the Hunter. Granddaughter. 2 steps down from the mother, I gather. The top dog is the mother, then daughters, then granddaughters. Petra, a human nickname, apparently. You'd tear your vocal cords trying to pronounce their real names. Not that they'd share them with us anyway, so we aren't the first humans through here. Doesn't look like it. Those combers get everywhere, don't they? Now listen, Petra's in charge, and she knows it. Joshua faced Petra. Were you the one who ordered me stapled? Let me be clear, Joshua. What does each of us want? You seek the trolls, yes? To make peace? That's why I came? Me too, Sally added quietly. Petra continued, very good, but I care nothing for you or for trolls, though their music has its charm. I care for these, in one fluid motion. She took the ray gun from Snowy's belt, lifted it in her slender fingers, and aimed it directly at Joshua's forehead. She pulled what was unmistakably the trigger. Joshua didn't flinch, though he noticed Jansen and Bill recoil from the corner of his eye. Nothing happened, of course. It wasn't his time to die, though he had a feeling that moment would come later. The granddaughter said, "Weapons, they come from him." She gestured toward the cowering, grinning kobold. "Where from? From scentless worlds." Sally murmured, "She means stepwise worlds. These dogs can't step. That's why they needed you stapled. Weapons make the eye of the hunter a strong den, stronger than rival dens." Granddaughter Joshua thought wearily. "Dogs have large litters." "This one must have plenty of competitors," Sally said. "Joshua, you need to understand from what I can tell, these canines don't care about us or about stepping between worlds. All they care about are their own wars, their own agendas, their own conflicts. We're just tools to them," Sally said, her voice low, "and honestly, we'd likely be the same in their place. Exactly, all they truly desire at this moment are weapons for their endless conflicts." The granddaughter responded, her tone dripping with a weary contempt. She held up a sleek, pistol-shaped device, a laser weapon. Joshua recognized before tossing it dismissively onto the stone floor. It clattered, inert. Weapons fail, that one understands. She pointed a clawed finger at the cowering kobold. "He knows where they are hidden, how to acquire them. They trickle into my grasp at a terrible cost, and then they die. No more. We have convinced him to assist us." Her hand rose to her neck, fingering a grisly trophy on a leather cord. A dried, shriveled kobold ear. Joshua's eyes widened as he noticed a second cord beside it, holding a familiar geometric ring. A rectangle's ring, just like his own. "But kobold possesses no weapons for us now." The granddaughter hissed, her frustration palpable. "Problem for me," the kobold agreed, its anxious, blood-stained grin flashing as its eyes darted between the humans. The creature seemed perpetually on the verge of bolting. "I'll just bet it is," Joshua muttered. The pieces were swirling in his mind, the lingering ache in his back somehow sharpening his focus instead of dulling it. These rings, artifacts from that adjacent geometric world, were clearly the linchpin. Sally had understood that from the start. By securing their own ring, she'd been trying to carve out some sliver of leverage in this impossible situation. Sally leaned in, speaking rapidly and quietly, as if hoping the guttural language would mask her words from their captors. "Here's the ugly truth. The Beagles are desperate for more of those energy weapons. There are stockpiles, caches, over in the rectangles, stockpiles." "In the what?" Joshua asked, momentarily bewildered. She shot him a look of pure exasperation. "Is this really the moment for a geography lesson, Valienté? Just listen." Her words came in a rushed whisper. "The caches this kobold, and its kind plundered before, are empty now, sealed shut. To access new ones, he requires another key." The connection clicked into place for Joshua. "The key is the ring, the one we found on that skeleton in the bone cave." "The ring I carried. The one you took from the airship wreckage. The ring currently hidden on my person," Sally confirmed under her breath. "A fact they remain blissfully ignorant of." "No kidding." "And the ring the granddaughter is wearing." Opened a weapons vault that is now completely drained. "He needs a fresh key. He and his kin must have scoured every inch of the rectangles for them." "Why didn't he find ours?" Joshua considered the kobold's twitching form. "On the finger of a centuries-old corpse. Some cultural taboo, perhaps, or simple instinct. He doesn't think like us, Sally. His search patterns wouldn't be human." "All right, so what's the play? This is the deal I've been stalling on," Sally explained, her voice tight with strain. "The Beagles can't step between worlds, so the plan is for me, Jansen, and the kobold to go over to the rectangles. He leads us to a cache. We open it with the ring, and we return with a fresh haul of charged weapons. That was the agreement. But I've been buying us time, Joshua. For weeks now. Time before I had to surrender our only bargaining chip. Time before I had to hand devastating technology over to alien beings we barely comprehend. I was just hoping for a miracle, for another path to open up. You were my wild card once you finally got here. If you got here, I thought maybe we could force a bluff. Find a way to escape, to reach the trolls for real negotiation instead." She gestured vaguely at his injured back. "Instead, here I am, doing my best impression of a pincushion." "My apologies for the dramatic entrance." "Don't," Sally said, and for once there was no trace of her usual sarcasm. "It's not your fault. Once again, I misjudged the motivations of a completely non-human intelligence." She let out a long, weary breath. "Look, while you were unconscious, we talked. We have a deal of sorts. I think we're going to have to give them the damned guns, assuming they even exist, and we can retrieve them. The terms are this. If we succeed and return with the weapons, you get your audience with the trolls. But you've also become the insurance policy, Joshua. The hostage to guarantee we don't just step away and vanish, a reckless idea sparked. Maybe that's exactly what you should do. Step away, take Jansen and Bill, and just go. She sighed, a sound of pure irritation. You have always been an idiot, Valienté. If I abandoned you here, frankly, I wouldn't lose sleep over you, but Helen would murder me, and it would solve nothing in the long term. We have to confront the troll situation here. We have to define some kind of future between humanity and the Beagles. We come back, we distribute the toys, and then, when everyone has what they think they want, Joshua shifted, a fresh twinge shooting up his spine, and turned his gaze toward the imposing figure of the granddaughter. So, what happens now, Granddaughter Petra? Are we free to leave? She offered a smile, her lips drawing back to reveal a row of gleaming teeth. It was an expression that was almost human, yet deeply unsettling. You will remain alive, and perhaps you will continue to live, if you demonstrate honor. Joshua struggled to pass her meaning. Bill cut in, his voice low. Joshua, keep in mind they aren't human. Honour meant something entirely different to that wretched kobold, didn't it? I can't help but wonder what honour signifies to a sentient species that evolved from pack-hunting predators. I have a feeling I'm about to learn the hard way, Joshua replied, a knot of dread tightening in his chest. But first things first. He attempted to stand carefully. But a sharp flare of pain shot through his back, causing him to stagger. Sally quickly moved to support him. Where are the trolls? Honouring their agreement, Jansen, Sally and the kobold stepped back into the rectangle's world. Even with a strong dose of anti-nausea medication, the transition still hit Jansen like a physical blow to the stomach. Upon arrival, she folded over, groaning into the dry air. Sally stood beside her, gently rubbing her back. You all right? It never gets easier? Not since that very first step. Step day, I remember, stepping right out of my father's living room with a device he built, and then abandoned. Jansen, still hunched over, thumped the gritty ground in frustration. It's not just the stepping, this damn condition gets in the way of everything, you understand? I can imagine, Sally said softly. The others waited patiently the few minutes it took for Jansen to recover enough to stand upright. Sally was solemn and steady. The kobold stood nearby, fidgeting, his own injuries, clearly causing him pain. Oddly, he mimicked Sally's posture, tilting his head in a gesture of mock sympathy. His gaze darted between their faces, as if seeking approval. Jansen turned away, a wave of revulsion passing through her. Finally standing, she looked around. The airship, Joshua's shillelagh, hovered overhead, a massive, competent and reassuring silhouette against the pale sky. Jansen drew a deep breath. This world carried the scent of aridity of sun-baked rusty stone. But thankfully, it did not smell of wet dog. Sally touched her shoulder. Listen, I have to go back with these reptile weapons, whatever they are, for Joshua's sake, assuming we can even find them. The Beagles can't reach you here. They can't step. You could just go. Jansen, get on that airship. And Jansen offered a weary smile. And abandon Joshua, Sally. I've known him since he was a child. Who he is, where he is, part of that is because I was there from the beginning, pushing him. Like you, I'm not walking away now. She glanced at the kobold, though I must admit I don't understand why this one hasn't bolted already. Why did you stick around to get a beating? Drugs. The kobold hissed simply. They drugged poor Finn McCool. Could not step, Jansen pressed. But you just stepped with us. The drugs must have worn off, yet you're still here. Sally grinned, an expression that reminded Jansen uncomfortably of the Beagle's predatory smiles. Oh, he knows that if he runs, I'll track him down. You won't be able to hide, will you, you little weasel? Wherever you go, I will find you. The kobold merely shrugged, though he already seemed thoroughly rattled. Poor Finn McCool, he repeated. The oppressive heat and dryness were sapping Jansen's remaining strength. Should we get on with this? Good idea. Sally glanced down the barren valley toward the looming stone structure. Not too healthy for any of us lingering near that place. Suddenly, she produced a ring from her pocket. Is this what you were looking for, Finn McCool? On the Beagle world, the trolls had congregated by the riverbank. Joshua and Bill approached them. Bill carried a backpack containing Lobsang's translation device. Every step sent a precise, relentless agony through Joshua. His lower back felt hot and uncomfortably damp. He worried his stitches were tearing under the weight of the crossbow mechanism. If that were the case, blood loss might finish him slowly, even if he avoided stepping and giving the weapon a chance to kill him quickly. Even the persistent ache in his unreliable shoulder joined in, a sharp counterpoint to the throbbing symphony of pain radiating from his back. He forced his focus outward. The river stretched wide and powerful, its surface deceptively calm, bordered by lush green fields and pockets of dense forest. From those fields the beagle's peculiar herd creatures had ambled down to drink, dipping their oddly formed heads to sip at the water's edge. And there were the trolls, clustered by the bank. A whole band of them had assembled at the river's nearest point to the eye of the hunter, where a network of irrigation ditches and open conduits scarred the land on its way to the town. As ever, while this group seemed settled in this particular world, they remained restless travellers of the long earth, at the pack's periphery. Scouts and hunters flickered in and out of existence like phantoms, constantly departing and returning. This single gathering numbered in the hundreds. Joshua could tell they'd been here a while. The earth was churned to mud, and the air carried that potent, unmistakable scent of troll. More bands just like it were visible, strung along both banks and deeper into the countryside. The endless long call seemed to hover over everything, a mist of half-remembered dreams. Trolls were surely still scattered across the stepwise worlds, their total number a mystery to any human. But this, he could see, was where they were converging, the true centre of their population. And the band directly before him felt like the very heart of it all, because there was Mary, who had fled the gap, and her cube Ham, unmistakable in the tattered remnant of the silvery spacesuit the gap's techs had once dressed him in. As Joshua and Bill drew near, the trolls didn't fall completely silent, but the volume of their communal song noticeably dipped. Ham watched them, wide-eyed and sucking his thumb with the innate curiosity of any young mammal. Bill shrugged off his pack and unpacked its contents, a tablet, blank, black, and about 2 feet square, with a collapsible stand. He set it up, positioning the screen to face the trolls. Joshua looked it over. "That's the whole setup. No power button, no start-up sequence." Bill gave a half-shrug, black corporation tech, and it's nothing like those translator trumpets Sally told us about. This is some next-level black corporation mystery gear. So, have you decided what you're going to say? How you plan to convince them humanity's suddenly overflowing with brotherly love? Joshua had deliberately avoided thinking that far ahead. Public speaking wasn't his forte, even prepping for a town hall meeting back in Hell Knows, where was enough to make him seize up. "I thought I'd just improvise." Bill gave his shoulder a careful pat. "Best of luck with that approach." He then took a step back. Joshua turned to face the trolls, standing as straight as he could manage against the liquid fire in his spine. He was acutely aware of their gaze, hundreds of pairs of those dark, inscrutable eyes. And, he reminded himself, backed by hundreds of pairs of powerful, hairy arms and fists that could hit like pile drivers. He was here as a representative for a humanity that was, across a million worlds, likely still treating their kind as little more than dangerous animals. What in the world was he supposed to say? He spread his hands in a gesture of openness. "Good afternoon. Technically, it's still morning," Bill muttered under his breath. "I suppose you're wondering why I've called you all here today," Joshua continued, the old joke line feeling hollow. "Great. Start with a punchline." The trolls were utterly still. "Whew, tough crowd. Quiet, Bill." "I didn't say that, Joshua." Joshua turned. A figure stood beside him, tall, poised and still, with a shaven head, clad in an orange robe and holding a broom in his right hand. "Lobsang." "I don't intend to overshadow you, Joshua, but I thought you might appreciate some support." "You can never have too much backup," Joshua muttered. Lobsang offered a faint smile, and for a split second his form flickered, dissolving into a cloud of blocky pixels. Joshua could see the green prairie right through him, before solidifying once more. A hologram then projected from the box. Lobsang took a step forward, casting a glance back at the translator device. "Hit it, boys!" A powerful rhythmic chant erupted from the translator, a sound that seemed to blend human and troll voices into one immense choir. The trolls, startled, ceased their grooming and rose as one, their attention fixed on Lobsang. Joshua could already hear their own songs beginning to mirror the translated melody. Lobsang lifted his broom like a scepter. "My friends," you know me. I'm Lobsang, the one you call the wise. This is Joshua. They name him the Wanderer. "Yes, the Wanderer, and we have journeyed from afar to speak with you." He accompanied his words with simple gestures, his own voice cutting through the chorus, sharp, high, and unmistakable, like a solitary trumpet in a grand symphony. Joshua shook his head. "Just when I was sure my life had reached peak strangeness," Bill observed. "Looks like he can take this show on the road. A hologram doesn't need rest. The Lobsang World Tour 2040. At least we won't have to sit through every performance." Sally passed the ring to Finn McCool. "Show us what it does." Easy, the kobold replied. He pinched the ring between his nimble fingers, placed it on his open palm, and gave it a spin. The ring became a blur, zipping past Jansen's cheek like an angry insect before darting toward the large stone structure. It drilled into the soil at the building's base, whirring and kicking up a plume of dust until it vanished completely. A tense silence followed. Sally frowned, shooting a look at the kobold. Well, what now? Just wait. Jansen gave her a concerned glance. You all right? Sally sighed in frustration. Things like that just get under my skin. Magic ring nonsense. It's a cheap parlour trick. I can think of 6 ways to engineer it. Tiny accelerometers triggered by the spin, some kind of internal guidance system, maybe micro-propulsion. It's just flashy tech designed to wow the gullible. Nothing magical about it. The ground suddenly trembled beneath them. Jansen stumbled back, her stomach lurching dust settled around the building's foundation. A small, lizard-like creature darted across the valley for cover, while buzzard-like birds scattered into the sky with alarmed cries. A deep, grinding rumble filled the air, and to Jansen's utter disbelief, a large section of the valley floor simply dropped away, revealing a ladder. Its rungs were carved directly into a stone wall. Ha! Sally clapped her hands together. I knew it. Natural uranium concentration. My foot. The kobold approached Jansen. Watch. Watch what? No. He pointed to her wrist. Watch. Sash. Puzzled. She handed over her old police-issue watch. He held it up to the light, squinting at the face. 8 minutes. S. Told you, Sally said, her eyes locked on the newly revealed shaft. I said it the first time we came here. There's a nuclear reactor in that pyramid, or buried beneath it. It's ancient, abandoned tech, but still active. So old that the people who came later, who'd forgotten what their ancestors built, were drawn to the odd phenomena around the old waste, and it slowly killed them. Of course, this is how these stories always go. Every old civilization leaves behind hidden vaults of dangerous secrets, and I bet each key only works once. Jansen's instincts as a cop whispered that this was more than some recycled plot from a bad film. This site was supposed to be millions of years old. What technology could possibly last that long? And why would anyone create a cache meant to endure for eons? Who was it for? The only other explanation was that these vaults were being maintained, restocked somehow. But by whom, how, and why? The kobold continued to stare intently at its watch, a comical parody of a timepiece, and this was no moment for idle wondering. Jansen spun toward the creature. 8 minutes until what happens, monkey boy? Until the tomb reseals itself. It peered at the watch face, though numbers clearly baffled it. Less time now. Sally turned. I'll go, no. Jansen seized her arm with all her remaining strength. You told us it's radioactive in there. Yes, but I'm already a lost cause, Sally. Let me do this, Monica. I'm serious. I feel like I owe Joshua this much. She set her expression into one of grim resolve. What, do I need to flash my old badge? Then go, just go. Sally actually gave her a shove. Merely crossing the dry riverbed to the opening in the ground seemed to drain Jansen. Was she even capable of this? What if she became trapped down there when the kobold's countdown ended? No use worrying about that now. Get moving, to her relief. The ladder carved into the wall was easy to descend with wide, deep holds for hands and feet. Climbing back out might be another story entirely. Sally, how much time? 6 minutes, maybe less. I can't be sure. Move it, Jansen. I'm moving as fast as I can. At the bottom of the shaft, she stood in a dim pool of light from above. A low corridor, forcing her to stoop, led away into utter blackness. Only one direction to take. She pulled a flashlight from her pocket, smaller than her thumb, with no iron parts, so it functioned here. An ex-cop always carries a light. She switched it on, and a beam cut into the profound dark. Joshua had always carried a flashlight too, she remembered suddenly. Even as a 13-year-old kid, on step day. That was just like him. This is for you, Joshua, she told herself, pushing forward. Forget the trolls and the beagles. This is for you. The walls appeared to be bare stone, unmarked by any visible symbols. Yet they weren't smooth. They were textured with uneven, ambiguous ridges. Hesitantly, she let her palm brush against the markings as she hurried deeper. She sensed a potential meaning in them, reminiscent of a police familiarization class on Braille she'd once attended. Was this the writing of the reptilian builders, meant to be felt, not seen? Jansen, you really need to pick up the pace. She reached a T-junction, unbelievable. Perhaps the ridges gave clear directions like a sign saying this way to the ray guns, but they were meaningless to her. She chose left at random, hurrying down another low-ceilinged passage, another junction. She took another left. Why not? But remember the way back. Remember the turns here. The walls were interrupted by what looked like storage shelves. She glimpsed pots, boxes, piles of what resembled engraved clay tablets. More records, other objects, equipment. She couldn't begin to identify Jansen. Sally's voice was now just a distant echo. Another T-junction. She went right, another guess, and then her flashlight beam caught a crimson glint, row after row of ray guns. Lobsang had expressed regret for how some humans had treated trolls. He mentioned advocacy groups urging the US government to grant trolls human rights, at least within the American aegis, the long shadow of America across the Earths. It was only a beginning. There was no way to guarantee decency from every human everywhere. But it was a start. Maybe it's the best gesture we can make, Bill had said to Joshua, raising his voice to be heard. Symbolic, but still meaningful. Like the British Empire formally outlawing slavery in the 1800s didn't end it overnight, but it changed the tide. He sounds like Martin Luther King backed by a choir of angels. Classic Lobsang. I wonder how much of this abstract principle they can truly grasp. Bill mused. Joshua shrugged. Their collective intelligence operates differently from ours. If they grasp the core plea to grant us another opportunity, that might just be sufficient. And what about arming these beagle creatures with Dan-Dare ray guns? Where's the ethics in that? They aren't our weapons, Joshua replied. We didn't supply them originally. If we survive this, there will be other encounters, proper diplomacy. We can discuss peace and mutual understanding with the beagles then, right, after we've all gotten our rabies vaccinations. So you believe this will succeed? This entire reckless scheme of Lobsang's? And what comes after? For Joshua, the future had always been an unending series of shocks. Tomorrow is always a mystery. A gentle tap on his shoulder made him turn to meet the icy gaze of Snowy. Talk to trolls is good? I believe so. Good. Your task complete seems so. Josh, sure? Yes. Her, run. The stone entrance had sealed itself, leaving only a patch of disturbed soil as evidence of the underground passage. A pile of toy-like sci-fi blasters, retrieved from the hidden stash, lay nearby. The ring had been somehow expelled, resting on the ground. Jansen sat in the dirt, trembling despite the warmth. Finn McCool hissed, "Have weapons, S, now. Return to Beagle's S, and say farewell to Josh Sewer." Sally grabbed the ring and confronted him. "What are you implying, you worthless scrap?" He retreated, hands up in a defensive gesture. "Deal almost done," he said. "Ray guns, trolls. Now settlement. Granddaughter honours Joshua. You bid him goodbye." Sally looked toward Jansen. "Any clue what he's saying? I'm assuming it's nothing pleasant." "Gang mentality," Jansen whispered. "Drained. Perhaps like that. The warrior's honour. She intends to grant him a dignified death. Maybe that's his meaning." "Damn, then we need to assist him." Sally scanned their surroundings. "What resources do we have? Think. She tucked the ring into her pocket, along with a ray gun concealed inside her sleeveless traveller's jacket. "What else, you?" "Little Joe?" The kobold shrank back. What? Do you have your Walkman? The singing stones? Hand it over." But it's mean," his protest was childlike. She seized his wrist to prevent his retreat. "It's that or your left testicle. Give it here. Now we head back. Prepare to move, Jansen." Joshua edged away from Snowy and from Bill, who was hastily gathering the translation equipment. Some primal instinct drew him toward the riverbank, toward the flowing water. How was he supposed to manage this? He was hardly lucid as it was. The device on his back now felt like a massive, hostile crab, its claws sinking deeper into his flesh with each step. Perhaps the pain medication was fading, and Snowy followed. He didn't move as fast as Joshua, so the distance between them grew, yet there was a deliberate, unwavering persistence to his movement. Then he dropped to all fours, becoming even more wolf-like, a massive, intelligent, armed wolf. Joshua noticed the trolls observing, seemingly intrigued, but none interfered. Other dogs watched too. Lili, the sarcastic Brian, more warrior types appeared to have gathered, coming to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, all the beagles howled a pack in full chorus. "Come, Joshua, Snowy growled. "This amusement and get lost, Crypto. And honour ha for you, gift from granddaughter, life, he, her, fleeting, large litters. Many born, all perish." To die with dignity is ace, to have lived well. That's your tradition, not mine. Head held high on her wall. Honour her of position. Whose head? Yours. Charming! Joshua, yielding to the inevitable, turned and began to jog alongside the river. How can I possibly win? Die well, Lil. Any alternatives besides that? My head on wall, Lil. Play fair her. What? I play fair. The beagle halted completely and shut its eyes. Run, human N. Joshua didn't wait another moment. He ran. He attempted to think like a wolf, like a dog. Instead, cliched scenes from every mediocre chase film flooded his mind. What the hell? He plunged into the river. For a world that was typically so hot and dry, the water was shockingly cold, with a powerful current that snatched him and carried him swiftly away. Weighed down by his soaked clothes, he fought to keep his face above the surface. He thought about shedding his boots, but imagined the prospect of running across rough terrain barefoot and decided against it. As long as he didn't drown, this was a solid plan. Wash away his scent just like they did in the films. Yet the cruel device fastened to his back seemed to bite deeper in the icy flow, and he could almost hear it whispering, "You could just step away, end everything in an instant." A quick bolt to the heart. How painful could it really be? Surely better than having your throat torn out by that overgrown beagle behind you. But he wasn't finished yet. The river quickly carried him out of the farmed land and into wilder, rockier country. He'd arrived here unconscious and hadn't scouted the area. Clearly, the settlement known as the Eye of the Hunter, granddaughter Petra's Den, wasn't very extensive. He needed to find cover before Snowy caught up. "Watch out, her!" The voice came from downstream. He twisted, spitting water. There was Snowy, perched on a rock like a patient pet waiting for a treat, calmly observing Joshua being swept along. "Watch out for what?" Joshua shouted back. Snowy flicked his gaze further downriver. The Rapids! In the next moment, Joshua was swept past the rock, over a short waterfall, and into the churning rapids. He was thrown violently from one slick boulder to another, a brutal hit to the ribs here, a crushing slam to the chest there, tumbling through the rocks like a discarded log. He made himself go limp, surrendering to the chaotic surge, keeping his limbs loose and his head tucked. But each time the pack on his back snagged on a rocky outcrop, white-hot agony lanced through him. Then, abruptly, he was spat out like a seed from a child's mouth, flung even farther downstream. Glancing back, he saw no sign of Snowy. Maybe he'd bought some distance. A fallen tree spanned part of the stream. With a desperate lunge, he grabbed at it as he passed, hauling himself onto a gravel bank. He sat up, carefully guarding his back, gasping for air. 1 breath, 2, 3. No one was around, no Snowy. But now that he'd stopped moving, he could focus on the pain in his back. A searing, ripping torment. Worse, his lower back felt wet and slick again, and the damp gravel beneath him was smeared with crimson. Joshua Valienté had been travelling solo through the long earth since he was 13. He'd been in tough spots before and had always made it through. There was no reason he couldn't survive this one. And you can always just step away, step into a different sunlight, and it'll all be over in a flash. Not yet. Think. Dogs follow scent, right? He clawed at his shirt, already in tatters. It tore easily. He tossed one piece into the current to drift away and draped the other over the tree that had saved him. He stood, scanning his surroundings, and began wading downstream, staying close to the bank in the shallow water. Nice thry. Snowy was directly in front of him. Joshua lunged left away from the river and sprinted across broken, turf-like ground, not grass, but something similar. The fallen tree that had rescued him belonged to a shattered grove that looked blasted apart, as if by lightning. He dove toward it, rolling into the shadow of a massive trunk. The hulking shape of the beagle padded silently into view. Then, from far off, he heard a human voice calling, a man singing a thin, mournful tune about someone named Walter. The sound seemed to trigger something in Snowy, who immediately bounded away. Joshua knew he'd been granted seconds, nothing more. Running was pointless now. He pushed himself out from his hiding place, his back throbbing, and he could feel warm blood tracing a path down his skin. He scanned the clearing, gathering fallen branches and testing their weight. One was thick and solid, but too long. He broke it in two against a mossy tree trunk. Now he had a weapon. A low growl sounded behind him. He turned. Snowy stood there with the mangled remains of Finn McCool's Walkman in his jaws. He dropped the ruined device onto the ground. Without a second thought, Joshua spun and swung the branch with all his strength. It connected with the beagle's thick skull with a jarring crack, as if he'd struck solid stone. The force rattled up his arms, flaring through his sore back and making his injured shoulder scream. Yet the beagle staggered, nearly losing its footing. Joshua caught sight of jagged stone and iron blades tucked into the belt at Snowy's waist. One opportunity. He lunged forward, fingers straining for a weapon. But Snowy rose smoothly, almost gently, and with a simple shift of his weight, knocked Joshua flat onto his back. Now Joshua lay pinned, the crossbow device pressing sharply into his spine. The man-wolf stood over him, paws holding down his limbs, that massive head looming close. The smell of raw meat hung on his breath. Joshua even saw a tail wagging faintly. Snowy leaned in and licked his face. "This won't hurt?" No, it certainly wouldn't. Joshua tensed, ready to step away and end this cleanly. But that voice hadn't been Snowy's. A flicker of hope made him glance to the side. It wasn't a person. Another dog stood there. Lee. She spoke slowly. "Granddaughter wants a tea trophy. You want to live. Everyone can win." NH Snowy panted heavily. "I tell granddaughter I chewed your her face off. Then trophy head is useless." Joshua managed to gasp out. "She won't accept that. So I give her a different trophy." "What other trophy?" "Hold still." Lily bent down and closed her powerful jaws around Joshua's left wrist. As the teeth cut through skin, tendon, muscle and bone, Joshua screamed, but he did not step away. Geographically, Valhalla was situated near the coast of the inland ocean on this distant version of America, on what was catalogued as Earth West 1.4 million plus 13, a designation Ensign Toby Fox had earnestly explained to Maggie after correcting a stoner's earlier miscalculation. The airships of Operation Prodigal Son arrived in this world around midday on a brilliantly clear late July afternoon, hanging in a sky so perfectly blue it looked like a video game effect. Admiral Davidson addressed his captains. Their mission, he stated, was to assert United States authority over these rebels, but he emphasized a display of goodwill over confrontation. His plan was for a detachment of Marines to escort a group of senior officers, each nominated by their ship's captain, on a march to City Hall. This was meant to be a friendly hearts and minds operation, he added, however, that the Marines would carry their weapons openly. When Maggie learned that Captain Cutler from the Lincoln, the same fool who'd once drawn a gun on Carl, was placed in charge of this peculiar procession, she immediately volunteered to join the march. At the rally point, they assembled 50 personnel in total and began moving through the streets of Valhalla, this symbolic rebel stronghold in the far reaches of the long earth. Following the Admiral's orders, the Marines kept their weapons visible but safeties engaged. Overhead, the silent dirigibles drifted like watchful guardians, serving as command and control hubs, though everyone hoped they wouldn't be needed as weapons platforms today. And on this hot, sticky noon, Valhalla was utterly deserted. That was what they discovered as they advanced steadily from their starting point. The Marines kept to the centre of wide, empty roads, officers following behind. The only sounds were their own footsteps and the distant cries of birds. A few abandoned vehicles dotted the streets. Small hand-pulled carts, a couple of horses hitched outside a saloon that looked straight out of the Old West, and even a few steam-powered cars parked neatly along the curb. There was no sign of people anywhere. The airship crews relayed that the scene below remained unchanged as far as their aerial view extended. The place was deserted. Maggie fell into step beside Joe Mackenzie. "Tell me I'm not the only one feeling a bit absurd right now, Mac." The doctor offered a wry smile. "We're the military, Maggie. You pointed it out. We can't spend every mission rescuing kittens from trees. Occasionally we have to perform our soldierly duties." "Fair point," she conceded. Maggie did feel somewhat comfortable here, more so than in most stepwise towns. This settlement had the genuine feel of an American city, complete with its broad scale, functioning streetlights, basic traffic signals and posters, albeit hand-drawn in a folksy style, advertising concerts, dances and public lectures. Yet the hallmarks of the long earth were unmistakable. Structures built from colossal timber, sandstone and concrete blocks, roadways of rough tar, and sidewalks made of compacted river gravel. Then a sound reached her, singing. They approached a square, essentially a crossroads where two main streets met. Under the shade of a store awning, a group of trolls was gathered, singing what sounded to Maggie like a tune involving Mohawks' tea and taxes. The Marines at the front of the column slowed to a stop, staring. After a brief consultation between Admiral Davidson and Captain Cutler, the order came down for the unit to take a break. From a security standpoint, it was a sound position, exposed, but with no tall buildings overlooking them and clear sightlines down the 4 empty streets. As the others shrugged off their packs and retrieved water bottles, Cutler positioned sentries at each corner of the square and dispatched personnel with steppers a world or two to either side, standard Long Earth security procedure. Maggie stood on the tarmac with Mac and Nathan. Nathan pulled an MRE from his pack, activated its heater, and began devouring a steaming beef pie. Mac watched, looking mildly horrified. "I genuinely don't understand how you can eat that at a time like this." Nathan spoke around a mouthful. "Years of dedicated training, Doctor. You wouldn't happen to have any salt, would you?"
"No, I do not have any salt," Mac replied, digging a handheld computer from his own gear. He aimed it toward the trolls. "I'm trying to identify that song."
"Aha! Bring in your axes and tell King George we'll pay no taxes on his foreign tea. It's a ballad from the Revolutionary War, the Boston Tea Party. Whoever taught that to the trolls is sending us a message, and they have a sense of humour." Nathan, finishing his meal, wiped his mouth. "But where is everyone else? My guess, they're in other parts of the city," Mac said. "What other parts?" "Oh?" Mac gestured vaguely, his fingers pointing at odd angles. "Stepwise," Maggie realised aloud. "They've all gone stepwise. In a manner of speaking, I came here once before. The city extends outward stepwise, but not like a datum footprint such as New York West, one here. The adjacent worlds are largely untouched, full of game and forage. People live out there at least part of the time. Those communities support this central hub. It's usually much busier here. You need a critical mass of people to make it feel alive. But not today," Maggie said. "Not today. I suppose they knew an invasion force was coming. Who wants that kind of trouble?" Mac's tone shifted from observational to lightly sarcastic. "But let's be honest, it's not much of a war if nobody's interested in fighting. Where's the fun in that?" Captain Cutler overheard and turned, his expression dark. "Fun, officer?" "Absolutely, sir," Mac said with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. "War is fun. That's the terrible open secret, the reason we've been at it since the Bronze Age. Now, with the infinite space of the long Earth, everyone can just walk away from conflict. There's always more room. Maybe it's a phase humanity needs to outgrow." Nathan raised his eyebrows. "Good luck selling that philosophy for your next performance review in the Navy, Doctor." A sharp whistle blast cut through the conversation. The break ended, and the Marines prepared to move out. They gathered their gear, and sentries were dispatched to recall their comrades from the perimeter. According to their maps, the City Hall was just a few blocks to the north. Before long, Maggie spotted it over the shoulders of the officers ahead. It was a low, broad building from the colonial era. Perched on a slight rise, a wide plaza stretched out before it, forming another major intersection. 2 large flags flew from poles high on the facade. One was the American flag, the other featured a blue field dotted with a line of pale, cloud-like circles. Mac let out a low grunt. "So that's the new flag. There's a whole chain of these breakaway colonies, starting with New Scarsdale out near west, 100,000, and running all the way up to Valhalla and farther. They're the ones who supported the Footprint Congress here, where they drafted their declaration. That flag represents all those different worlds. A series of soft popping sounds began, the noise of people stepping into this reality. They finally had an audience. Cutler started shouting orders, which were echoed by the Marine commanders. The column formation dissolved into a loose line. Maggie found her spot and watched as people materialized all across the plaza in front of the City Hall. Men, women and children, many dressed in a mix of practical farmwear and casual beach-style clothing. They appeared already seated, and when someone materialized atop another, they'd tumble away with laughter and apologies. A lively chatter filled the air, giving the scene the feel of a county fair. This growing crowd was filling the space between the Marines and the building. The dirigibles circled overhead, their turbines rumbling, observers rendered powerless. Captain Cutler, his face flushed, took in the spectacle. "Fix bayonets," he ordered sharply. "Belay that," Admiral Davidson countered, his tone calm but carrying. "We're here to win hearts, Captain, not carve them out. And there will be no firing unless I give the direct order." Understood. Still, the people kept coming, covering the plaza like a gentle human rain. Some even brought picnic baskets, which struck Maggie as utterly surreal. There was cake, bottles of beer, lemonade for the children. Others carried gifts, baskets of apples, even strings of large, fresh-looking fish they tried to hand to the Marines, leaving them at their feet when the offers were refused. Captain Cutler pressed the Admiral. Our objective is to secure that building and raise the US flag, sir. It appears the flag is already flying, but the symbolic act of raising it ourselves, sir. At least let me clear a path across this plaza. Oh, very well, Cutler, but be polite about it, won't you? At Cutler's command, Marines moved into the crowd. Simultaneously, the dirigibles glided lower, their loudspeakers blaring. You're ordered to disperse. Disperse immediately. Maggie watched Marine Jennifer Wang, from the detail that had been on the Franklin, wade in with her squad. Surrounded by civilians in their simple, earthy clothes, she looked utterly alien in her helmet and bulky body armor, like some invader dropped from the stars. Wang picked a target at random. You need to move, ma'am, she said to a woman in her 40s surrounded by children. I will not, the woman stated clearly. Her children picked up the refrain like a playground chant. I will not. I will not. Wang stood there completely stumped. The Marines tried physically lifting people, grabbing wrists and ankles to carry them aside, but others, especially small children, would simply come and sit on the person being moved. Even when they managed a clean lift, the person would go completely limp, becoming a dead weight that was nearly impossible to handle. Without consulting Davidson again, Cutler ordered his Marines to attempt placing flexible restraints on a few of the protesters. The protesters seemed to vanish into a separate reality, only to surge back into place just out of reach. Maggie couldn't help but admire the flash mob's seamless coordination, a testament to their training in non-violent tactics. Their discipline was almost military in its precision, though their goals were worlds apart. A rhythmic chant began to ripple through the square, growing louder. I will not! I will not! Fuming, Cutler marched back to Admiral Davidson. Maggie noticed his hand twitching perilously close to his sidearm. If we could just pinpoint the ringleaders, sir, he began, voice tight. With a gathering this organic, Captain, there may not be any ringleaders to find, Davidson replied calmly. Then a few warning shots overhead, Cutler pressed, just to disperse them. Instead of answering, the Admiral took off his cap, closed his eyes, and tilted his weathered face toward the warm sun. Cutler's control snapped. No. Then how in hell are we supposed to accomplish our objective here, sir? The last word was a guttural challenge, and Maggie wondered if he was veering into outright mutiny. We cannot let them ridicule us. They don't comprehend who we are. Comprehend us, Captain Admiral. They've never encountered men like us. You and I have served. We've faced live fire, followed orders, and held the line. Because we did. These people got to raise their families in peace and then traipse out to these rustic frontier planets to play at being bold explorers. His voice trailed off, thick with contempt. Admiral Davidson released a long, weary breath. It appears the world has shifted around us, son. In my book, the finest victory is the one secured without firing a single round. Keep your weapon secured, Captain. Sir, I said, keep it secured. At that moment, a man emerged from the crowd's core and approached the officers. He was around 60, stout, dressed in the same rough work clothes as the others. Nathan leaned in. I know him. Maggie did too. It was the man from Reboot, the one who traded in favors. She decided now wasn't the moment for a friendly greeting. The man faced Davidson with an unsettling confidence. Accomplishing your mission rather depends on what that mission is. Admiral Davidson. If you're here to negotiate, that's fine. I sincerely doubt you'll manage anything more forceful today. Wouldn't you agree? Davidson studied him. And you are Green. Jack Green. I helped establish a settlement called Reboot these days. I work for Mayor Benjamin Keyes of Valhalla. He extended his hand. Davidson shook it, prompting a wave of sarcastic applause from the onlookers. If discussion is your aim, why not bring your staff to the mayor's office? Your Marines will be perfectly fine here. As you can see, the good folks brought enough food to share. He guided Davidson away. Captain Cutler, visibly seething, turned on his heel and stalked down a narrow side street. Nathan caught Maggie's eye. With your permission, Captain, I'll go ensure Captain Cutler doesn't do anything regrettable. Please do, Maggie said. As Nathan hurried off, Mac remained beside her. Ed Cutler needs a long vacation and a good therapist. Maggie considered this. We all might, if your theory about war becoming suddenly outdated is correct. But it is correct, isn't it? You're usually right about these things, Mac. You usually are. The distinctive shadow of a military-grade airship slid over the assembled crowd. People glanced up, hands shielding their eyes from the glare. A collective murmur of ooh and ah rose as if they were watching a spectacle at a baseball game. It was in that ordinary, almost whimsical reaction that Maggie understood the Benjamin Franklin's purpose here was fulfilled. Her own path was now clear. to command the Neil Armstrong 2 into uncharted stepwise realms, for better or worse, without a single shot being fired. The long war had reached its quiet, astonishing end. In early September of 2040, with the Valhalla military campaign officially called off and troll populations resurging throughout the long Earth, Lobsang and Agnes extended an invitation for a garden gathering. The event was to be held at the Trans-Earth facility Lobsang had converted into a troll research preserve, a sprawling park that extended across several West worlds adjacent to Madison. Monica Jansen initially declined, but Agnes paid her a personal visit at her recovery centre on West 5. "You really should be there," Agnes insisted warmly. "It wouldn't feel complete without you. Weren't you part of that whole saga with the canine beings? Besides, you're practically Joshua's oldest friend from beyond the home." Jansen gave a dry chuckle. "Is that so? Back then, I was a confused young officer, tangled up in all the wrong professional decisions. If I was the best he had on the outside, the poor guy," she sighed. "Honestly, sister, the journey did me in, all that stepping, the medications. Not to mention the radiation you absorbed in that ancient temple, or whatever it was, to protect Sally Lindsay," Agnes replied, her tone turning firm. "Sally told me the whole story. Listen, Monica, once we get you to West 11, you won't need to step anywhere. Lobsang arranged a cosy summer house for you there. It's yours for as long as you like." Leaning in closer, Agnes lowered her voice. Jansen couldn't help but notice the artificial smoothness of her skin, supposedly modelled on a 30-year-old, yet oddly flawless, lacking the subtle marks of real ageing. The engineers who crafted these vessels never quite mastered the art of imperfection, Jansen mused. Agnes continued, "I never understood the fascination with stepping, tried it once, hard not to, with Joshua Valienté's legend echoing through the home. All I saw were trees, my own shoes I was desperately trying not to ruin, and not a soul in sight. Where's the joy in that? And now when I step, I feel absolutely nothing. Lobsang built me that way. The fool. Give me a Harley and an open highway any day, Lieutenant. Consider this an order. You're a guest of honour. You're coming." So, on the afternoon of Saturday, September 8, 2040, under a clear and sunny early autumn sky in Madison West 11, Jansen stepped tentatively out of the promised summer house, a comfortable, fully equipped cabin perched on a rise. From this vantage point, she looked out over sweeping grassy slopes, thick groves of trees, and meadows dotted with prairie flowers that stretched down to a lakeshore. Agnes's barbecue was in full swing across the landscape. Dozens of guests mingled, children and dogs dashed about playfully, and a cluster of people gathered around a rising plume of white smoke from the grill. Down by the water, a group of trolls produced a ripple of music, a haunting melody that felt just beyond recognition. For a fleeting second, Jansen felt utterly unmoored. The scene before her seemed to strip the people bare, reducing them to mere humanoids fumbling on a vast lawn, as aimless as young chimpanzees. Trolls, elves, kobolds. Her mind drifted to the kobold who had adopted a human name, Finn McCool. He'd worn scraps of clothing, sported sunglasses, and babbled incessantly, mimicking the cadence of human speech while she and Sally tried to rest. These days, whenever she heard a politician pontificating on screen or a preacher holding forth about divinity, all she could picture was that kobold up on its hind legs, chattering nonsense just like McCool used to. Humans, Petra once said, were nothing more than elves gone wrong. Jansen shook off the thought. Enough of that, she told herself. With purpose, she moved forward, her skin shielded with protective cream, a hat covering her thinning hair, her posture held as straight and steady as she could manage. Monica hadn't made it far before Sister Agnes intercepted her. 2 other nuns in tow, one quite elderly, the other perhaps in her late 30s. "Monica, so glad you could come. Allow me to introduce Sister Georgina and Sister John." The younger nun's face struck a chord with Jansen. "Have we met before?" A warm smile appeared. "My given name is Sarah Ann Coates. I was a resident at the home when I was older. Well, I found my way back here." Sarah Ann Coates, the name clicked, and Jansen recalled a timid girl of 12 or 13 from the files she'd compiled on the Madison Step Day events. This was one of the children Joshua Valienté had helped rescue during those chaotic first hours when the long Earth opened. "It's good to see you again, sister." "Right this way," Agnes said, looping her arm through Jansen's as they ambled toward the aromatic grill smoke. "You're quite the attentive hostess, Agnes," Jansen remarked, her tone only lightly edged. "With all these guests, you still manage to pounce the moment I arrive. Consider it a talent, but don't mention it to Lobsang. He's been pestering me endlessly about creating avatars, multiple copies of myself, just like him. He claims I'd accomplish so much more. I tell him I'd just end up arguing with myself constantly. Not a chance. Now, Monica, I've asked Georgina and John to see to anything you need today, and if you feel like slipping away at any point, that's perfectly fine. Jansen held back a sigh. However much she resisted the idea, she knew the assistance was necessary. Thank you, I do appreciate it. The breeze carried the troll's song, a familiar layered harmony, turning a human melody into a looping round. What are they singing? The Wearing of the Green, Agnes replied, an old Jacobite marching tune. You can thank Sister Simplicity for that one. She's fiercely proud of her Scottish heritage when she isn't watching boxing matches on television. It is wonderful to have the trolls with us again, though. We did have to keep the guest list modest today so they wouldn't feel overwhelmed. Senator Starling is due to make an appearance later. He's suddenly become a champion for the troll cause, acting as if he always has been. If you catch my meaning, claims, he sings in a church choir and wants to join the trolls if they'll have him. He's even bringing along some sailors from Operation Prodigal Son, the USS Benjamin Franklin's choir, as a gesture of peace. Now, let's locate Joshua for you. That won't be difficult. He'll be near little Dan, and Dan will undoubtedly be close to the food. Agnes had designated Lobsang as head chef. Jansen looked on, amused, at the Tibetan monk wearing a stained apron over his orange robes, a chef's hat perched on his shaved head. Beside him stood a tall, distinguished black man in his 50s, dressed in a sombre charcoal suit with a clerical collar. Lobsang waved a greasy spatula. "Lieutenant Jansen, a pleasure," Agnes practically growled at him. "That soy patty is still raw, and the imitation sausage is burning. Less philosophizing and more focus on the frying," Lobsang. "Yes, dear," he replied with a tired sigh. "Don't worry, Lobsang," the clergyman beside him said. "I'll lend a hand. I'm rather skilled at chopping onions." "Thank you, Nelson, Lieutenant Jansen." She turned. Joshua Valienté stood there, looking distinctly uneasy in a smart casual outfit, a crisp shirt, neat jeans and leather shoes. He held his left arm close to his chest, his clenched fist hidden by his shirt cuff. His wife, Helen, stood beside him, sturdy, pleasant and smiling. Their son Dan raced past in a miniature Twain pilot's uniform, absorbed in a boisterous game with other children and utterly indifferent to the surrounding adults. For a long moment, Jansen and Joshua simply faced each other, the silence between them palpable and awkward. Jansen experienced a sudden, unexpected swell of emotion. Seeing Joshua here, surrounded by his family, after all the distant dangers he had faced, struck her deeply. Helen stood beside him, looking as though she had always belonged there. After everything this man had put her through, Jansen found herself at a loss for words. Joshua offered a soft smile. "It's all right, Lieutenant, for goodness sake," Helen interjected sharply. "Just hug him already." They moved into an embrace, and Jansen held him firmly. "Being with them has healed you," she whispered close to his ear. "Stay with them, no matter who comes looking." Understood, Jansen. Even as she said it, she knew it was a promise he could never truly honour. A sharp pang of sorrow hit her for the isolated boy she once knew and the solitary man he would always remain. She stepped back. "Okay, that's enough. Any tighter and you might crack a rib. Same here." Joshua raised his left arm, displaying his mechanical hand. It was a bulky, outdated prosthetic with a faint artificial pink hue. Its gears emitted a theatrical whir as he flexed the fingers. Bill Chambers nicknamed it Thing, you know, like from the Addams Family. He's a character. Probably off somewhere getting plastered with Thomas Kiangu right now. Jansen bit back a laugh. "Joshua, they couldn't have given you something more modern. Prosthetics today are." "He insists on keeping that dreadful relic," Helen cut in. "Better this antique than one of the slick black corporation models Lobsang tried to push on me." "Ah," Jansen said, understanding, with Lobsang's consciousness integrated. "Exactly the issue. I don't want any part of me controlled by Lobsang. I'll wait, thanks. Besides, Dan doesn't mind it, so that's what matters." Jansen mused, "It's odd to think your actual hand is mounted on a wall in that Beagle Princess's palace, a million worlds from here." "Yeah." Joshua glanced around, ensuring his son wasn't nearby. "You never saw that part, did you, Monica? There's a chapter of the story you missed." "He loves telling this part," Helen said, with an exhausted sigh. "Those two beagles, Snowy and Lily, had me cornered. I realized they were trying to save my life in their own way. Still, losing a hand wasn't exactly my idea of a good time. As Lely clamped down on my wrist, I managed one last gesture. He lifted the robotic hand, formed a fist, and with a hydraulic whine, the middle finger extended. And that's what's proudly displayed on Petra's wall right now. Jansen couldn't help but snort with laughter. And that, Helen added wearily, is why Dan now runs around giving the finger to all his little friends every time his father tells that story. Joshua gave Jansen a wink. He'll grow out of it. Small price to pay, right? Jansen simply offered a non-committal smile. A seasoned officer knew better than to step into the middle of a family debate. Their conversation was interrupted by the approach of a lean, wiry man in his 50s. He looked somewhat familiar to Jansen. With a hint of shy formality, he nearly stood at attention as he addressed Joshua. "Pardon me, sir, you are Joshua Valienté, correct?" "That's me. Sorry to bother you. I don't know anyone here, but I know her." "Of course. And you are?" The man extended his hand. "Wood, Frank Wood, US Air Force, retired long ago, formerly with NASA." There was a moment of awkward comedy as Wood had offered his left hand and then flinched slightly when Joshua presented his clunky cybernetic replacement. Jansen snapped her fingers in recognition. "I thought I knew you, Mr. Wood. We met at the Gap. I was up there with Sally." He looked startled, then pleased, clearly not having recognized her through the visible toll her illness had taken. "Lieutenant Jansen, good to see you again." More handshakes followed. Wood's grip was dry and firm, Jansen recalled, with a touch of embarrassment, as she had once suspected this gentleman had a bit of a crush on her out at the remote station. Helen said somewhat reluctantly, "I believe Sally is down that way near the large group of trolls with some of the Happy Landings crowd." She started leading the way with Jansen and Frank Wood following behind. Frank noticed her slow, stiff movements and quietly offered his arm. She accepted with a small, grateful smile. "Frank, there's something I should tell you. I heard you were unwell. It's more than that. I'm gay, Frank, and I'm sick. Both things at once." He responded with a wry grin. "So our potential romance is officially doomed, is it? My radar was always a bit faulty. Probably explains the bachelor life. My apologies. Does being both sick and gay rule out letting me buy you dinner? Not at all. I'd like that." They found Sally surrounded by a group of trolls and a handful of people dressed in what struck Jansen as an odd fashion, even for the colonies, a sort of alternate history 18th century style. Sally wore her familiar sleeveless travel jacket, looking perpetually ready to step away on another urgent journey. More introductions followed, allowing Jansen to put more names to faces. The peculiarly dressed individuals were from Happy Landings. A slender, reserved young man was introduced as Jacques Montecute, headmaster of a school on Valhalla. Beside him stood a serious teenage girl, Roberta Golding, a student from the same high school who had gained attention for travelling with a Chinese expedition to an Earth 20 million steps away. They were guests of Joshua, it turned out. Dan Valienté would be enrolling at Montecute's school next year. The Happy Landings group held themselves slightly apart from the others, not quite blending with the crowd. There was something distinctly unusual about Roberta, a watchful stillness Jansen hadn't seen in someone so young since Joshua was that age. Yet she didn't possess Joshua's unsettling calm or his raw survival instinct. Instead, Roberta had the look Jansen remembered from her patrol days, the expression of a child from a broken home, someone who had seen too much too soon. Jansen felt a pang of unease, wondering what might become of this already scarred young woman in the years ahead. Among the trolls was Mary, the runaway, and there was no missing the cub. Ham, who still wore fragments of his silvery spacesuit. The moment Ham spotted Jansen, he barreled toward her, aiming to hug her legs, and would have knocked her over if Joshua hadn't swooped in to intercept him. Sally, true to form, immediately zeroed in on Frank Wood. "Well, look who it is, Buzz Aldrin." "What do you want?" Wood gave a gracious nod. "I was hoping for a burger and a beer," Sally scoffed. "Save the heroic astronaut act, it doesn't work on me. More trouble at the Gap, right?" "Not at all. I came to thank you, Miss Lindsay. And you, Lieutenant Jansen, for how you handled that situation with the trolls. My colleagues up there aren't bad people, but they can get single-minded. I think we'd lost our moral compass. Your actions helped us find it again." He flashed a grin. "And now, onward to the stars. We're already planning probes to Mars, maybe even a crewed mission. And we've got some spectacular visuals." He launched into an explanation about a planetary alignment happening that very day. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and even a crescent moon were all lining up in one section of the sky. Of course, it's visible from every world in the long Earth. But we're seizing the chance to launch probes, capture some stunning images to really show what the Gap can offer, Joshua remarked. You'll probably terrify half the population. Isn't this sort of alignment supposed to be an astrological bad omen? Helen gently tugged his sleeve. Don't tease him, Sally snorted. But the view isn't as good from the gap. You don't even have a moon. Blocking the view, Frank corrected smoothly, still good-humoured. We don't have a moon in the way. Makes the real spectacle even clearer. Suddenly, the noise and chatter overwhelmed Jansen. The voices around her melted into an indistinct clamour. She lowered her head, pressing her hands over her ears. Frank Wood gently placed an arm around her shoulders. Agnes moved quickly to her side. Let's help you out of this, she said gently. Her smile warm as she took Jansen's arm. With a nod to sisters Georgina and John, Agnes guided both Jansen and Frank away from the noise. Come on, she encouraged. We'll get some fresh air. Then I'll call a cart. We use golf carts here to take you back to your summer house so you can rest. How does that sound? You're very thoughtful, Jansen replied. Honestly, I remember what it was like to be unwell, Agnes said. At least Lobsang left those memories intact. They walked toward the larger group of trolls gathered by the river. The creatures were busy eating, grooming and splashing in the water, flickering between worlds as they sang another soft, melodic tune. A handful of humans stood nearby, clapping along and trying to join in. Despite the crowd, Jansen felt a sense of calm radiating from the contented trolls. That's another beautiful song. Agnes gave her arm a gentle squeeze. All My Trials. It's one of my personal favourites from childhood, outside the usual Steinman repertoire. Oh yes, and how fitting for me. Soon this will all be over. Enough of that, Agnes said firmly, squeezing her arm again. They reached a slight rise in the ground, a low bluff that Jansen climbed with some effort. There they paused, looking out over the pristine lakes of this world. The sun hung peacefully in the blue sky, and the young, still-growing city rose on the isthmus, a faint echo of Datum Madison. I used to come up here when I was ill, Agnes shared. Look at all of this. The vast world that surrounds us all. The heavens following their own eternal laws, the same on every earth. Like Frank's planetary alignment, right? And the simple things, the way sunlight dances on water, that's universal across the long earth. That's where I found comfort, Monica. But when you've been out there, it all feels so fragile, Jansen said, so uncertain. It could have been different. It might not be the same tomorrow. True, Agnes replied thoughtfully. And being close to Lobsang, well, sometimes I feel I see the world through his eyes, the way he views people, even those closest to him like Joshua, Sally, that kind cleric, Nelson Azikiwe, and others, even me. He refers to us as valuable long-term investments. I sometimes wonder if he, or perhaps his benefactor, Douglas Black, is positioning us all like chess pieces, setting the board for a game to begin. But what game are they playing? No doubt we'll find out. Now, where is that cart? A sudden commotion broke out behind them, voices rising in alarm. Reluctantly, Jansen, Agnes and Frank turned to look. An airship had appeared directly above Lobsang's location. Lobsang himself seemed to freeze. No, Jansen realised he had vanished from his mobile unit in an instant. She could tell from his posture. All around the grassy area, people's phones began to chime, pulled hastily from pockets and purses. Soon, stepping commenced, individuals simply disappearing from the scene, and Jansen heard two words repeated on everyone's lips. The first was Yellowstone, the second was Datum. Frank said grimly, maybe Joshua was right about the planetary alignment. Jansen insisted on returning to Madison West 5, no matter how many pills she had to swallow to fight the nausea. Once back at West 5, she demanded to be taken not to the convalescent home where she'd been staying, but to the new city's central police station. The current chief, Mike Christopher, had been a junior officer during Jansen's tenure. He recognised her, let her in, and told her to wait in a corner of one of the offices. We're on alert, Spooky. We're already seeing trickles of refugees showing up here. I mean, in the Datum city itself. Jansen gripped Frank's hand. Refugees, Mike, in Madison? How far is Madison from Yellowstone? Mike shrugged. Over 1,000 miles, I'd guess. We're talking about an eruption. It has to be an eruption, right? Could the effects really reach this far? He had no answer. Sitting beside Sister John while Frank went to fetch coffee, Jansen stared at the screens covering the office walls. The footage came from every source imaginable. Civilian news outlets, police feeds, military channels, all captured on Datum Earth, saved to memory chips, and then physically carried through the barriers between worlds before being rebroadcast with only a slight delay. After a string of false alarms across the low Earths, a major eruption had finally occurred within the Yellowstone footprint, and as she quickly learned, it had begun right at datum Yellowstone itself. It started around 1 in the afternoon, Madison time. Evacuations from the park had been underway just before the first explosion. Roughly an hour later, the enormous column of ash and gas began to collapse around the vent, sending a wave of superheated rock and toxic gases racing across the landscape at jetliner speeds, crushing and incinerating everything in its path. As geologists spoke with frantic excitement, unwelcome records began to fall. This eruption was already surpassing the scale of Pinatubo, Krakatoa, even Tambora. A heavy, drowsy feeling rose in Jansen's mind, like her own well of molten rock. The words and images started to blur together, and those pain pills weren't doing a thing. Time slipped away from her. At some point, she became vaguely aware of a discussion happening above her. Mike, the sisters, Frank Wood, and someone who carried himself like a doctor, though she didn't recognize him from what she could gather. They decided to move her to a room at Agnes's home for a few days, despite her weak objections. Mike Christopher handled the arrangements with brisk efficiency. A wheelchair, an ambulance. He gave her a wink. You rate an astronaut, holding your hand spooky. She stuck her tongue out at him, and still the terrible updates kept coming. Even before they wheeled her out of the station, new images flooded the screens, tablets, and glowing phones. A second vent had torn open, then a third. By the time they got her into the ambulance, footage from brave US Air Force pilots showed Yellowstone looking like something out of Dante's Inferno. The next time she woke, she was in a cozy, unfamiliar room with Sister John attending her. With gentle efficiency, the sister helped her to the bathroom and brought breakfast to her bed. She realized she was in an adjustable bed, similar to the one from her convalescent home. A drip stand stood nearby, and her medications were lined up on a shelf by the door. It looked like everything had been brought over from her previous room. A wave of warm gratitude washed over her for such kindness. Then Sister John ushered in yet another doctor. He started to explain the nature of her care, palliative measures only, and so on, but she brushed that aside and asked for news instead. No television before your medications, he said firmly as he began his examination. Only after he left was Frank Wood allowed in, looking like he'd slept in his suit. Finally, they switched on the TV. The entire caldera was now ruptured open. The towering plume it produced was visible from as far away as Denver and Salt Lake City, shown in shaky handheld clips from those cities. But the light in the footage was strange. A yellow-brown haze, a shrunken sun. Frank Wood remarked, it looked like daylight on Mars. By now, that cloud of ash, gas and chunks of pumice was spreading rapidly through the upper atmosphere. Cars couldn't drive far before their filters clogged, leading to eerie shots of highways filled with people shuffling along, faces wrapped in cloth, trudging through the grey, snow-like, ash-like figures from a grim historical photograph, all moving away from Yellowstone. Of course, most people who could were following the organised calls to step away. Aerial footage from Earth West and East 1, 2 and 3 revealed the new settlements built where the endangered datum cities once stood, now inundated by a flood of people stepping across. Unconsciously, they began arranging themselves into blocks and streets, instinctively recreating the shapes of the schools, hospitals, shopping centres and churches they had left behind. It was a living, breathing map of the communities now just a step away from oblivion. The sight was a gut-wrenching echo of the past for Monica Jansen. She squeezed Frank's hand, her voice a whisper. It takes me back to arguing with my old boss. Who was that, sweetheart? Jack Clichy. I kept telling him, we need to get people to step, sir. Any direction, east or west, just get them away from Madison Zero. And he'd say, you know, perfectly well not everyone can step. We have the phobic, the elderly children, people in hospital beds. So those who can step help those who can't, she murmured, the old frustration surfacing. You step, but you take someone with you, then you go back and do it again. Frank simply held her hand, his presence a quiet anchor. In the background, she caught snippets of conversation from the sisters, talk of Joshua Valienté and Sally Lindsay, racing toward the datum to aid in the relief. The names tugged at the edge of her awareness before she slipped back into a heavy, medicated sleep. When she roused again, Sister John was crying softly. They're blaming us, humanity. The scientists. They say all the nearby Yellowstones have been restless, but only the datum one finally blew. That we disturbed the earth, just like we did the climate. Some are even calling it divine punishment. Her voice hardened with conviction. Not my God, but how do we even begin to handle this? By now, Jansen was too weak to rise. Curse this morphine, she thought dimly. Sister John assisted her with the bedpan, while a nurse from the convalescent home, a man whose name she never learnt, stayed respectfully in the background, letting the sister lead. Monica noted his politeness even through the haze. Later, waking with a sliver more clarity, she found Frank Wood still planted in the chair beside her. "Hey there," she managed. "Hey yourself. What time is it?" "Time?" He glanced at his bulky astronaut-style Rolex, then did a comical double-take. 3 days since the first eruption morning, Monica. "You need a fresh shirt," he grinned, scratching his stubbled chin. "This is an all-female operation, far as adults go. You don't want to know what I had to improvise for a razor this morning." A television played quietly in the corner, its projections evolving rapidly. As the colossal ash cloud unfurled across the continent, reaching into Canada and Mexico, millions were stepping away in a migration that dwarfed any in human history, even the Great Step Day Exodus. The cloud's effects were already worldwide, the screen showing stunning, ominous sunsets over London and Tokyo. It felt surreal to watch this catastrophe from the quiet of West 5, where the sun still shone or didn't. She corrected herself vaguely, noticing it was night again. It was like observing a snow globe, violently shaken. Only this one was filled with ash. She felt utterly immobile, save for turning her head. An oxygen tube was in her nose now, and an automated medication dispenser stood by the bed, looking like a piece of hospital drama set dressing. She felt herself drifting again. "Carry them," she had insisted to Clichy, the memory clear. "On your back, in your arms, then turn around and step back for more, again and again. You'd really thought it through, hadn't you, Spooky? It's why you hired me all those years ago, Jack." Frank leaned in closer.
What was that, honey?
But Monica had already slipped away. On the 7th day, the eruption finally ceased, the halt bringing global sighs of relief. It ended, however, with a dramatic finale that a weary, grimy Frank Wood witnessed on the wall screen. The emptied caldera, 50 miles across, catastrophically collapsed. It was as if an entire small state had suddenly plummeted 1,000 feet into the earth. Some of the younger sisters, buzzing with a morbid excitement, immediately stepped over into the ash-buried datum Madison, eager to see the aftermath for themselves. The tremors arrived in under 5 minutes, a deep planetary shudder that rippled through the wreckage of Madison, where only broken stones and twisted metal remained to be unsettled. Roughly an hour later, the sound followed, a distant rolling thunder that reminded Frank Wood of a massive artillery exchange, or perhaps the earth-shaking roar of a shuttle launch, a memory pulled from his childhood. He reached for Monica Jansen's hand, his voice tight. "My God," he whispered. "What's going to happen to us now, Monica? Monica!" Her fingers were icy in his grasp.